Hey, people. Hey. Oh, boy. This is a nail biter, honey. A nail biter. Hey, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Don't find that like button and light me up. Right. My nerves bad. You know, I hope you guys went to vote today. The camel. Took your family. You know, I like voting on election day because you get the whole experience, you know. For those Supreme Court justices, I looked up who um, appointed them. And I voted to get rid of all of them. You know, we down here with the census. Uh-uh. Make sure you get a good understanding when you vote on those amendments. Most of the time for your area, if you Google it, it will break down what yes saying yes means to the question on the poll and saying no what no means. So make sure you do that. Or you did that. I don't know if y'all still out there or not. Let me look on Twitter and see who got the poll running. See who out there on Twitter. See who was out there providing y'all a little look along service. Sky News is hosting out there on Twitter. Could be. Uh, let's look at my Instagram. I mean, Lord, my Twitter messages. Why am I always like shut up? Oh, where? Yeah, I'm not really breaking from the YSL thing. I mean, we can always still catch up. I got a lot of stuff to do. You know, while I was out, I went grocery shopping. Baby, let me do what I did. And I ain't ashamed to tell you. Tell you what I did. My chicken that I will. He popped up on my phone. Let me tell you what I did. Trying to finish your cotton. Negro, hush, if you don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you what I did. Normally, grandma gotta listen. Normally, right? I get the legs, and I really need the bones and stuff like that to make like a broth or whatever to give certain dishes I make a flavor. Let me tell you what I did, baby. I looked at the price of that chicken. Baby, I went ahead and got me some what? Leg quarters for the price. I ain't bought no leg quarters in decades. I'm gonna slice them jokers. It's only for seasoning. It's only for my seasoning, right? I'm gonna cut them jokers, and do what I need to do to get them in those dishes. Are you crazy? It was a lot of them in there too, baby. It was a lot in that bag. Mm-mm. What we doing? What we doing? Is it changing? Okay, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky. Mm, my nerves bad. Let me see if we can find some other places. My nerves bad. I'm telling you, y'all, my nerves is shot. My nerves is shot. Listen, you got to come up for a name for the Information Bureau. We got to get it together. Debo, you want to be on the Information Bureau? Mhm. You're gonna be the only man. We're gonna be Debo's angels. Yes. Okay, wait a minute now. How is he doing this? Oh, oh, okay. I'm just upset. That's not strange.
Yeah, there is. I've been saying to folks before this, if in this 6 o'clock hour we get one county between Indiana and Kentucky that could be useful as a barometer for later, it'll be Hamilton County. Hamilton County is right here, and it's blue, and it's directly north of Indianapolis. Let me call it up for you. We've got about 60% of the vote in now in Hamilton County. They're going a little bit faster in Indiana than we've gone before. I didn't hype this too much because I didn't think we'd have numbers. We do. Now, what this reflects, we believe, is the early vote, is the mail-in vote. That's going to be the most Democratic friendly. But now they're getting into the same day vote, it appears, too, which is the more Republican friendly we expect. So you're getting more of a mix in here. Now, the significance of this is we don't think Indiana's up for grabs, but Harris is leading by one with about 60%. And let me just show you and see if you were watching earlier, this might look familiar. Look what's been happening in Hamilton County in the Trump era. I'll be using the term Trump era a lot tonight. I'm talking about 2016 to the present, because 2012 is the last pre-Trump era presidential election we had. Mitt Romney was the Republican nominee, and Romney, like all Republicans before, used to absolutely clean the Democrats' clocks in Hamilton County. This is a big, growing suburban county, bedroom communities. This has the highest level of educational attainment, meaning the highest concentration of voters with four-year degrees or beyond. Again, we've been talking about these as Trump-hostile, Democratic-friendly voters. That's what you've been seeing. Romney by 34, 2012. Trump only by 19 in 2016. Look at that slippage. Last time around, look how close the Democrats, they got it down to 7. If you were watching earlier, this might remind you of a county outside Atlanta we're saying is going to be key. The question here in Hamilton, as in that county in Georgia, can the Democrats flip it tonight? It won't really mean anything, we think, in Indiana, but this county demographically is similar to counties we're going to be talking about all night in battleground states. So this may be an early barometer. And I caution, it's only 60%. We have a lot of the vote. There's still a lot to come, probably a fair amount, if not all same day there. So we want to see how that breaks. But the key here is, are the Democrats making progress, further progress? Trump, lost a lot of ground in 16, even more in 20. Could the Democrats get this to within, a point or two? Could they actually flip a county like Hamilton? If they do, and this may be overtaken by Georgia soon, but we're keeping an eye on these next few minutes because this could be a test of what's to come in some of those other counties. I mentioned Fayette County, outside Atlanta, a lot of similarities between here and there. We can call it up right now, as a matter of fact, and that's the Hamilton County governor's race, not surprisingly. So, yeah, you've got 50. This is the first time I'm seeing it, actually, but Mike Braun, the senator, leading the Democrat here by 15 points. Just so we can compare that to the presidential race. So you got 15 there for Braun, and he's running about 4 points behind Trump's number statewide right now, which, again, given where the expectations are, we'll see where it shakes out in Indiana, but given where the expectations are, the Democrats would probably need more separation from the Trump-Harris race if they're going to win Indiana than 4 points.
Wow. They voting in economy, y'all. I don't know, Lord. I don't know. I don't know. And again, if you say to me, man, I know Trump is a bad person, this, that, and third, whatever, I'm talking about my partner. If you don't understand the concept of policy, government, how it's set up, and all of that, whatever, if you just, I can't say nothing but, okay, I won't block you. It's all right. Because you give me some logic. You're not behind your decision. So be with that Lola and tell me you don't want to, you think you running around here with a MAGA shirt on and shit like that. Oh, yes. That means tells me you identify with his values. No, baby, I couldn't do it. I need a drink. Not even drink. Oh, oh. Come on, Lord. Mm-mm. Put one through for your girl. What about your friend? Are you gonna? I remember I was in eighth grade. We wrote this song for the SAT. You know, be all you can be on that SAT. Hey now was something a radio personality used to say in Jacksonville, Larry Broden. Hey now, Larry Broden, when people used to call in and be on the radio, he'd be like, hey now, Larry Broden. Come on, Stevie. That's a number cruncher right there. I can't find a free CNN stream, right? This one is free, so um, them people ain't gonna knock us off. Can't find a free CNN. Let me see if I can find one. That's the devil let me do.
Yeah, so what's about to happen here in Georgia is that by this new state law, every early vote from every county has to be reported out in the 7 to 8 o'clock hour. The early vote is more than 4 million votes. We know that. It's about 80% of all the votes. So we're just waiting. This could start lighting up any second if it goes to plan. While we wait for that, I do want to show you Florida, because Florida is a state that counts super fast. And while we don't think of Florida as that competitive tonight, one that we wanted to look at and wanted to flag is right here. This is Osceola County. This is a biggie just south of Orlando. Why am I flagging this? Because this is one of 3 Hispanic majority counties in Florida, and this county has the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans of any county in Florida. 1/3 of the population in Osceola County is of Puerto Rican descent. So obviously, given the events in the campaign trail, we were very interested to see what plays out here. Now, here's the backdrop for it. Donald Trump has actually been doing much better in this county than Republicans have done in the past. Donald Trump lost this by 25 when he first ran. Look at this in 2020. We talked about his Hispanic voter growth in 2020. A 25-point deficit became a 14-point loss. This was one of his biggest leaps in Florida. What you're looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote. Usually in Florida, this initial number, and it's 70% of the vote, is as good as it gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on election day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility here, these patterns we're used to where Republicans vote more on election day, you know, maybe that blows up a little bit this year, but we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes, though, on Georgia. I'm hoping to see some light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour, all reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law, that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot fast here.
Understand that we are the leader. Okay? Understand that. We also are the leader in getting it wrong, too. Not elections, but in a whole bunch of stuff. Ooh, child, and I already see Kentucky now. Now, I don't know why I'm getting upset when I see Kentucky, but I don't want to see him win. What? If y'all don't mind while we wait, because I can still listen to it. I'm going to flip to some other outlets. They can tell me. Tell us some information.
The electoral votes. I want to bring in our ABC News Washington bureau chief and political director, Rick Klein, who's at the big board for us. Rick, I'm so happy to have you here. And I love this part of the night. Multiple scenarios could play out tonight, right? So walk us through the different paths to victory here.
Yeah, Kana, this is a map filled in with all of the what we consider more safe red states and blue states. So if everything lines up and Trump wins the states that he's favored in and Harris wins the state that she's favored in, we
remember, that's not the same map. Hold on, wait a minute, let me make sure. Yeah, that's not the same map. Exact same map from I showed y'all last night. What was the same exact numbers? I still have that map up, and it's beginning to be filled in, right? So right now they're calling Indiana and Kentucky for Trump, which is giving him 19, and they're calling who is that? Vermont for Kamala Harris for 3 points. For 3, Lord, 3 points. Jesus, 3.
we see the Electoral College landing there. Then it becomes that battle to 270 electoral votes. The easiest way for Kamala Harris to get there is to carry the big blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That alone gets her 270 electoral votes. If she loses one of those, she needs functionally to win at least one of the southern states, and then at least in either the other state there or one of the battleground states out west, which are going to take quite a long time. For Donald Trump, he's got a couple of different paths. It's possible that by the end of the vote counting, he carries both of those western states and the 2 states that are battlegrounds in the South, Georgia and North Carolina. That puts him at 268 electoral votes, and he's just one state away from taking the Electoral College. He could get the electoral votes he needs in Pennsylvania. Another way to think about it is if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, which could project pretty early tonight, Kana, he is in the driver's seat the rest of the night.
No question. I think there's so many eyes here on North Carolina. In fact, the governor just told me, in his opinion, Rick, that if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she's going to win the election, in his opinion. And so let's talk a little bit more about those swing states. I mean, you absolutely cannot overlook Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes.
Yeah, and just looking at the way that the map lines up and the timeline of the evening, the election basically starts in the Southeast with those 2 battlegrounds I mentioned in Georgia and North Carolina. The poll closings here are important because that's when we see data. That's when you could start to see a projection. Officials in both Georgia and North Carolina tell us they expect to have a lot of data in tonight. It might be that our decision desk makes a projection in one or both of those states sometime late this evening. Pennsylvania, that's the most important battleground state, but it's going to be pretty slow. We've heard already some issues in some of the polling locations about ballot counting. It's going to take a long time. So then we're going to start looking forward. Arizona and Nevada, man, if we're talking about those, it's going to be a really long time, Kana. But Michigan and Wisconsin, we could get results tonight. Michigan, all the polls close at 9, but in most of the state, they're actually closed at 8. So we'll start to see data flow in, and that's one of the states where they changed the law to make it easier to count a lot more quickly. So even though we're bracing for what could potentially be many days of uncertainty, it's possible, depending on how the states start to break tonight, that we do get a projection at some point, even very late this evening or into tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. And noting here that from some county officials in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, they've actually had to keep some of these polling locations open even a little bit later, perhaps delaying that count even more. Let's also, though, not overlook the balance of power in Congress in this race as well.
Yeah, and look, we just did some scenarios for the Senate. These are the Senate seats that are in play tonight. And I just want to play through a couple of different scenarios here because Republicans basically have 46 safe seats, Democrats 42. Democrats playing a lot more defense. If the Republicans are able to hold Florida, hold Texas with Senator Ted Cruz, and hold Nebraska, they're at 49. You need 50 if you also have the presidency to control the Senate. West Virginia, the Democrats are almost certain to give that to the Republicans with the retirement of Senator Joe Manchin. That alone could be enough if Donald Trump wins the presidency. But even if he does not, there's still a bunch of opportunities. The Democrats would have to hold all of the other seats that we're looking at right here. That includes places including Montana with John Tester on the ballot and Ohio, both states where Donald Trump is heavily favored to win at the top of the ticket.
No question. A lot of eyes on that Montana and Ohio Senate race. Rick Klein, such a pleasure to have you here with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anna.
I now want to bring in our Democratic governor of North Carolina.
Okay, let me bring back Steve at the Magic Wall. I love Steve Connection. Might I find us some other sources to look at? I put a poll up, y'all. Yes, I did. I'm the poll lady. Who do you think will win? My nerves is back. I got to go through this. I got candy.
Okay, so as we said, we expect a ton to come in here, and what's supposed to happen is all of the early vote. That includes vote by mail and in-person early voting that's been going on the last few weeks. All of that needs to be reported out by all of these counties in the first hour. So what we're seeing so far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report that incrementally because it's varying what we're getting. But I'll tell you, I talked about, if you were watching earlier, what we call, or I call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area. In two counties there, this is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have substantial vote in right now. One of them right here is Douglas County. And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. And again, that is probably all of the early vote that was cast here. Now, to put this in some perspective, Harris basically beating Trump 2-1. This is one of these counties where the population's been growing. It's been diversifying, sort of an emerging suburb. It's now, the population's now about half black. It's a place Republicans used to win. Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won this 62-37. He won by 25. Currently, Harris is about 32.5 up on Trump. The key question here, and this is going to be the key question in Georgia as we start to get these big batches around the state. What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican friendly. It's going to be the election day vote, the people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020, that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6 Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this moved? How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story sort of statewide. If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population dense immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically. Look at this. It was a battleground in 2012. Donald Trump came along, lost it by 10. Biden 25, now 32 for Harris. Democrats in all these counties, these 9 counties right around Atlanta, this is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other 2 counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high income, high college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along, look at that Republican margin drop, look at it drop further. Democrats want to be flipping this county tonight. We only have 6%. We need a lot more vote here, but this one we're going to keep looking at because I think it's a test for more broadly how the night might be going for Democrats in Georgia. Just taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80% of the vote. Trump just does not want to have slippage of, 2-3 points even in these places from what he got in 2020. So let's just take a look here. Again, this is relatively small, but this is, okay, Trump got 81.3 in 2020. He's at 80.3 right now. This is the early vote from Union County. Remember, one of these things that we saw in Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant to vote early, to vote by mail in 2020. Really embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early vote that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again, if the remaining 15 or so percent from Union is more Republican than what's come out, Trump could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state. And if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, with Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just clicking. Here you go.
What came out of our data. We did nothing to make that happen. I'm a big believer of keeping my dirty fingers off the data. So we did it the way we did it when he won in our final poll twice in 2 election cycles. Very same method.
He said you're an enemy of his. I clearly that's not the case. You have had polls in the past which have shown that Hillary Clinton wasn't going to do as well in Iowa as a lot of people thought. So you have been, delivered news which has upset Democrats and upset Republicans and people all over the map in the past.
Right, without favor toward one side or the other. I think that the best news I can deliver, and this is true of my non-election related clients, the best news I can deliver is my best shot at what's true. Because then you know what you're working with, and you can make adjustments as you need to. But I can't see that there's any advantage to me or my career in messing with the numbers to make it look a particular way. There's no upsides.
Yeah. I want to bring in John and David Axelrod because they all know you and respect you, and I know they want to ask you questions. John, I know you've been reading through the poll. What sticks out to you? And feel free to ask Andrew, whatever you'd like.
Yeah, quick piece of history first. This is the 2020 map. Let's just bring out Iowa, and you say, a lot of people out there probably saying, oh, come on, that can't be possible. Look at that big Trump win in 2020 and look at this big Trump win in 2016. But you have Mr. Axelrod at the table as well. It is possible. It is possible. It's been a while, but Iowa voted overwhelmingly for Obama in 2012 and 2000. as well. The people of Iowa follow the news, and there are a lot of independents in Iowa. Here's what I want to pop up for Ann, and as I bring it up right now, I just want to say, despite what the former president just said, I've known Ann for a long time, and I've known her work for a long time. She's one of the best in the business, Anderson, and she's absolutely right. The data is what the data is, and you report the data, and then you talk about it. So here's interesting, Ann, in your poll among female voters in Iowa. Overall, a 20-point gap, 56 to 36%, number one. And now I want to bring up, independents. You're always looking late in the campaign. Where are the independents going, right? If the Democrats are loyal to their candidate, the Republicans are loyal to theirs, where are the independents going? These are independent female voters in Iowa. Look at that. Wow, 57 to 29. My question for you, Ann, would be, why? The 6-week abortion ban in Iowa took place a couple months ago. Trump has been...
which are the battleground states. And remember, you don't have to win all of them. Biden won 6 out of 7. The only state amongst the battlegrounds that he lost was North Carolina, but he won all the other 6 battleground states. So she doesn't need to win all of them. All she needs to win are the 3 big ones, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If she wins those 44 electoral, then she's home and dry. She gets to the 270 mark. But Donald Trump, he has to win. Like I said, he has multiple options. He has to win the Sun Belt. If he wins North Carolina and Georgia and Arizona, where he's been leading by over 2 points for the last couple of weeks now, those 3 states, then he just needs to win one of Michigan or Pennsylvania. And it's quite possible that he would be, as opposed to Harris, who has to win all 3 for her path to 270.
Right, Zaka, hi, this is Avantika, and what a grueling and polarizing campaign it has been. And it's just a few moments from now when those states will be called in. We've already gotten the initial inputs about how Kentucky has gone. Trump's...
Brad Raffensperger is his name, Secretary of State. I have to tell you, never in the history of elections has an individual been more determined that it would not be messed with. The count in Georgia to be underpinned by integrity. We turned up, and as you'll know, when you're foreign media here, it's often difficult to get access. You are at the back of the queue. But Brad Raffensperger had time for everybody. Come in, he said. We went into his office, and he reeled off the measures that they would take to ensure fairness and an authoritative vote. And the last thing he said was, look, if anyone's got any concerns, any doubt about what's going on here, give me a call. You've got my number. It's been made public. Call. If there's any suggestion of fraud, call Brad, he said. So there you go. That's the kind of mood in Georgia, with a view to what was almost a prediction of troubles on the night. We'll see how these pan out in due course. But certainly, in terms of the prep down in that state, then that was underpinned pretty tight.
Okay, James, thank you very much. And as you can see, 4.5 minutes until the polls close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, North Carolina, another crucial battleground state. But let's go back to Lewis, who has some updates for us from Florida. Now, polls have closed in some parts of Florida, Lewis, not statewide, but you've got some results that have been made available.
Yes, Ella, they count their votes very quickly down in Florida. We can see there 59% of the vote already in. Donald Trump on 53.3%. We were saying before, weren't we? This is a state that used to be extremely swingy, extremely purple. Barack Obama won it twice, of course. George W. Bush famously won it by an absolute hair's breadth in 2000, went all the way to the Supreme Court. But it has been trending Republican, really, in the era of Trump. It is, of course, the home of Donald Trump now. And you can see with 59% of the vote in, just changing even there, the former president going up by 0.1%, 53.4% versus 45.7, which is overperformance on his what he got in 2020. And indeed, really, really interesting. I said before, didn't I, that I'd be keeping a very close eye on what is going on in Miami-Dade, right in the southern tip of Florida, which has been a Democratic stalwart county ever since 1988. The last Republican to carry this county was George H.W. Bush in the landslide year of 1988. Well, look at this, 70% of the vote in, big Latino Hispanic community in Miami-Dade. Donald Trump is currently leading in this state by this county, I should say, by a margin of 92,500. Joe Biden won the state by 10 points or so, 8 points or so. Back in 2020. Yes, it has been long-time trend Republicans. Recently, it's 26. Hillary Clinton got 63.7% of the vote here, but it looks like Donald Trump is on course potentially to probably win Miami-Dade, if not at least run it extremely close indeed. And I think generally you can see in more Latino, Hispanic parts of the state, Donald Trump is doing pretty well. If you compare to more traditional elements of his coalition, this is Sumter County here. This is the oldest county, the biggest population of over 65s of any county in the United States. You can see here we've got 95% of the vote in here, so virtually all of the votes still are in now. And you can see Donald Trump is on 68.4% versus 67.9% last time, so he's doing a bit better with this much whiter, older county, but not vastly better as he's doing in places with more Hispanics. And we can see that mirrors exactly in the adjoining areas as well. Citrus County there, of course, 70.1%, exactly what he got before in 2020. Look at Pasco County again, doing 0.5% better. These are all along big retirement villages, massive retirement communities along the west coast of Florida. So I think we won't probably be long, I suspect, before we see Florida called with its 30 electoral votes. Remember, it's the third biggest prize on the board this evening. Absolutely key building block for Donald Trump. It's not a surprise, but he's doing pretty well in his adopted home state of Florida.
Lewis, thank you very much indeed. Just keep an eye on the strap at the bottom there, about a minute and a half to North Carolina polls closing. Jerry, you were talking just earlier about Florida.
Yeah.
What do you make of what's going on down there?
Just exactly what I said before. I mean, as Lewis says, the state has been trending towards the Republicans now. It was the traditional swing state, the biggest swing state. Trump won it relatively comfortably in 2020, and clearly he's going to win it again tonight. And again, those 2 points, the Hispanic vote, he's doing really well among, it's interesting that he's increasing his vote. Florida, even more than he is among the white heavy counties. And the second point I made earlier, which is that he may be building up a big majority in a place like Florida, meaning that he's wasting votes, if you like, because he could have a million margin in Florida, which would mean again that he'll do well in the national vote, but he may not be doing as well in the electoral vote as that advantage for Republicans has traditionally been.
And unless that pattern is replicated in places where it does matter. I mean, the Latino vote is really important, and the reason that they are leaning in greater numbers towards the Republicans is because they are socially conservative, but also about immigration, which may seem odd, but they came to America in a legal way, and they're fed up with people coming over the border illegally.
So when you hear that music,
that means be quiet.
You just have a look at you have a look at the clock, and it's a good indicator.
I'm excited about this one.
It's a good indicator that we should all be quiet.
Well, it's 12:30 in the UK and 7:30 in the evening here, and polls are about to close in North Carolina, another of the battleground states tonight. And as we've been reporting, 16 electoral college votes in North Carolina. There are 37 electoral college votes up for grabs here, Ohio and West Virginia as well. But Mark Stone, North Carolina, another one of these crucial swing states that Donald Trump, it was the only one in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won of the battleground states.
Yeah. And I mean, this is a really important
Thank you,
one.
New Black. I'm so damn nervous. I don't know that name.
Written about how when Biden stepped down, took over, the race was overturned. Suddenly it became neck and neck very quickly, and North Carolina for the Democrats came into play. I spoke to some Harris campaign officials who were drafted in, old hands from previous campaigns, drafted into North Carolina and other states to see what they could do. Less than a week ago, they were very optimistic about how things were going there. Maybe they would say that anyway, but they seem pretty optimistic that she has a chance in North Carolina. If she wins that, this is a don't go to bed moment. If she wins North Carolina, then this gets very, very interesting for the Democrats.
It's too early to call at the moment, but we can call West Virginia. I think is no great surprise there. increasingly solid Republican state.
There's
Trump
a
won by
Senate
42.
race here as well.
Is there?
In West Virginia.
But Trump won by 42 points over Hillary Clinton in 2016, 39 points over Biden. So it's about as red.
Yeah,
as
North Carolina will be another state where there,
as it
again,
gets.
could be legal issues because, of course, Western North Carolina was devastated by Hurricane Helene just less than 2 months ago. A lot of people having trouble. I mean, it could cut both ways, actually. A lot of people saying Trump supporters who typically dominate that part of the state will sort of crawl over broken glass, let alone just devastated communities to get to vote. But again, if it's very, very close, and if there's evidence that some people in the western part of the state were unable to vote, didn't get their ballot papers or whatever, it's going to be another of these issues. If it's very close.
Presidents get into trouble with
not to extend the registration period there. They shut it down in spite of all the devastation that we saw from that storm. It's a bit surprising because buildings were flattened, and yet they would not give the folks an opportunity to register.
Yeah, I covered that a few weeks ago, but it was devastating. What was also interesting was the disinformation that came out pretty quickly. You know, as you said, Jerry, it's a very Republican area. And Donald Trump was claiming that the federal authorities, Biden, was not doing anything to help. What was interesting to me going there was that the
called North Carolina. See what it look like. Hold on. Y'all remember I was posting about this very thing she's talking about on the wall? Remember I was talking about geopolitical? That's when I was talking about foreign policy and stuff. Oh my gosh. Hey. Stop the count. Fucking asshole. That's what I'm doing like that, man. Oh, yeah, that for sure. This is this. Oh, These people out. Oh, please, please, just let me stay. At least this is yeah. Okay.
There's Erie. Look how close it was. in 2020. But the winner goes on to win the White House, right? And then you come over here. Pam just mentioned Northampton County, which is right along the Jersey border right here. Been there a few times in this campaign, part of our All Over the Map project, a great group of voters there. And again, look how close it was in Northampton County. She mentioned long voting lines there. I talked to one of our voters earlier today by text who said she was confident that Harris could pull it out, but that's a bellwether there. That's Pennsylvania. Now let's come back to 2024 and see what we have on the map. At the moment, we told you this early on, the vice president is leading in battleground Ohio. Not much of a battleground anymore. This is a reliably red state. So just take this. It's 20% estimated reporting. You'd rather be ahead than behind. But remember, we told you, some states you're going to see a lot of early votes first, and then you get election day voting. So always good to be ahead, but it's only 20%. And the expectation by the end of the night is Ohio turns back to red, but we want to look at the votes. To be fair to the former president, earlier tonight, I talked about Hamilton County, Indiana, a suburban county just north of Indianapolis, where the vice president was leading when we were in the 50%. We're above 62% now, still very competitive. Still could be a sign that she's competitive in Republican-leaning suburbs, but Donald Trump is taking the lead in Hamilton County, Indiana, which of course is a red state already in his electoral map column. Let's just check in on the Commonwealth of Virginia, and then we'll move south. Again, if you're Harris, Joe Biden had a 10-point win here, right? If you want to recreate the 2020 map, you want the states to come out roughly like they did then, only at 22%, but right now she's in the ballpark for a 10-point win. We'll keep an eye on that. If you get that 10-point win there, the question is, can you carry it over? This has always been Democrats' frustration. How do we get Virginia, but we can't get North Carolina? Demographically, they're very similar. Research triangle, younger voters, more black voters. Right now, the vice president has the lead, but again, we are very early on in the state of North Carolina, 59%. Just want to go back and look for comparison. 126,000 votes, she has the lead. Why do we know we're going to be at this a while? It's going to take about 2.7, 2.8 million to win the state. So we have a long way to go here. Let's just take one more look at battleground Georgia before we get to the top of the hour, and we're going to start to see votes coming in. It's time to do some serious math at the top of the hour. Donald Trump leading at the moment, 182,000 votes ahead, but only about a third of the vote counted, and not much in yet from the Atlanta suburban area. But Jake, in the hour ahead, a lot of votes.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia, the biggest round of poll closings all night. A whopping 171 electoral votes at stake, including 19 in Pennsylvania, the battleground that could decide the presidential election. And let's bring you some CNN projections. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected. CNN projects will win the state of Tennessee, as expected, with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are two more projections for Trump. Alabama, CNN can project, will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. We have some projections for Kamala Harris as well. CNN projects that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, with its 11 electoral votes, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. CNN can project that Maryland, as expected, with its 10 electoral votes, will go to Kamala Harris. And CNN can project that the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, can go to Kamala Harris. Here are the states where the polls just closed, where we are not prepared to make a projection. They include Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. No projection in any of those states. Here is the electoral vote count at this hour. Donald Trump has 90 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them has approached that number yet. Key race alert for you now in the big battlegrounds. North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead there with 51.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with an 11,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 5% of the estimated vote count. It's still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 54.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.6% of the vote. That's with a third of the vote in Georgia. That's 33% of the estimated vote. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 54.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a healthy 115,000 plus vote lead. That's with a quarter of the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 25%. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 55.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 9,517 vote lead. That's with only a 10% of the estimated vote counted in the state of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Kamala Harris in the lead there, 54.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 44.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 144,000 plus vote lead in Ohio. That's with a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote in the state of Ohio. John King?
Jake, we said this early in the program. We're going to say it again because caution is the operative word here. Sometimes the map early in the night, and we are still early in the night, even though we're moving on a little bit. Sometimes the map looks a little different. Sometimes it looks a lot different than it might look at the end of the night or the end of the count. In the states, it takes a day or two. I say that because at the moment you see Texas is blue. Texas is most unlikely. Rule out nothing, but Texas is most unlikely to be blue at the end of our count. At the moment, the vice president's leading 61% to 38%, but it's just 5% of the Texas vote, and as you can see, it's all from the Dallas area right there. So we have a long way to go in Texas. Also, a Senate race there we'll be keeping an eye on, but that one's not going to happen right there. We have our first votes. Look at that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
All right, so these are just the initial information coming in. It's too soon to call these elections. It's probably going to take a long time now, but the initial information that we're getting in is Trump winning Indiana and Kentucky, Harris taking Vermont as the first polls close in the U.S. presidential race. We just got to CNN. In fact, they are predicting that Tennessee, Florida, Missouri, Alabama, and Oklahoma are going to Trump way. Let me go straight across now to Zaka Jacob. He joins us for the latest. Zaka, what is it that you're hearing? It's going to be a long night now with most of the states still going through the polling and a lot of people coming out there. What do you make of the huge turnout? What does that signify, Zaka, with such a huge turnout of people coming out there and a very energized group who are coming out there to vote the next president of the United States of America?
Well, generally when there is...
Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta. And we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. And again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger and bigger margins election after election. They want that trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop. They don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same day vote here still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71 is a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a lot of Fayette County in right here. And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This would be progress for Democrats. There's still more vote to come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same day vote. That's the more Republican friendly still to come here. So is this as good as the picture is going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest, Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it, but relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door. Yep. 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 Yep.
That's correct. I'm not.
Yes, absolutely. So again, we want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the ex-urban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them in sort of South and in mid-state Georgia. There's a number of counties with they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020. With almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 in, very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only 2, but that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is, about 1.2 million people, the inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, only about 700 votes there. So really the 2 big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is, And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again, yep. Yep, I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way, let's take a look here at Michigan. And we've got, oh, look at this, two biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good. Yep. Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour, most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, you know, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. You know, cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they have given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And, of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in. And we move to the Tar Heel State. Now, about 10% in here in North Carolina. And again, you see that the Harris advantage. I'm just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, you know, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, you know, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. Yeah, I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a. Let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. It is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, you know, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but it's starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Election day, that she will be able to close that gap. Where will she be trying to do that? We've already talked about it loads tonight. What is going on around Atlanta? Fulton County in Atlanta, 72% of the vote now in. How is she doing by comparison to Joe Biden? She's doing nearly as well as Joe Biden did, but about a percentage point down by comparison to then. Cobb County, how's she doing? She's doing, again, a little bit better in that case. DeKalb County, she's doing well. There's only 0% ins there so far. Gwinnett County, only 1% in. So Democrats will be looking at what's going on in Atlanta with some optimism, perhaps, as she seems to be doing okay by comparison to how Joe Biden did, but being a little bit worried about what's happening in Virginia, Mark.
Lewis, thank you very much indeed. Let's go straight to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, for us tonight. And I gather, Dominic, there's about to be some sort of news conference?
Yeah, a couple of things happening here, Mark. One is that the in-person voting is now over, ended about 20 minutes ago. So the memory sticks from the voting machines in the various polling stations around Philadelphia and across Pennsylvania will be coming to places like this, vote counting stations under police escort. Those are sticks that have collected the information from those voting machines. Obviously, the paper ballots will obviously make their way here as well, but it will give them early indications as to where the vote has gone. That adds to the burden of those hundreds of vote counters who are in this huge building behind me, one of the many vote counting warehouses dotted across Pennsylvania. They've been counting the mail-in ballots all day. But we are also expecting a press conference from Larry Krasner, the Philadelphia District Attorney, who last night issued a pretty stark warning, not mincing his words, saying to anybody who plans to interfere with the elections in the city of love, Philadelphia, he said, bring it on, F around and find out what we've got planned for you, saying that they'll spend the night or several nights in a jail cell. You can have fun in your jail cell, is what he warned anybody who wants to mess around with the election process here. So we're going to hear from him, we expect, in the next 5 minutes or so. And I guess about an hour ago, we also heard from a couple of other election officials, one Republican, one Democrat. They're always bipartisan on these election commissions. And they issued a warning to Donald Trump without really naming him, but saying that all he has been saying tonight in a couple of Truth Social messages, saying that there was a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, also Michigan, in Detroit. They say is totally unfounded. And if anybody's got any problems, they are to come to them with them. But there's no evidence of cheating. They have no idea where this idea has come from that seems to be in Donald Trump's head and no one else's. And we've heard from officials in Detroit saying the same kind of thing. So pushing back pretty firmly, the Philadelphia officials against this talk of fraud and abuse, which is exactly what we heard from Donald Trump 4 years ago, a bit later, I think, in the process. And the problem for officials across Pennsylvania is this is one of the swing states. It's hugely important. It has 19 electoral college votes, but it's also likely to be one of the slower states to declare results because the rules here mean that you can't count mail-in ballots. You can't do anything with them until the morning of election day. You can look at the envelope and you can send them back if there's a problem with the envelope, but you can't open those mail-in ballots. You can only do that on election day. And so they've begun that at 7 this morning, I think, getting them out of the envelopes, flattening them. But there are tens of thousands of mail-in ballots. There was a long wait before we got a result 4 years ago. They're hoping to improve on that. And that's why they bought facilities like this. It was as I say, a Bible printing factory. It's now a huge warehouse processing all those votes. But I don't think they're going to be entirely confident of getting a result tonight. It could be some days to come. And I think their concern is that obviously gives room for people like Donald Trump to play mischief in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominic, thank you very much indeed. And it does look as if there will be some sort of delay in Pennsylvania.
No, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
I think that was to be expected. A few updates that we've got here, which I think are interesting, certainly. It's not just a presidential race. Of course, we know that there is a race for both houses of Congress and in some states a governor race as well. And NBC, our colleagues at NBC have projected that Josh Stein, the Democrat, is to win the governor race in North Carolina. Why am I telling you that? Well, that is interesting. It's not unexpected. It's interesting, though, because there was one massive controversy over the governor race there because the Republican candidate for governor in North Carolina was Mark Robinson. A guy called Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor currently. He was embroiled in a massive scandal.
Up to no good.
Up to no good. He made remarks
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes, fair point. Remarks on an online pornographic site where he self-identified as a perv, called himself a black Nazi. I mean, it was a disaster for Trump because Trump had endorsed him so, so forcefully. So I think he's lost. I mean, that is a projection. He is not going to be the governor of that state. So that's interesting. Briefly, I talk about other things being on the ballot. Legalizing marijuana is on the ballot as well. And in Florida, they have rejected the call to legalize marijuana there. That's on the ballot in, I think, Florida, North Dakota, Nebraska, and South Dakota. So actually, for millions of Americans, profound changes to the marijuana laws are up for debate tonight as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The ballots sometimes in these state elections just go on forever, don't they? I mean, there's several pages, some.
Yeah.
Down to, you know, do you approve of your school playground being,
well, funny enough, you mentioned
relayed or something?
Funny enough, you mentioned schools because education and the way our American children are educated has been a really massive talking point. Lewis mentioned Loudoun County in Virginia a little while ago. It's about 40 miles up the road. I've been there many times, and the school boards in schools across Loudoun County have been on fire over the course of the past few years over the issue of wokeness in schools and how children are taught there. And I think it was really interesting that, as Lewis said, Harris appears to be doing worse than Biden in Loudoun County. That will be good news for Trump.
Yeah, I was going to, we'd try in a second and talk to Lewis about this gender gap, but because it's interesting, because NBC News exit poll, our affiliate's exit poll, is talking about this, you know, the gender gap holding pretty steady, according to the poll. Currently, women are breaking for Harris by a 12-point margin. 55 to 43. Meanwhile, men are breaking for Trump by a 9-point margin, 53 to 44.
Hey, honey.
And that 21-point gender gap, pretty similar to what was seen in 2020 and 2016.
About a week ago, I was talking to Democratic Party officials in Pennsylvania who were very excited by the fact that a lot of new female Democratic voters, young women who were registered as Democrats, had started to vote early, which was good news for them in Pennsylvania. But conversely, in Arizona, a lot of new first-time voters who were young men, Republican registered, were voting. So you could see how, you know, once upon a time you could clearly see within a state how it was going to go. Now it's sort of like different counties are profoundly different within each state.
Yeah. Jerry, I mean, do you think this this gender gap, I mean, it's obviously a real thing. And we were just interrupted our conversation. I mean, do you think it bothers Trump, or do you think the women thing? And because he hasn't made much attempt to win the women's vote, has he? Or what did he say? He said, "I'd protect them whether they like it or not."
I don't honestly think it can. I think Trump. I don't think anything really concerns Trump. I don't think he really regards things as, you know, a political problem. I think he's very absorbed with himself. He thinks about himself as, you know, a kind of world historic figure. And if he wins an election, he wins an election. And he would say, look, I'm making incredible inroads among Hispanics, which he clearly is. You know, if those exit poll numbers are right, he's getting over 20% maybe of black, 25% of black men, which would be an extraordinary number if that's true. Again, very big if, but if it's true. And he'll just say, look, you know, I've got this enormous, and by the way, white women are voting for him. It's close, but they're sort of by a narrow margin, they're voting for him. I think he would say, look, I'm building this big coalition and, you know, people love me.
You go.
Sorry, go ahead. We are going to bring in some latest news that's come in that we can project results for Arkansas. And again, as we were saying, it's not an error when you see that 0%. There are people working behind the scenes, you know, giving us a sense of who is going to win, and no surprises there. Donald Trump, projected winner of Arkansas.
Republican in 10 of 13 recent elections, and only 3 times went blue. 2 of those would be with Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton, of course, favorite son.
Forget that now the governor is Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who used to be the press secretary. So she also led a big effort to make sure that he, not only that he won, but that he won by a large margin this time.
Well, we're going to have another Donald Trump former press secretary on the program a little later in Short Spicer.
Look forward to that. The former First Lady, though, didn't do so well in Arkansas. Hillary Clinton. Trump, I see here, got almost double her vote in 2016, so she didn't do so well.
She had long left Arkansas behind by then, and she couldn't make up her mind then whether she was from Illinois or New York, if you remember that.
I thought you were going to say she had long left Bill Clinton behind. That's a whole other thing. Yeah, but
Bill Clinton's been an interesting figure in this election. The extent to which they have wheeled him out, the old guard of the Democratic Party. I mean, do you both think that he could have been used more?
No, I don't. I mean, Bill Clinton, I don't think he's been very effective at all, actually. I think he's quite old now, and he is quite frail, actually. It's quite striking when I know people very close to him have been concerned about him, being out there for long hours. He does have, he has some sort of fairly plain physical, obvious sort of physical weaknesses now. So that hasn't been very good. And he's also been, he's in a way, Clinton's almost too sort of thoughtful. So he's been kind of a little bit off message on things like Israel. He's been, one of his speeches just in the last week, he gave a long talk about, how the Palestinians have rejected peace deal after deal after deal, and in Michigan exactly, which wasn't really probably what that audience in Michigan, in Dearborn, Michigan wanted, which is a heavily Arab American.
That backfired in quite a big way, actually.
I mean, I don't think Clinton's been. I don't think.
But it is important that at least the Democrats can pull from their former presidents and their former vice presidents to come out and be surrogates.
Well, like
I can't say at all that Donald Trump can. In fact, his own vice president has rejected his candidacy and spoken out against him. So I think, although Bill Clinton is not the most effective surrogate, he is at least a surrogate who's willing to speak and say positive things about the candidate.
Well, of the other former presidents, we know that Jimmy Carter, who is still alive and is down in Plains, Georgia, he voted an early vote
from hospice. He did.
Yeah, remarkable. But interestingly, George W. Bush, he has not been vocal at all. There was a weird rumor, and I have no idea to what extent it was ever possible, but there were suggestions he'd turn up at the Democratic National Convention. He didn't, but he's been quiet.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry to butt in there, but I mean, one of the more remarkable things is that Joe Biden has been, he is still the incumbent Democratic president, and he has been mostly invisible for the reason that whenever he pops up, it's a disaster. And it's
but that's why he's not the nominee. We know that he has these little fluffs
Well,
that he
speaking
does.
of Joe Biden, let's bring in a result from Delaware.
Yeah, no great surprise either, because it's another one of these northeastern sort of state, which it was Democratic, and as the result shows there, 3 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and this is a state where Joe Biden was first elected to the Senate in 1973. He was a young senator, 30 years old, and I don't know if he's in Delaware now watching the night unfold, or he's in the White House.
I wonder how he's feeling tonight.
I'd be curious to know
There
that
was
as
some
well.
statements that came out to say.
Already, so it's 8:30. I mean,
Listen, if
there
I
were
weren't
some
on air, I'd
statements
be
saying that he was going to quietly watch the results this evening.
Yeah.
On Sky News, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. So let's catch up. Let's catch up with what we know results-wise, and have a look at the big one we know so far, Florida, 30 electoral college votes, and that goes to Donald Trump with actually quite a surprisingly large majority. Trump won 2016 by 1 percentage point, 2020 by about 3 percentage points. I mean, that's...
Well, but there was no money really spent in Florida, let's be real. They didn't put a lot of effort in trying to flip Florida. So, I mean, in all fairness, there was no money spent. There are no major ads, and there's no ground game there. Okay, so this is not surprising.
Florida's just trending red. I mean, Ron DeSantis won re-election 2 years ago with 60% of the Senate vote. Trump's going to be approaching that, because I'm guessing still a lot of the outstanding vote is probably from the Panhandle in the Northwest, which is pretty heavily Republican. So he could end up with a 14, 15-point lead in Florida. By the way, an interesting example of how the polls got that wrong. They had, the good polling in Florida. It's a big state, supposedly good polling. I think the average had Trump up maybe 6 or 7 points. He could end up winning it by 15.
Yeah, I mean, fascinating, as you say, because it's not that we were surprised by the result of Florida, but what some of the trends were
Those
that gave you an idea
yeah.
of what may be happening in other parts of the country. Lewis was talking to us about that a little earlier. We will go to him in a moment. But let's have a look at some more results, and let's have a look at Massachusetts with 11 electoral votes. And as we were saying earlier, very comfortably their projected winner, Kamala Harris.
Be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, is just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats, give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county. This is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016, and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County. This is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020? Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here. And there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now, very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
One man, girl, now listen here. You want to become North Carolina, Lord have mercy. I come there and stay, huh? If you been in North Carolina, I know. I know. I need you to do social media. I can have no problem with that. So I can keep working. Girl, are you gonna put it on the social media? Yeah, I got to do. I got an Instagram, but I got to post it so people can see it. Right. That's how in January I got to start doing it. I just sent you a fan. I made this lady. She was 76, and I put her picture on this fan. But I do like for the seniors when they graduate and stuff from school, grads and all that kind of stuff. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. This is too nice. Tree, this is too nice. You gotta be kidding me. This is wait a minute. It's a fan, it curls up. Yeah, well the design is like a scroll shape. So it don't. It's a scroll fan, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So that's just not the picture. It's actually curled up. Mm-hmm. Girl, well, no, the picture when I did it in Canva, it is curled. I can't explain. I understand. Martha, that's nice. I know you be trying to mind. You stay small. You don't have to explain that. You know if I get involved, that
has resonated with young people, especially in a state like Carolina, because North Carolina, because of course they do have that research triangle, the tech hub, where there are universities, there is a lot of young people who live there as well. And, you know, the Harris campaign is expecting to tap into that for themselves.
You know, I think that there's obviously going to be some of the young voters that are going to be going towards Kamala Harris, but I think that it speaks a lot, and I think that it resonated with me and a lot of my fellow young Republicans, probably also independents as well. I do have independent friends that have said that they weren't initially supporting Trump, but the pick of J.D. Vance was something that helped dissuade them in Trump's direction, especially after they actually watched the vice presidential debate and actually got to hear from him himself versus what the media was saying as him being weird or whatever they wanted to say about him. I think that we saw quite the contrary when it came to his actual performance on the debate stage. But also, J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance, is a young Republican member from Ohio, and I think that that speaks a lot to what Trump is trying to do as far as what the legacy of the Republican Party and what his vision is after him, because obviously 4 years from now, it's not going to be President Trump that's going to be on the ballot. And so somebody that is young and actually putting somebody that is young as somebody that is his running mate, I think speaks a lot more than just paying lip service to the young Americans as far as what you want to do and how you care about them versus actually putting somebody as his running mate who is a young Republican to be able to advocate for what we're all feeling.
I just wonder, as a young woman, what about abortion and women's freedoms? Can you support a man who rejoices at Roe v. Wade being overturned?
You know, I'm a limited government person, and so for me, and I think that this should speak to people who are somebody who's a young person, a young woman who is more of a pro-choice person. They should also be wanting to look at it as a states' rights issue, not necessarily a federal ban. And Trump has openly said numerous times, and so has J.D. Vance, that they are not in favor of a federal ban on abortion. And so to me, him saying those things, that doesn't bother me. I'm actually happy that it's going to the states because honestly, California and what they want as far as their abortion policy is going to be very different than what you see in Texas with their heartbeat bill or with North Carolina even. And so I think that it actually allows for women to have their voice heard in a more direct way when it comes to actually voting in people in your state legislature who can actually pass bills on abortion, whether that be more restrictive or whether that be less restrictive. And you can choose who those people are that advocate for you directly versus having somebody at the top level making that decision for everybody. And I think it's very short-sighted, I think, for the pro-choice people that are our age, that are young women that are looking at this issue as their issue as to why they're not supporting Trump. It's very short-sighted because if you have somebody down the line who actually is, because again, Trump is not saying that he's going to be passing a federal ban, but hypothetically, the exact same thing on their side. So I think that it is better for everybody involved in the United States of America. Something that we're going to be all able to live with is something where you can choose at the state level as to what those policies look like.
Catherine, thank you very much for joining us here on the program.
Thank you.
Let's go straight to Lewis now, because, of course, he is at his magic wall, and you've got some more results. You're looking at some of the counting. I think you're looking at the latest from Florida.
Not Florida in this case, Yella. No, I'm going to look at Virginia, not a state that we expected to be spending much time looking at this evening, which is a very bad sign indeed for the Harris campaign. Have a look at this. Donald Trump is currently ahead in Virginia. He's ahead in Virginia by 2,700 votes. 49.1 versus 49. Now, remember, this is a state that Biden won by 10 points in 2020. Now, there's 54% of the vote still to come, and a lot of that vote will likely break for Harris. It's urban, it's mail-in, and so on. But even with the counties still in, Trump shouldn't be doing that well. There is no path, really, to a presidential victory for Kamala Harris without Virginia's 13 electoral votes. It just shouldn't be on the board. To be fair, Donald Trump has said throughout the campaign that he thought he could win Virginia or be competitive in Virginia. He campaigned in the last few days there to the mocking of several people, to be honest, including myself. But here we are. He is being reasonably competitive in that state. But as I say, I think that will, in the end, go to Kamala Harris, but it is not a great sign that for her, particularly in those wealthier counties. Actually, let's just have another look at that just to remind you. It's all about Loudoun County here. This is a wealthy suburb of Washington, effectively, in the northeast of the state. Again, it is a county that Biden won absolutely handily, crushingly in 2020. Again, Kamala Harris is going to win that state, but she's a good 6 or 7 points down on where Biden was in 2020, and nearly all of the vote is in there. Let's have a look around. Let's have just a gander around the rest of the map, see where we are. North Carolina, 26% of the vote are now in, 53 to 45. It's too really early to talk about anything there definitively. In Georgia, we've now got 64% of the vote in. Donald Trump is up 52 to Kamala Harris's 47. Again, there's still quite a lot of vote outstanding, and a lot of vote outstanding in particular in these suburbs around Atlanta. We've still got quite a lot to come in from DeKalb. We've still got quite a lot to come in Fulton, 72%. Again, Kamala Harris is doing just about as well, more or less as Biden did, maybe a little bit worse, doing better in Cobb and so on. And if we could just have a look at, let's have a look here now as well, at what's going on in Texas, not a state that is going to be competitive. Donald Trump is going to win Texas, but again, it will give us some idea about what's going on in terms of the Hispanic vote and so on. We can see 57% of the vote in, 52.9 to 52. We can see Kamala Harris, again, doing about a percentage point worse than Joe Biden did in 2020. So she's holding her own, but is generally down in most places. We can certainly say that. I think what we can say from these results, Mark, Ayalda, is that at the very start of the night, we were talking about the possibility, could there be a Kamala Harris blowout, particularly in the Sun Belt and so on. I think that is looking unlikely. I think more and more, as we're seeing from this results, that Kamala Harris is going to be dependent, if she's going to pull off a win, on what is going on in the Rust Belt, the traditional Democratic blue wall states. Let's have a look at what's going on in Pennsylvania. We've got 13% of the vote in there so far. I mean, it's not enough to really say anything either way. Just to kind of give a slightly more sort of global picture, though, let's have a look. So many of the counties we can see, there's still a third of the vote to go, half of the vote to go, whatever it happens to be. There are about 200 or so, just over 200 counties where we've got over 90% of the vote in. So we can do a pretty accurate like-for-like comparison with 2020 to 2024 and look at the swing. And look at this, you have to say, of the 220 or so counties where we have over 90% of the vote, Trump is up in 203 of them. So compared to Kamala Harris being up in 15 of them. So one way or the other, again, it doesn't say anything definitive. There are hundreds, thousands of counties still to come in throughout the United States. And it could be that most of these will be more rural, sparsely populated counties. So they will trend towards Trump. But it is clear that the former president, I should say, is holding his own.
Lewis, thank you so much. I just want to pick up on what Lewis was saying there, actually, about Virginia, because, Mark, we were joking just yesterday, but, you know, it's not so much about the states that will go quickly. That doesn't really say much. It's where states that should comfortably go to one candidate or the other. We start to see things like what we're seeing now in Virginia. And as Lewis said, I mean, there's still 50% of the votes to be counted. The fact that it still looks quite neck and neck.
Yeah, is there a pattern emerging? Answer potentially yes. I think, you know, half an hour, three-quarters of an hour ago, I think the Democrats would have been really hoping that what we're seeing play out in Florida, where Donald Trump is doing better than perhaps it had been expected. I mean, he was going to win it, of course. Was that localized, or is that something more widespread? It's looking as though it's more widespread. In simple terms, Kamala Harris needed to do better than Joe Biden was doing 4 years ago in these states, because she needed to make up the numbers, and it looks like she's not.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, something that we're going to be watching quite carefully, because it's those sorts of trends. I mean, again, it's still early in the night, still a lot of speculation. We saw Georgia there and North Carolina, still too early to call at this stage. But it's fascinating what we're seeing developing.
I think what Lewis said is exactly right, which is that hope that the Democrats had that she might be able to pick off, say, North Carolina, maybe Georgia. We'll see. We've got the Western Sunbelt states in the West to go still, Nevada and Arizona. We'll see about that. But the hope that she might be able to pick off one of those, so making her dependency on the northern blue wall less. I think that is steadily fading. Very strong Trump performance in the South. We've now seen Florida, possibly in Georgia, Virginia, as Lewis points out. So you know, her path to victory, it's early, very, very early days. No one in any way should start predicting, but her path to victory is narrowing, and it's narrowing probably to those three northern states.
Don't forget, though,
and Pennsylvania is looking increasingly important.
Yeah, and don't forget.
I think it's a little premature to say that it's narrowing to the point where they would be extraordinarily concerned. She always knew that she would have a battle, and states like Texas was never projected that way, just because the margins in Florida were so large. I mean, like you stated, DeSantis won by big margins. We will start to see as we move north whether or not their campaign was effective at getting out key voters. I just think that we should just wait a bit and see before having any kind of
No, absolutely, of course, because we're just exploring the potential scenarios of the path and, you know, the dependency on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin that she has, hoping to gain something either in North Carolina or Georgia, which would eliminate that dependency.
Talking of Michigan,
let's go to Michigan.
We've only got a few minutes to the 3 minutes, exactly.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Yusra El-Baghir is in Detroit, in Michigan.
You know,
and,
don't put me, don't
we're
get
gonna,
me
Are we going to Arizona as well? We're not going to go to Arizona as well. We're just going to go to Yusra. And, Yusra, it's a key state.
It is a key state, Mark, and the nail-biting element of this election has been the war in Gaza and now in Lebanon. It's splintered the Arab community here who don't know who to vote for. Many of them told us that they're voting for Trump just as a protest vote to show their discontent around how the Biden-Harris administration has continued to support Israel. And voters have been split over over the U.S. support of Israel. There are Harris supporters who feel like the support has been too strong, and there are Trump supporters who feel like the support hasn't been strong enough. That's what the exit polling data has kind of shown us or indicated. But we won't be able to know what the projection is until the polls close in 2 minutes. So we're here now in the Democrat Watch Party in downtown Detroit, and this is like a key place because Alyssa Slotkin is running for Senate as the Democratic candidate up against Mike Rogers, Trump's pick for the Republican candidate. People here are excited, they're cheering, they're watching, they're hopeful. But again, what's absent really is that Arab American support today. I mean, Wayne County, where we are in Detroit, is the largest population of Arab Americans in the United States. And again, many of them are abstaining, voting for Jill Stein as a third-party candidate, or voting for Trump just out of sheer desperation as to what the path can be for it. They said they've lived through 4 years of Biden and Harris, and their only option, they feel, is to see what Trump might do in the next 4 years, though it might sound odd to some people who know how kind of close and cozy Trump and Netanyahu are, but it goes to show just how critical Michigan is. There's not only a large number of Arab American voters, there's obviously a huge black population here, and the people we've spoken to from the black community are so elated and so hopeful by the prospect that the first female president of the United States could be a black woman, and that is what we've seen here. African American community, leaders of the African American community, hoping that today they will witness history being made.
Yusra, thank you very much indeed, and we are building up to 2 o'clock in the morning where you are, and it is 9 p.m. here in Washington, and we're about to have a number of states their polls will be closed.
Well, as we were saying, and as we were hearing there from Yusra, one of those key swing states, Michigan, with 15 electoral college votes up for grabs. In total, at this time, with all of these polls closing, 163 electoral college votes are up for grabs, and that includes Arizona with 11, Wisconsin 10, Michigan 15, and a handful of other states that you can see there on your screen, including Texas. And as we were just saying there, Texas has been projected with its 40 electoral college votes to Donald Trump.
Yeah, and North Dakota, Trump is projected to be the winner of North Dakota, and where North Dakota goes, South Dakota goes normally, and
Don't say that to South Dakota.
Well, no. Trump projected to be the winner of South Dakota. Michigan is next, and now, well, ignore them. Yeah, let's catch up a bit, because Trump has projected the winner of Wyoming, not Michigan, but Michigan, too early to call, clearly. As we've just been hearing, that is going to be close.
And of course, Arizona, again, obviously too early to call. Crucial swing state with 11 electoral college votes. Abortion also on the ballot here, as well as a Senate seat. Wisconsin, 10 electoral college votes. Again, too early to call, a crucial swing state. And as we were saying earlier, it's these northern states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, part of the Rust Belt, that was often considered the blue wall. And Donald Trump smashed that blue wall in 2016. Joe Biden was able to gain those back, although they were 3 battleground states in 2020, and just by the smallest of margins, he won in each of those states.
Yeah, and look, I'm really interested in which way Michigan's going to go. I spent a week there the other week, as Yusra has done now. 3 demographics that I think are really important there. The Arab American community, as you say, Dearborn, the cities of Dearborn and Hamtramck are 2 Arab majority cities where the mayor of Hamtramck, who we spoke to, has come out in support of Donald Trump. He has endorsed Donald Trump. And what struck me as being really interesting there is the focus, the headlines are all about Gaza. This is why they want to support, they don't want to support Harris. It's because they're upset about the Biden policy on Gaza, but I found it runs much deeper than that. It is also about social issues. The Arab American community is naturally socially conservative. It was only after 9/11 and the Bush administration that they left the Republican Party and went more Democratic. And since then, they have been predominantly Democratic. But they're worried about so-called woke issues, and they're worried about
for Trump, though. I mean, or do they?
Traditionally, they vote for Trump. Let's not be fooled. Many of these folks were voting for Trump regardless. And I believe that they milked the spotlight because suddenly they had microphones in their mouth when they never did. And they were able to speak up about issues that were important to them. But I think an important question to ask those same folks who are saying, now I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris is, who did you vote for last time? I mean, who were you leaning towards before you had this platform? And the truth of the matter is, many of them were already going to vote for Donald Trump. So I'm not very concerned about them because, as you stated yourself, they had always leaned conservatively. They did not, as a collective group, all move to the left.
Just check on the race. Let's just check in on the race because there it is. As it stands, 154 electoral college votes. Donald Trump 30 to Kamala Harris, and a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on Amaris's point there, again, not a monolithic community.
Of course
not all Arabs are Muslims, not all Muslims are Arabs, but it is an issue that they have highlighted as something that they are concerned about. What I'm curious about, Mark, is how much, Harris's hopes to sort of rally that community, how much that bleeds and they go towards independence, for example, or don't show up at all.
Well, from what we found, many of them were looking towards Trump. And to Omarosa's point, I remember one distinct conversation with a woman who voted for Obama. She voted she actually was a fan of Bernie Sanders. And this year she's voting for Donald Trump. I mean, that's a shift in position. That's in Dearborn, which is, it's Arab American, but it's a little bit more progressive than places like Hamtramck, which are Yemeni American, very, very conservative. But the mayor of Hamtramck is a Democrat mayor, and he's endorsed Donald Trump. So I do think there has been a profound shift, and I think it's about much more than just Gaza. And of course, all that Trump needs to do is bleed away a few voters in such a tight state, and he's got it.
Which is what happened to Hillary Clinton.
Right. The two that did the Democratic primary there, Joe Biden was obviously unopposed, but there was a seat in Michigan. There was a significant support for uncommitted. I think it was 15-16%, which was, an explicit protest vote against the Biden administration's policy towards Israel and Gaza. And you wonder, how many of those, I'm sure, will have come home to vote for Kamala Harris. But you do wonder whether that critical number may have stayed.
Well, but into that uncommitted moment came Donald Trump, and he saw it, and he was like, "I'm going to milk this," and so he did. And he, his daughter Tiffany is married to a Lebanese American whose father is a very wealthy Lebanese American businessman who has been absolutely central to trying to pull over some of these Arab American leaders in the community. They've done a remarkable job there, I think, in trying to persuade them. But I do think that a lot of the young Arab Americans there who were so profoundly concerned about Gaza are going to find themselves bitterly disappointed because, on the tarmac, as Trump arrived in Michigan for one of his visits, he was asked about Netanyahu, and he said, well, I don't think he's going far enough. I think he should be going further. And yet, somehow, they weren't hearing that just down the road in Dearborn.
Yeah, really interesting. And we will also get to the point that you just made there, where we saw, in people who voted for Obama, then for Trump, then back to Biden, and then, who knows where they might go this time around. Let's actually go to Arizona now and speak to our Shingi Marike. Shingi.
Yes, I'm praying. So in the last few minutes, we've seen the polls close here at this polling center in Scottsdale. The group of people behind me cheering. There's campaigners in and around the polling center, obviously trying to encourage people on their presidential ballot, but also the number of measures that are on the ballot here. And so much of our analysis over the course of the evening has been granular because it isn't just about those swing states. It's also about those swing counties. In Maricopa County, where I am, there's 6 in 10 of Arizona's voters are here. It's a county that is larger than some states. So whoever wins here will no doubt need to do well in Maricopa. I've spoken to someone who's already voted in the county. Deb, she's with me. You are a Republican voter, as you can see from your hat. Just first of all, tell us why you voted for Donald Trump and his vision of America.
Well, his policies. We've lived through them for 4 years. And now we've had,
wait a minute.
I'm counting my other map. So really tell the difference. But we had a safe, secure border before. And we had not as much crime. We had low inflation with him, and no wars at all while he was there. And all these broke out as soon as Harris and Biden became president.
And this is a razor-thin election.
But you already know we don't do them. You already know that. Yeah. Like North Carolina, they was looking. He was trying to, say that she might get North Carolina. I always say, North Carolina is hard to turn Democrat. So, I thought so. Right. And I realized that I already got them. Does JT Foster do they have a kids there? Oh, you really don't. honey. Yeah, that's what I do. And then, another thing, and I tell anybody that's in my life, look here, I got a whole bunch of friends, a whole bunch of people that's my family. You got that, they're gonna be in my life. So I don't know what to tell you. They ain't going nowhere. They ain't going nowhere. At least you got the heads up. Yeah. Yeah, but that's not nowhere. Wow. Yeah. You don't know. They may come on a stay over for a weekend, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna say, yeah, that's how we do it. Yep. That's how we do it, huh? You got to do it. I was just nice here for a week. I didn't get Airbnb. Yes, I did. Wow. These nights are very great. Yeah, you got it. Yes, right, you got it wrong. He got it wrong. Yeah, what he got? He got it. But anyway, every time I come to Jackson, I got faith for them. I got to see Super Hills. I do have friends. Don't get me wrong. Oh, yeah. I had two kids with me, and I didn't want to come stay by the house for a whole week with kids, but they ain't trees, you know what I mean? So, but if I came by myself, I could have went, oh, yes, you know. Friends, yeah. Exactly. And that's what they don't understand. Like, okay, well, okay. Right, exactly. So what you need now, and a lot of times, even though you're very popular or you got a bunch of friends and stuff, when you sometimes don't ever see with nobody, they think you are alone, something. No, I choose to be alone. You know what I'm saying? I've never been one to hang around people like that. Yeah. Like that. If they ain't trying to steal you, man, they trying to steal something, but they all that. Yeah. I ain't trying to go to you. Okay, you like you go do something to the child. Oh, baby, so what? Do something to the baby, yeah. Baby, it is all the problem, baby. Yeah. You talk to your friend, TD? I haven't talked to him since I talked to him about last one. I last that everything. Talk to him. And sometimes go like saying, I ain't gonna leave a couple years. No more. We can have it sometimes. Every time. Oh, I say I ain't talked to him for years. No. It is what it is. Yeah, you know, he had a big deal, right? That's how she has some baby shower. She had some baby. Oh, yes, ma'am. She did? Mm-hmm. Not one baby. Yeah. Yeah, but I knew she will was on Facebook. No. I'm not Instagram with like Instagram. She did that thing. I said, oh, what she did baby shower? What something like design? Like throw it on the design and the shit of it. Oh, she got real good. She got them get good at it. No, she just been good at it. Oh. Hold on a second. Yeah, we still people in North Carolina.
All right, I'm back. I'm trying to edit up. I'm
Oh, okay. Okay, we're talking about North Carolina right now.
yeah, the governor, we got a new governor. So I'm saying,
No, not that other. The black guy. The black.
oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said a lot.
Yeah. See, Trump ain't back with no more.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
I got that. You know, North Carolina was something around now. I got to cut that.
You know what? I ain't studying you, but I tried to get you to come up here when Brittany was playing. I ain't get you up here one time, but I do know like you like. So I ain't gonna get you too hard on that. Just depending on what's happening. But whenever you decide to come, just let me know.
Yeah. I thought. You ain't gonna tell me I went in. I did come. Wait a minute, hold on.
What day you came to? Tell me.
I didn't come to Target. Somebody. No, I didn't. But we was up there. Yeah, okay. I'm confusing all the times we take them pictures. You know what? Hold on. No, ma'am. Don't even play with because I got a picture with all of us in her room, baby. Don't play with me. I was up there. Now I don't know if it was for a game or something. Yeah, I was up there.
Well, maybe
in her dorm.
Ride with me or something. Another game. Okay, I will see it. You got me.
Because I remember the picture, child. That's when a picture. It was me. It was Shauna. And it was her stuff was on her wall. It was the bunk beds in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I was there, and it had something with the coach and her little place.
What you say, coach and her little place?
Yeah, in her office and stuff like that. Because I'm remembering the picture. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm gonna get back on. I'm gonna get back on social media.
You on Instagram?
I'm on Instagram. I am on Instagram. I got two. I'll send you the correct personal Instagram.
Oh, you know what? It's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'll pay for something.
Yeah. Yeah, I am definitely.
When you get bored, you need something to do. I need me social media. I need some social media here.
Oh Lord, what you want? What you want?
I need somebody to be posting and stuff. I don't know about all that. I'll look it up. We have to work something out.
Girl,
you get some free. You get some free.
Girl, you know I'm be charging about. Come on.
Yeah, but I ain't want you to help me for free. I need some help. I ain't scared to say I need help. I ain't ashamed to say I need some help. I need some help.
Yeah, you have to tell me at what pace, because I know since one of you have to tell me at what pace you want to go. You know, I will have you all over the place.
I need to post everything.
Right, but I'm trying to tell you make the orders, and this is what I'm talking about. Supplying the orders, yeah. You know that I had a conversation with you before. You know I had you in there, baby. I done had people when pageants they needed social media presence, and girl in California when help her win in that component. I was you was on that social media. I don't know if you saw how yeah, I kept pushing it, but yeah, you have to tell me what you want.
All right, I'll keep it in that.
I know your boy was talking about I need you to help me, and then it come to find out he had gotten Tanya to help him, and he be he don't tell people when he know. Tony, yeah, he talking about when he don't tell people when he switching out the help and all this time. I'm like, the Sonya told me I was supposed to be helping him. I'm like, what?
I remember that. And when you supposed to get out social media, but then he wanted to give you information and all that. He did that.
No, that was before. This I'm talking about the last time when I was talking to him. But yeah, I couldn't deal with him because he don't answer promptly. You know he don't answer promptly. And I kept telling him, I don't work like that. I don't work like that. There's
everything he do has an ulterior motive.
oh Lord.
Yeah, everything he do got an ulterior motive, but how you see it, so.
And the thing about it is like with the Adidas deal, with this, with that, well, I can't. I mean,
Talking about.
look, back in the day with that Adidas, like, remember? It was a handshake deal, and no handshake.
I don't know what they mean.
No contract.
What did you, but with Adidas, with him?
Yeah, I remember you was there, but like I thought you was in it too.
You gotta understand something. I was around, but a lot of stuff I didn't know what was going on. People thought I did. Don't they tell me nothing?
Oh no, I think it.
Only thing they told me to do is keep kids on the road and stuff like that.
No, I thought, I may be wrong. I thought you was not because I thought you had was getting a share of it too. And putting the money in it. Adidas deal.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't even know what you're talking about. That let you know. No, I wasn't in it. I wasn't getting a share of nothing.
Renee was in it.
What?
Renee?
What was y'all supposed to be doing to get a share? What did you talking about?
Right, to use it to give him his money. Hold on. Give him the money. And he put the deal in, but it's only going up under his name.
I didn't get paid that money, and I was doing something.
Oh, you know you be forgetting stuff, and I could have sworn.
No, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't have no way to get them. You guys, I ain't have no way.
Well, if I don't know,
Just think about it. I ain't have no money. You thought that they had money. Y'all got one child, so y'all had one child, so y'all got money. But maybe it was easy for y'all to try to manipulate y'all in certain areas. But you telling me about how money from that. And I ain't got that. I got 5 kids. Ain't fair.
right, but we went. I could have sworn
How much
you.
y'all gave?
No, I didn't give nothing. I wasn't giving nothing without no
How much
contract.
you be asking?
I think it was you can do 5,000, you can do 10,000.
$? He just asked me what kind of money.
Yeah, without a contract.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Asking me of all people without a contract. Are you crazy?
Wow, who did it?
Renee, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know who else.
She gave him $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was just a heavy bit.
Sure, sure.
Because if he got it from the name, ain't no telling who else he got it from. But he ain't got not see no man. But I feel like, number one, I ain't doing that. Number two, I ain't got no money.
Yeah, I know, like, you know, and I was trying to tell you, no business. I can't do no business. Okay, I can't even do I can't even do the charity stuff, the social stuff, and none of that with you because you don't know how to conduct that. I can't do it. Okay.
You know what you can do? You know what I'm doing? It's called a line. And line.
I couldn't say that.
What you want to say? What you want to call it? Oh, and you just telling a story. Line.
And I was like, okay.
That's why it never makes sense. I ain't seen a lot of stuff until after I did it. Take it how you want it. Leave it how you want it. A lot of stuff I did not see and understand after I left and when picking up with the senior, how he treated them like girls.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I didn't know nothing about it. Huh?
You want an internet to bring it up.
Oh. Yeah. You know.
You know he tried to put internet up there over Britain. Britain and the one not that work with the scholarship and stuff and the recognition. So internet did with the connection. When she was in the game.
Yeah. But wait a minute, let me make this. Okay. So I don't know.
Let me go Trump to him. Okay.
Well, no, because we're talking. Listen. You asked me about the business thing. So let me ask you. Let me ask you this makes sense, right? So you, I don't know if you knew it or not, but I was the one that got the stadium thing. I was getting the thing for the Suns baseball team and a lot of stuff. We was going to, okay, and I had all of that. You know, they gave me all the stuff to do, like signing of their, you know, like their stamps. You know what I'm saying? Like I endorse the stuff with them, but I would never do that because I don't do that. I mean, I'm gonna bring you and let you sign your own and let you go through the contract or whatever. I can understand, you know, you trust me, you know, because.
Or do you trust me? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying I don't understand he trusted me because I'm a lawyer. But
now, didn't he trust you or did he try to use you? That's it.
You know he wasn't. I know he wasn't gonna be able to leave me. And you not gonna believe him, and you know I do stuff for free anyway. So I was never gonna try to. Yeah, because I ain't gonna try to. No. I'm not gonna do that. But my thing is, only thing I need you to do, just one thing. Be on time with my deadline. I don't want it. It's something simple. And I need your because you're gonna approve everything. I'm not gonna just go ahead and do it because you know if you go ahead and do something and then you go with that man stuff, right? Like, you know, oh, you know, I'm the leader, I'm the head or whatever. I'm not doing that with you. I'm not doing that with you no more because he always used to think, you know, sometimes.
So let me ask you, so is that why you pretty much left and went to Andrew and all that kind of stuff? Is that pretty much right because of all this kind of stuff?
The disorder, because he always like, I got you, I got it, and then you don't have it. And I don't do disorder like that. One thing you ain't gonna do is play with the school and stuff like that. If you don't have me covered, don't whatever, just say that ahead of time. I don't run my life like y'all do. All out of order and all of this stuff. You drive me crazy. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, you know, so that was it. He told me, no, really, you move too fast. Hey, I moved too fast. This is day one. What are you talking about? Like, I was over it. You know, he always do that. You know, he got it, he got it, he got it. You don't?
Maybe I was game.
Yeah. And so, you know, I don't do no dishwater like that. But all the thing I ain't charging nobody. I'm doing all the legwork. I'm going to get the stuff for them. All I need you to do is do what? Be on time with the signatures. Be on time with the stuff, whatever. And that right there. And then, you know, because you know, I love the kids. I love community. I love, you know, well, you know, making difference. Yeah, I tried several times. I'm not gonna keep doing it.
You did.
Then I tried several times.
Then next thing she was gone. One day she was there, next thing she was gone. Now all we heard was it was you tripping. That's what we heard.
I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tripping though.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm tripping, and you the other time like you got me and all this help, and you don't, because what thing about it, you represented that, you know, like you ran the show and you did this stuff, whatever, and no, and when it comes to find,
stuff too.
yeah, and then when it comes to find out, no, you got to get approved from somebody else.
Oh, let's come to find out this. You ain't even part of that no more. Oops.
Yes, yeah, I didn't know that till I talked to him last year. I was like, huh?
What?
Yeah, I ain't know that.
Last year.
I talked to him last year, and that's when he told me, you know, where he was and stuff. And I was like, you know, I get it. He don't tell me all that time. Like, yeah, you just need, you know, you just need somebody to train you or keep you in line. And I'm like, huh? Boy, yeah.
What you mean?
Like,
train you and get you in line. And like, what?
Like you know, yeah. Like I'm a person that's you know, gonna be docile and be like, okay, anything you say, you don't get out like that.
Gonna be the reason.
Okay, but you don't get out like that. Yeah, so no, you can't handle it and whatever, you know, you can't handle it. So what you want me to do? I have to handle it. So that's what I did.
You either bow down, sit this way or whatever, or it will happen.
Yeah. And then, you know, so that I know, and I just I can't do no raggedy deals.
Well, you ain't the only one, but like I said, he was telling us other stuff. And my thing was focusing, like you say, on the kids. So after school, where I was with the kids. Out of town, where I was with the kids.
Yeah.
So makes sense.
Right, and then
I ain't ever know that.
Yeah, and then, but you know, I'm not a person that I don't want to look at your books and all that type of stuff. I don't
some people want to look at the books.
I know they want to look at them books and stuff. I don't want to look at your books. All I'm trying to do is,
nonprofits, you're supposed to be able to look at the books.
Right, but that's not my concern. And then, but check this out right here. And then what really, but I ain't say that when he told me he lost the Under Armour contract to Kenny. He said because you know he ain't check his email. And I'm thinking, check this out right here. And I'm thinking, you still disorganized, and you want me to help? What? Because he asked me to help him with something.
He lied. He check emails every day.
Oh.
He lied. That ain't why he lost it. I don't know what the reason is he lost, but what because he don't check emails.
Yeah. And it's like
that don't even make sense when you think about it.
Right.
You that good and you lose a deal if you check the email. So what, the phone ain't working no more?
Right.
Phone stop working? Okay. He had some lies. He told so many lies. He couldn't keep up.
You think he told a lot of lies?
How did he keep up with it? Huh?
You think he told a lot of lies?
I think.
I think
He still learns.
I think he be telling me to,
He still lying to this day. He still lying.
he be telling
He
me,
ain't stopped.
he tells me the truth. But sometimes I'll say most times he tells me because he has to come on and
You need to come around a long land.
no, he be confessing stuff to me and all that type of stuff. So that's why I think,
Okay, just like he confessed every time he get caught cheating, then you want to cry to the preacher. I'm so sorry, I was changing my life. You crying and all that because you got caught. Then here you go, one lady back doing the same thing. And he's still doing the same thing to this day. Child, who your tears or whatever don't move me. No.
well, I don't think.
No.
That ain't my concern no more. I'm like, that was too wild.
Concern no more, but I'm telling you now, to this day,
Really?
he able to tell something right now on me. You believe it if you want to. You go ahead on. But now don't no man.
Oh no. You say he's still alive.
Yes. Yes. If he was still alive, he'd still be in the part-time. Come on. Come on. Why would they get rid of you at the part-time? Why?
I think it's because say we be talking about, he be just he think is the like the head. He like if you give him an inch, he gonna take a mile. You understand what I'm saying? You can run. Yeah, like you run everything and everybody in the whole state of Florida and Georgia and everywhere. Like, you can't do that when you are employed by others. You can't do that.
Okay, I understand that. What are you saying? I get it, but what are you saying?
What I'm saying is, no, he
No,
I
you
think
don't say something.
no. I'm trying to get you focused. You don't like to focus. He people don't like when you try to run it. So when you do stuff and don't get permission and stuff like that. We had a falling out before when I threw that thing and I said you need to get me that event over there at Chicane, and I said you got to get Miss Armour's approval. I wanted everybody's approval first before we started, right? And that's just how I work. Huh?
But what did we do? What did we do?
We had that event. It was a tournament involved. There was a lot of stuff. They was selling stuff and whatever. And you remember, and Miss Armour came. You got a bad memory. And Miss Armour came in there and was about to shut it down. You remember that?
It's almost about to shut down a lot of stuff.
Yeah, she came in there, and I was like, see, I don't like stuff like that. I need you to get the approvals, cause see, and the reason why I know how you do. I know how you operate. You don't do right. You'll come in and open these. You got the keys. You'll set this stuff up, have all this stuff and whatever, and got ask nobody. Can you do nothing? And now, and you know me, I comes with a whole bunch of white folks. White folks don't like all that. They got to be put out and all this. Then people shutting stuff down. They don't like stuff like that.
Don't nobody like stuff like that.
Right. You be looking crazy. And that's what I was.
Now, understand something. I do remember something like that, but I still didn't know all the details. Just keep that in mind. Because I didn't know that you were, I don't want to use the word to say running the show a little bit like you was doing, and the responsibility that was upon you. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Girl. But I always wanted to be in the background. I don't like, because I'm shy. I don't like to be in the front.
Yeah, but my whole point is you saying like y'all do and you do this.
Oh. Well, I thought you was always in the loop, especially because I thought y'all because remember when all of us had fell out and I told I said all y'all be having, y'all have y'all, you know, the meetings and stuff together.
What me?
No,
I was just there.
I know, but you did a lot of work though. You did a lot of paperwork.
Yeah, you're right now.
Yeah.
I did a lot of paperwork, but when it came down to the dollars, that paperwork, I never saw. Anything else with paperwork and stuff, I saw and I probably did. But when it came to money, that was him and his wife. And all I did was vote receipts. So I couldn't tell you what a balance was, what we had where, because I didn't write checks. I wrote receipts. The receipts as in you turn in money. Period. So say for example, if we got a sponsor from a doctor or something, oh, I ain't never saw that. Because I ain't write that receipt.
Right.
You understand?
I get that.
So it was a lot that no, I did not know nothing.
Yeah.
And that's how he voted it. You know, but like I say, my focus is on kids. So this stuff you tell me about Adidas and $5,000,
I could swear you was at that meeting. I could swear you was at that meeting, honey.
Oh no, ma'am. I was not in no meeting talking about people getting $5,000 and all that. No, ma'am.
I swear to God, I thought you was at that meeting. About 5 and 10.
I'm sure it was after school and I had to be with the kids or something. I'm sure. Because they going nowhere to eat them kids, and the kids ain't never go home. Think about
it. At his house. He was at the house.
Oh, okay, well, I definitely wasn't there.
I don't know why.
Didn't even go with him being at his house. Well,
yeah, I don't know why people do at that table. But yeah, and I think.
Go back and wonder why I wasn't there. Or wonder what lie he told you that I wasn't there.
I'm serious though. I thought that if you hadn't gave or whatever, I know.
You thought I did what?
You had to put the money in or whatever. Yeah. And I'm like,
yeah, you really need to take the bank. You thought I gave you something.
And I'm like, okay. You know, when I was like, as close as y'all was, I was like, well, you know, she's not gonna be worried about no paperwork or whatever. But my profession dictates. Yeah, my profession dictates that I worry about paperwork. You crazy? Yeah.
Well, worry about none of they get.
Yeah, that was a bit much. I was like, oh. Let me get off here because I'm about to have a people. Yeah,
we having people on the phone.
Yeah, I'm about to have a fit because the numbers keep going up in this paper chat. I can't believe we done this bad. I can't get over. I can't do this. Oh yeah, he's like 104 points ahead. Now I ain't got time for this.
Well, maybe not. But okay, you make sure you have your good rest tonight.
I'm gonna try. But this is some beautiful stuff, child.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I tried.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I tried. Yeah.
Did you see the UFC night? I don't see so much stuff.
I know. Oh yeah. I got it. I see it. What is it?
Yep. I did the NC State. I did Georgia Bulldogs. I think I did the Florida Gators. Thank you. But all right. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I enjoy talking to you.
No problem. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get back on. Everybody keeps saying, "When you come back on social media, we don't see you no." I just say, I'm coming.
Get back on and ain't nobody out there no more.
I know. I am. I'm gonna get back on.
But you ain't missing nothing though. You ain't missing nothing.
Yeah. I peeked in the other day to talk about some stuff, but yeah. But I'm gonna get back on though. I'm gonna let everybody know.
This thing, because they got them algorithms out there, and half the time you post something, you think your friends seen it at 8 because of an algorithm and all that kind of stuff.
Really?
So, yeah. Some folks you don't even see.
Oh, wow.
The algorithm don't like you.
Oh.
You ain't been posting and all that kind of stuff. You think all your friends, say you got 100 friends, 5 might see your post.
Oh, wow. So it's not pushing it like that.
Mm-hmm. No.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well,
But all right, you get
okay,
some
girl.
rest. We're going to be 10 something.
Mm-hmm.
And we still recuperating, but it seems like it's almost 11 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
do better about keeping in touch. But you did get it in before the new year.
yeah, I'm getting better. I keep telling everybody I'm getting better. Yeah, I will.
Well, at least I know I got the right phone number.
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah, all the numbers.
No, you be switching numbers like I don't know where.
No, I don't. I don't have this one number. No, this one number since we've been on this for about 20 years. I guess got another. I guess we have other numbers. So.
Yeah, we have about 20 numbers.
Okay, just keep this main number. Or as a matter of fact, anybody can find me. Just ask for Granddad and Jackson. That's fine. Yeah.
I be talking to Coach Sonya sometimes. I be like, you heard from my friend Angie? You know, no, I ain't heard from Angie. But you know, Malcolm just had a birthday.
Yeah.
I think Malcolm hit the big 3-0. Did you go to that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait,
how's that hair doing though? What's she doing?
She's doing good. She's doing good.
She's still in Jacksonville?
Oh, yeah. No, come on. Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you right now.
Listen, if she leaves Jacksonville, you know, I'm gonna leave too. You know that.
Oh, don't make me laugh. And she ain't got married or nothing yet.
Mm-mm.
And I do the same with Brittany.
Yes,
ma'am. I'm telling you, said, hey, you ain't doing no more rock.
No, you know, I'm always about the baby, honey. I'm gonna rock that baby.
She said she ain't doing no more rock.
I'm gonna rock that baby.
Oh, Lord, that's very
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But all right,
all
you
right,
take care.
Okay. All right, honey.
All right.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I'm about ready to start cussing y'all. I had to get off here. I'm about ready to start cussing. Ooh, 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 Lord. What is going on? Hey. We just should stay with Biden. Yeah, I need some comfort of him. Somebody, please. Uh. Well, I'm not saying enough to stand on that. Oh my gosh, shut up, sir. Damn. Was that my shit that been shut down? No. Like, God. What a jackass talker. You shouldn't have enough to carry. You know, I know, I told you. I wish. Mm. Hmm. Yeah. Hey. Weed? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy. Y'all gotta hang in there with me. Come on now, y'all. Y'all see the numbers and y'all just like charging into the game. Come on, we got to at least see it through. Come on, y'all. Damn. Y'all, here's the room. Oh, these counties. Hey. Damn. We need Wisconsin. The fuck? We should have stuck with that empire. Who should have did that? Head hurt. Crap. Oh, right. Shit. I don't know how to get on. Oh, oh my God. Mm. I would eat everything up in here. Down and eat. Oh, great. This shit. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Now I'm looking at an advanced map. So don't give up just yet. Don't give up just yet. We still like 2 hours off away from, when we really get like a pretty good official number. So let me. So all the ones that they're calling for him now in my advanced map that I'm looking at, they already slated for him. They're already in for him. Okay. Wait a minute. I hope they ain't fucking with me with this map. Cause I'm telling you, I'm gonna go slap off on the map, people. Let me see. He's talking some stuff. Crazy shit. Lord have mercy. What are you talking about? Can't be changed. What can't be changed? No, she couldn't handle it. I mean, she could handle it, but what I'm saying is she's not strong enough to. You know, Mhm. Mm. Oh. So I will be eating all goddamn through the night. I'm not a person that gets stressed, something like that. That's not what I do all the time. I'm not eating because I'm stressed. I'm eating because I'm down. Oh my God. I know. Oh, well, oh, I didn't even say it like that. Hold on, so I got somebody mess with the vote. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's start. Hold on. I don't know why. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this. But this seems very important. I need to get it on the record. Just give me a minute so I can figure out how to get it on there. Why is that? What are y'all? Oh, you know, I'm thinking I trying to operate and I could do on YouTube, and that's Twitter, so you can't advance it like that. So let me figure this out. Let me open up. Let me see if I can find this stream on YouTube. Hold on, let me get it. We need Wisconsin, yeah. We need Wisconsin. You know what? You be hearing black folk is asking, well, what did Obama and Kamala do for black people and all this and that and all that la la. But what did Trump do specifically for black people? Huh? Well, I'm pretty sure they if anything, they did around the same thing. Gave the black colleges, things of that nature. And when they create bills and policy and stuff just for black people, whatever. And when I say create, because don't get it confused, meaning they sign in the law, right? Let me see if I can find another conversation. I'm not gonna go off. Let me see if I can find that man, because he was saying something about somebody was messing with the ropes and Atlanta. It's stupid. Not working hard at something that should be. Boy, ooh. So my advanced map has those areas shaded, but they have a little more shaded. Whew. What else I can use? Thank you, Louis, for the information. Exactly what I told y'all. Shut up, Omarosa. And for those who don't, My God. Right, another conversation. Let's see if we can get a little CNN. Yeah. Oh. Hey, buddy. Mm. I told y'all that's what we needed. Yeah, we need a blue wall, y'all. But I tell you, we need a blue wall. We need a blue wall. Oh. Some shit. He would cheat. He would do any fucking thing. Oh, okay. Damn. This shit. Who now? Oh my God, we done lost North Carolina, y'all. Huh. Yeah. We need it, Virginia. My God. Yeah. Hmm. Wow. Oh God, I thought they almost called Minnesota. Oh Jesus Christ. We need Minnesota, y'all. I'm not opening that out on that time. Yeah. 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 Oh my God. Okay, shit. I knew I was right when I said the first time. And I'm, oh, she gonna win it. She gonna win it. She got it. Oh, because he's a damn idiot. So what is going on? Oh. I ain't even got nothing on the screen. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
News for Kamala Harris, and then we're going to see North Carolina, and there we are. That is a big win for Donald Trump, projected winner of that swing state of North Carolina.
Okay, let's speak to some of our correspondents. James Matthews is in Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's home in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Martha Kellner is with the Harris camp here in Washington. Let's actually go to Martha Kellner first and just get a sense of the mood there with the Harris camp. We spoke to you in the last hour or so, Martha, and you said that they were cautiously optimistic. What are they saying and thinking and feeling right now?
Well, I think publicly the Harris campaign are still saying that they're cautiously optimistic. They still think that there's, or at least publicly they're saying that they believe there's a route for Kamala Harris to victory still through the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. But I have to tell you, here at Howard University, which is her election night HQ, a couple of hours ago people were singing and dancing. The mood was very buoyant. Well, that has completely, drastically changed now, especially when that result was read out. People are watching on the big screen here as the results come in. When it was revealed that Donald Trump was the projected winner in North Carolina, it felt almost eerily silent here. It was so quiet that even with 10,000 people in the crowd, I could hear a drone buzzing above. There are a lot of dejected, despondent people here. I was just taking a quick wander around, and there's lots of people holding Star stars and stripes flags, but they're just, dangling by their waist. And I think the hope that they might see Kamala Harris appearing on this stage this evening is dwindling too. The Harris campaign still trying to strike a positive note, particularly with campaign staff. There was an email sent by the campaign chair for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, in which she said that she still believes that they do have a route to victory. She said, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. She said, we still feel good about what we're seeing there, about the data that they're seeing, especially from Pennsylvania. In that note to staff, she said, we'll continue to keep you all updated when we get more information. This is what we've been built for, she said. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out.
Fuck all of that. I'm about to tell about that shit. Oh. So, I want to make sure those that aren't familiar with how this count works, the Electoral College. I'm not going to go through all of that. I mean, y'all should understand that by now. And how long you been on this earth? So, definitely, the more votes you get in the state, obviously that's what you want. However, the number of votes you get collectively all with all the states, okay, it doesn't matter, okay? You can get the most votes and you can still lose. So you want to get the most votes per state. Okay. However, having the most votes overall doesn't matter. Okay, because you can still win and lose the popular vote, right? Meaning the most votes overall 50 states. Okay. I wish that this would have been easy. I thought that there was a chance, right? I mean, I still think it's a chance, but I said in the beginning, she couldn't carry these tickets. Then when she nominated that dude, Tim Walz, I like him. I really think he's fantastic and great, whatever, but then you have to switch over from that to competition mode. Is that enough to add to the ticket? And that's why I was like, who is that? And just like those whatever that commentator name, it was like, that was a horrible pick for a vice president. I think he's good people. I think he means the country well and all of that, right? And I'm okay with somebody picking a running mate because that person is a good person and the whole nine, right? Cares about America, cares about people, and they will have, a good functioning work relationship. I'm on board with that every day, twice on Sunday. You understand that? But when you're talking about winning, now she's already, there's a lot of people at first were talking, oh, she can win, she can carry the team. I was the first to know she can't. No, she can't. I even said Michelle Obama couldn't win. Like, oh my gosh. I'm just going to be annoyed with it. I'm just trying to tell you that right now. I'm just annoyed. And another thing, right? You do polling and sampling and things of that nature, right? To one, find out where the people are, but also get information on what the issues are. Okay, what affects Americans? What would they like to see? What are the changes, so on and so forth. You also want to find out what people know about the candidates, right? You do all of that so you'll know, one, what to work on, two, what to address when you're out there. Like, it's unbelievable. And these people, the ones in the top positions, when it comes to campaigns and shit, they make a pretty decent coin. I mean, damn. And traditionally, they hire the best ones at the top. Yeah. What a lot of people don't do when setting up the structure of these companies, whether it be sole proprietors or what have you, right? No, they don't do. They don't get away from the text as far as structuring a business and trying to see, trying to ascertain the tools that will make a business successful. They just go along with the text, right? Instead of coming up with plans and objectives to make sure you sustain and maintain a company. And there's key things you need. Like, and a company, and I'm using the word company, but you do know when you establish a campaign or what have you, that's a company. You buying and selling politics. Shit. Now, one thing I hate to see where a whole bunch of people put in a bunch of efforts, alright? And it's all for nothing simply because you didn't address everything that you need to address. For whatever reason. If you know people say they don't know you and they got a problem with you in this area, you need to address that. When I think Keller was up here, and I think one other time, I was like, hey, Bash Joe, that's right. But what you do is you say how your presidency would be different. Or what are the, things that you want to work to improve, I'm sorry. Stuff like that. Hey. It's so fucking annoying. When the most respected black woman, I believe, in this country, it has had pretty much no negative incidents and things of that nature. Or if she had some, it is nothing that couldn't be explained into a positive or erase altogether, right? And that's Michelle Obama. If she couldn't win, the fuck is that? Like, shit. And I told you it was gonna be niggas that fuck this up. But it seems like to me, with the help of the goddamn Spanish. Am I cutting the thing off? I don't know.
118,000 vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit, not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night, and or I should say, yes, on Monday. Sorry, I'm getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%.
4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harrison-Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
it's shocking.
Well,
yeah.
Because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from a university town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn that makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today, we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Ellison Barber is in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We're also understanding there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're hearing same-day registrations were spiking at college campuses. College students realized, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while. And as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey, guys. Yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight. And at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states. And it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy. Places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New York. Again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now, and it again will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass, 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one, the abortion referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida, and the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like South Dakota, also Missouri, Nebraska. The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we can project those. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
We've got a new guest on our panel. We've got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Democrat Julian Castro, and Republican Mark Lauder remains with us. He was the communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this, but I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community, too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino.
Then Georgia, plus North Carolina, plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading with 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far. And unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, some more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Trump wasn't encouraging. Do you think that's been critical this time?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's been monumental. I think, number one, it builds momentum.
Quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks, and it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close, where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it.
He covers Capitol Hill. Right, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were
held by incumbent Democrats, and the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive, and we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate Majority Leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president, and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's two other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Kari Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Kari Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters, Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, and misspoke earlier, apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out as well.
Was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see in this case Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
The battleground states, but again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, are really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly
although in our exit polls, threat to democracy is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the beholder, and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. It could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Yeah, well, I don't obviously I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So, but I know we've talked about a lot about the 2016, and I was on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties, or you have to do. I'll use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo.
Doing better and putting together their most diverse and impressive electoral coalition that they've had for decades. And that is despite the fact that Donald Trump, during that time, since the last election, has become a convicted felon, has led, his critics say, an insurrection on the Capitol building itself, and all of the outrageous comments that we've seen in between then and now. The American people seem to be saying tonight that they have seen that movie before, the Donald Trump movie, and they'd like to see a sequel.
Okay, well, Lewis, we've yet to have the blue wall states declared, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, but things do seem to be going irreversibly in the direction of Donald Trump, which probably makes things a little bit disappointing at the Washington watch party, or what was a watch party. Is it still going on? Martha Kellner's there. Let's find out if it's still going on.
The music's still just about playing in the background, Mark, but this party is well over now. I've just spoken to a few people as they're trickling out of the exits here, and they were understandably given their views. They were saying how dejected they were. One woman said she was heading home for a stiff drink and to consider what the next 4 years might have in store. Another woman talking hopefully actually about potentially building bridges with the other side, as she called them. We've just had Cedric Richmond, who's the Kamala Harris campaign co-chair, on the stage. He said Kamala Harris won't appear on this stage this evening, but he did say that we could expect to see her here tomorrow, where she will address not just people at Howard University, not just her supporters here, but he said she would address the nation. It may well be that she comes here tomorrow to concede this race. That is how quickly it seems to be running away from her. We did have an optimistic note earlier came through from Jen O'Malley-Dillon, who's the Kamala Harris campaign chair. She wrote a note to staff saying they still do see a route to victory through those blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. She urged staff to maintain hope, to go to bed, to get some sleep and come back to fight tomorrow. But I think there's certainly a recognition here that path to victory is looking ever so unlikely for Kamala Harris. And it was amazing, really, how quickly the mood changed. A few hours ago, there was this real sense of optimism here. I think people at this party felt like she'd had the better run-in to Election Day. They felt that she'd taken advantage of some of Donald Trump's missteps over the past 2 weeks, while the polls simply haven't borne that out this evening. And so a lot of very dejected, despondent people. There were around 10,000 people here earlier. I'm just looking around. There's maybe a few dozen of them remaining. Everyone else has gone home.
All right. Martha,
This
thank
reminds
you
me
very much
so
indeed.
much of 2016, and I remember that Hillary didn't come out, and someone came out and said, you guys go home, we're going to sort this out. And there were women and there were young girls in the crowd, and they were just crying, and they were so disappointed that they didn't hear from the candidate. I think it's a mistake that Kamala Harris didn't come out and address her alma mater, and address the women who came there to hear from her, and to say, we're still in the fight, we'll be back tomorrow. But instead, she sent Cedric Richmond out, and I don't think that will fare well.
Well, we saw the Harris HQ, I mean, they're behind Martha, just emptying out. What do you think, Hillary, the strategy and thinking behind that would have been?
I think that look, I think that the campaign has been run by a group of sort of, in some respects, formulaic insiders who may have lost touch with who their voters are. And, you know, you asked before if I see a connection with Hillary Clinton. I think we see that we saw Joe Biden too, where his team thought that he was beloved. And it turned out he wasn't so beloved. I think that the professional class of the Democratic Party is really going to need to take a look at themselves about how they're running campaigns and what their messages are, and whether demonization of Donald Trump was the successful strategy that they all bought into. And my guess is that Kamala Harris probably felt a little stuck tonight and didn't know what to say. And I don't know that her team knew what to say, so they decided to turn out the lights. And
Quite a
that's,
decision. You just don't
disappointing.
turn out
Didn't
the
I
lights
tell
when you
you
have
that message?
You've posed this as history in the making. You said this is the first HBCU president. This is a beloved daughter of Howard University. And then you turn the women that I saw in that video away and told them to go home. We'll sort it out in the morning. I think it's a critical era.
I mean, effectively, the
Omarosa,
campaign,
that doesn't matter.
Kamala Harris
Like the
turned it
man
into a
coming
referendum
out,
on
hanging
Donald
out.
Trump.
Shut up.
That's what it became, rather than any.
Yeah, and that was the one hope. Look, if it was going to be on the issues, they knew they were losing
Because
on
of
the
the
issues. They were well
economy.
behind on the economy. They
Yeah.
were well behind on immigration. They were behind on the one issue they had obviously was abortion, which was definitely theirs. But in the end, that saliency just wasn't as big as those other issues. The one issue they had, and it wasn't an unreasonable bet, was that people didn't like Donald Trump, didn't like his character, were horrified by what he did after the last election, and they tried to turn it into a referendum on Donald Trump. But when you're the incumbent party, even when your opponent has been a previous incumbent, when you're the incumbent party, turning the election into a referendum on the opposition is an incredibly difficult thing to do.
And by the way, that wasn't a Harris strategy. That was the Biden strategy
Yeah,
from a
she
year and a
inherited
half
that.
ago,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, and she essentially inherited all the same people.
I
Jen
agree.
O'Malley-Dillon was the campaign manager for Joe Biden and took those same messages. And you know, Kamala Harris could have changed it up, but
no,
she
couldn't. That was a part of the deal was that Jen had to stay in place.
No, she could have changed up the messaging, and she was the candidate. She was in charge.
And it was quite extraordinary, the momentum
really moved
that she built when she did step in within weeks.
But that was only because they had no other option. She had been presented to them, and the momentum came from that.
I think there was a bit of euphoria that that there was a chance. And I always said, and I think I said on air many times, look, with Joe Biden, we had 0 chance against Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris gave us a 0+1 chance.
And from a procedure standpoint, let's be clear, Kamala Harris is the only one that could have taken over at that time and had the opportunity to utilize the money that they had raised together and to utilize his infrastructure. So I don't believe that there were a whole lot of other candidates.
Well, that wasn't
who
Barack
stepped
Obama
in.
and Nancy Pelosi's view. They thought.
Well, but they understand, and I don't want to get into the weeds of interworking of Democratic politics, but I did talk to Leah Daughtry, who made it very clear from a rules perspective that Kamala Harris was the one who could step in and take over.
Do you think there should have been a process?
Well, I think if he had stepped down earlier, a process would have been easier. I think, rules can always be changed if they had determined to change them.
They could have.
The rules committee that made those decisions.
Come on, so you know that they didn't want to change the rules.
Committee went through a battle.
They did not want to change the rules because they'd gotten to this point where they said, we are not going to, at the last minute, step over a woman of color and move to a different process.
That's it.
And but
Pennsylvania region is a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight. Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there, 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning, get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh, yep. Nope.
He just started talking. That's on a little background music. No, they wearing me out. Yes, I'm hearing up with the reline.
Able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in Western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the collar counties in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there. We move down to Delco. 95% in, 62.9, slightly underperforming there. Philadelphia County, this is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at. She's at 78. And finally, Bucks County here. Trump has flipped this right now. There's still about 30% of the vote is out, 69%. He had 51, Biden did in 2020, Trump tonight with 50%, still some votes to be counted there, but those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right. Whether it's a caller.
We said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020. And we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just, as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris, but just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I want to show you just two counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic. Down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight, but look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. That's where Trump's made gains.
That's smart. When I tell you, Steve, he is smart, honey. I'm coming outside all of this. He's
66 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Door County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through, and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right,
but you know, every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, you know, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you know, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you know, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the 3rd time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some.
Donald Trump is currently ahead by 6 points or so. Very, very difficult to make up, even with that amount of vote on the board, to make up that margin of 233,000. Actually, let's just look, because this is one of the, if you've just waking up to this is one of the stories of the night, which is Donald Trump. When I talk about it being a realigning election, what I mean is that he is augmenting and adding to his coalition, not just holding on to his white voters, to his rural voters, but also adding Latino voters, Hispanic voters, and black voters. So let's look at here. Detroit, only 24% of the vote in Wayne County, very African-American county, very, very black county. You see Biden got 68.4% of the vote there in 2020. Harris is currently only on 58% of the vote. As things stand at the moment, Donald Trump is on course to win 1 in 3 of all ethnic minority votes in the United States. It is a remarkable achievement. He is putting together the most diverse group coalition of Republican voters that we have seen for some 30 years. Let's look at Wisconsin as well. We can see Donald Trump is ahead again by about 4 points or so, with only 89% of the vote already in. And then we can go out west. Is there any help at all for Kamala Harris out there? Well, in Arizona, she's doing a bit better than the other places. It's tighter here, 13,000 vote difference, which is ironic because we thought going into this election that actually Arizona was the one which was closest and already into the Trump column, or he was doing best in, but there's still about half of the vote still remaining out there. And in Nevada as well, we've got 70% of the vote now in the Silver State. Remember, this is a state that has voted Democrat in every single election since 2008. And again, Donald Trump is ahead by about 3.5 points there. And most of the people who live in this state live in Clark County, which is the home of Las Vegas. You can see that Kamala Harris is ahead by about 1 point or so of the vote. But you can see, again, she's doing worse than Joe Biden did back in 2020, with 53.7% of the vote for Biden then, with only about half the vote now for Harris. So where does that leave us in terms of the road to 270 electoral college votes? Was, as I said at the start, Trump has got 246. Harris is way down on 194. Well, he's already got North Carolina, already got Georgia. So we can see if it comes, we get to tonight and we find that he takes Pennsylvania, then he needs only one extra vote, or one extra state, I should say. And then let's say, for example, it's Wisconsin, and then he's got it. So he has got so many paths opening up before him now. He has so many different combinations of states available to him. We've got states on the board that should have been declared long ago. You can see New Hampshire there. That should always have been for Kamala Harris. The fact that it's not been declared yet, yes, she'll win it, shows how closely he is running her, even in Democratic states. So frankly, looking at the board as it is now, yes, theoretically, there is a path open to Kamala Harris, but it is quite incredible one to actually look at. And Donald Trump is on the verge of, within the next few hours, I would say, becoming the only man to have won the presidency twice in non-consecutive terms for over 100 years.
We're hearing Nevada is too close to call. Not that that will probably make much difference. But, Lewis, it just seems that it is all suddenly happening very quickly, and it is all going Donald Trump's way.
It is, and look, I mean, people might be waking up this morning in the UK in particular and thinking, hang on, we said that all of these states were really close. And indeed, it is still the case that even though Donald Trump is doing better than was expected, a bit better than the polls expected, it is the case that many of these states do remain close. But as we were saying there before, very often when there is a wave, there is a wave, and the dam bursts. And I think what we are seeing here is that we have got a country which almost universally, across geography, across age groups, across different coalitions, is trending in the Republicans' direction. What we are seeing here, and we have seen it in plenty of other elections across Europe in particular, haven't we? Indeed in the UK as well. We have seen an anti-incumbency move. This is clearly a rejection of Joe Biden's 4 years in office, for which Kamala Harris is closely associated. And she was never able, perhaps she didn't have time to differentiate herself from the president, the current president. And I think we can see Donald Trump is on the way to the convention center right now.
That's right.
Yeah, I've stood on this bridge many times. This is the bridge that leads over to West Palm Beach to Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump has spent the evening, and his motorcade either just passed or is about to pass across that bridge and take him to that podium there, where he is due to address his supporters shortly. It's a very short drive. It'll be probably 2 or 4 minutes, I would think, in his motorcade to that location. Look, I think there's one chart that we brought up at the beginning of the evening, which I think explains what's happening in America tonight. And it's a simple question. The voters were asked in an NBC Sky News exit poll, how do you feel about the way things are going in your country today? 72% were dissatisfied or angry about the way things were going. That's the way the question was posed in the country. 26% were enthused or satisfied with the way things were going in the country. This comes down, Mark, Yalda, to the economy. It comes down to immigration. Those two key issues that were top of voters' concern across the country. Do the people, all those who have voted for Donald Trump overnight and over the course of the past few weeks that voting has been open, do they all like Donald Trump, the man? No, they don't. Do they trust him on those two issues? Well, they trust him more than they trusted Kamala Harris. And I think that is one of the stories of the night.
And it's because Donald Trump represented change, right? And as you know, I said earlier, no party has ever been reelected to the White House when you have such a large wrong track number, 72% wrong track. And that begs the question, really, whether anybody could have beaten Donald Trump or whoever the Republican nominee was.
Well, if it had been a different Republican nominee, would this have been a massive landslide?
It's possible. I mean, it may end up being a massive landslide.
It was this kind of messaging, though, that we saw in 2016 as well. He's just managed now to diversify it. You know, then we looked at sort of white, non-college educated men, and he's now bled into what Kamala Harris wasn't able to do.
Yeah, and look, he has significantly expanded the base. You're absolutely right. He's significantly expanded his own vote. I mean, this will be as I keep saying, his vote will have increased in every election since he ran first time in 2016, and he's been able to do that. You know, despite again, I think I've made it very clear I'm no fan of Donald Trump's, and I think his character is fundamentally flawed. But let's give it to him. I mean, this man has been under the most astonishing, political and legal assault.
made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did in fact spend the night, the election night celebration, with that organization, and they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted, may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in. Too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say, right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out. Clark County, I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, you know, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until that happened, which is why Tom Yamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, you know, Tom Yamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only 2 population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here. Nonpartisan voters is a huge, huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings. And I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group. But that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve. Steve. Thanks very much.
That's mountain time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official. Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today. He does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. It was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called one way or the other. He hadn't lost yet. He lost 5 days later.
You've got some new information, Garrett?
Well, Lester, I just want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have two things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
Yeah, crying, y'all. Don't be knowing how he be. When he said he can shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it, he meant that. He don't know how he getting it done either. It's crazy.
Many of Donald Trump's promises. I mean, I remember going back to Pennsylvania in 2020 after 4 years of Trump, and many of the people there said, well, he hasn't reopened the steelworks. He hasn't done all these things he said he would do. So there are going to be many people in America right now who are very excited about this because their man is back. But will he deliver for them?
Well, and I just go back to my earlier point about the messaging. Instead of talking about how many plants he promised to open and didn't, how many people he promised to pay and didn't, people in, Democrats and MSNBC was so focused on talking about, killing our sister channel here, so focused on calling him a fascist and Hitler instead of actually giving some of these points.
Except it's worth remembering that those people who were in his last White House, who were the closest people to him, the inner circle, have one by one come out and said what a dangerous guy he was.
People don't seem to be concerned by that. Look, and again, there's very legitimate questions about Donald Trump's character, and I do worry, and I worry particularly with the big majority he's going to have in both houses of Congress, sizable majority in both houses of Congress, what he's going to be able to do. I do worry about that, but it just wasn't, as Hillary says, it wasn't it wasn't speaking to people where their concerns were. I mean, you know, they were concerned about the cost of living, they were concerned about immigration, they were concerned about crime and the quality of life in their cities. I mean, I live in, you know, New York City. No question, the quality of life in the last 4 years has deteriorated significantly. And most people wanted to hear about that, wanted that concern, rather than to be told the man that the other guy was a fascist.
Yeah, we're just looking at these live pictures now from West Palm Beach. We're expecting Donald Trump to arrive and deliver a speech shortly, but we're also hearing that, and we're not projecting this, this is Fox News projecting this. They are projecting Donald Trump to have won Pennsylvania, that crucial swing state. So that's coming from Fox News and the Trump camp. We are not projecting that as yet, but you can see the euphoria at the Trump camp there, which is in sharp contrast to what the Harris camp has asked its supporters to do, to go home, turn out the lights, and she won't address them till the morning.
Well, let's call that Fox News call for what it is. It's Rupert Murdoch apologizing for Fox News ever abandoning Donald Trump, and now he wants him back, right? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We're going to call Pennsylvania for you early.
He's 220,000 votes ahead in Pennsylvania with maybe 440,000 votes left. She's got to win more than 2/3 of the vote. Right?
Yeah.
My money will be on everybody else calling that state within the next hour.
I don't know. It seems a little premature to me.
And then then he's 265, and then I say we'll be there within. He'll be over 270.
Well, I mean, it's worth repeating that Trump did do that. The blue wall in 2016 became the red wall, but that was the first for a Republican in Pennsylvania since George Bush Sr. way back 1988. So if he takes the blue wall, if the blue wall turns red.
Well, there is an update on Wisconsin.
Big stuff.
89% of the votes have been counted, and Trump is believed to be leading by around 120,000 votes. So, you know, as we say, that smashed it, but they all follow each other in some way.
And I don't think we should underestimate the point that Jerry made earlier.
I got an advance map. I just didn't want to say nothing. But
Wisconsin and in
Wisconsin,
Michigan, particularly
Michigan,
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, where you
Pennsylvania
essentially have two
all
lines of
going,
the Senate
but
in Senator Tammy Baldwin and Robert
it's
Casey.
like,
For them to
see.
go down with Kamala Harris is a big deal.
This is Go ahead.
So let me tell you what the advanced map is saying. I'll tell you what the advanced map is saying. 91% reporting is in, and Donald Trump is leading 51% to 47. 64% reporting in Michigan. Donald Trump is leading 52 to 46. 88% reported in Wisconsin. Donald Trump is leading 51 to 47. And Minnesota is 75% reporting in, and Kamala Harris is leading by 3%. Nevada, 75% reporting, and Donald Trump is leading 51-47. And in Arizona, 51% reporting, Donald Trump is leading 50 to 49%. Even Maine. That's why let's go talk about Maine. Maine has 60% reporting and is 53 to 43. So whatever. Okay. I got time for this.
Of Texas. This is a county which has voted Democrat in every single presidential election since the 1870s. And yet here we are, Donald Trump is currently winning this by a 16-point margin. You go back to 2020, and Joe Biden was winning it by a 5-point margin. That gives you a little indication. This is a county which is 95% Hispanic or Latino. That gives you an indication of the transformation that we're seeing, and it's a real transformation in Donald Trump's fortunes and standing with the Hispanic and Latino community in particular, and a sense of the sheer scale of the coalition that he is constructing in this election.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because we began the night, Jerry, talking about that very thing. And so it has turned out, just to repeat, that's the scene in Florida, West Palm Beach, Florida Convention Center, and they are awaiting Donald Trump, who is on his way, and he will make a speech. Nothing from Kamala Harris. She, we're told, is, well, she's gone to bed. So she's certainly not speaking. So,
are you hearing anything, Hillary, from?
She's back at the VP's mansion, and I think they're struggling with these Pennsylvania results.
Yeah.
We're just on the Pennsylvania results. The Trump lead is now 200,000 votes. There are 487,000 votes outstanding, yet to be counted. Much of that is in Philadelphia. But the lead, the commanding lead in Pennsylvania appears to be growing for Donald Trump.
Quick question: if Fox have called Pennsylvania for Trump, it can't be long before they
call the race.
Yeah, well, if we, I mean,
election.
the next one, Wisconsin looks very close. I mean,
Yeah.
we're at 90+%, I think, in Wisconsin, and he's comfortably ahead there. That would Michigan is still quite a lot of votes out, I think, so it'll be a while probably before they call that.
If Wisconsin goes,
yeah, I mean, I think we're in at least Fox, but again, we're pretty close to this being called.
I'm told the Harris campaign is quite surprised about Wisconsin.
About Wisconsin.
About Wisconsin, and as we saw her schedule over this past week, she didn't spend much time in Wisconsin. She has, of course,
more than Hillary.
Much more than Hillary. But they really focused on Michigan and Pennsylvania. And,
yeah, I mean,
you know, what Donald Trump has done is to chip into all the different demographics that the Democratic Party has taken for granted, whether that is the black vote, the Latino vote. We'll see what the Arab American vote does in Michigan. All of these demographics, he has taken a proportion of votes from them, and that is delivering history.
And that was very much his strategy. I mean, you know, we talked a lot at the beginning of the evening about the gender gap and the fact that Kamala Harris was looking for the female vote and Donald Trump was looking to diversify and broaden his own base.
Hillary, one thing I want to ask you, there's going to be some, I mean, obviously not tonight, there's going to be a lot of, mourning is going to be the mood tonight. There's going to be some serious recriminations in the Democratic Party, right? I mean...
Well, across the board, right?
Yeah.
Because...
but where do they begin? And I mean, is it, I mean...
Starting with the guy in the White House.
Yeah, him.
The guy in the White House is going to be grumbling all day about how he could have beaten him, right?
So yeah, he's exactly.
So that's number one. So all the Biden team.
But then there's going to be others who are going to say, many others are going to say Biden should have stepped down earlier to allow proper.
That's exactly right.
Others will say Harris shouldn't have been the candidate. Others will say, no, the message was wrong, or going on about fascism. I mean, there's going to be it's again, given the scale of the defeat, and she's going to take down, as you just said, people like Tammy Baldwin and Bob Casey. There's going to be so many people, big figures in the Democratic Party, who are going to be beaten tonight. That's the sort of bloodletting in the Democratic Party is going to be pretty serious.
But
very serious.
Once Joe Biden had made was told that the game was up and he had gone. What was the choice for the Democrats? Was Kamala Harris the only choice, or was there someone else
they made him
you
step
think
down?
the Democrats could have rallied around,
I don't know.
given the time limit, and made a better fist of it?
The hypothetical is tough because I think by that point in July, I don't know that anybody else could have beaten Donald Trump. You had 3 years of an unpopular president, inflation. As you know, I live in London, and people there are like, your economy is doing so much better than anyone else's economy in the Western world, and yet you're getting slaughtered.
It wasn't translating.
It was not translating, and so. But nonetheless, that's how people felt, as we know from the exit polls and other polls. So I don't know that by that point anybody else could have beaten Donald Trump, and I guess I stand there. Having said that, if Biden had stepped down earlier, do I think there's a good chance that the vice president, that Kamala Harris, might not have been the candidate? Yes, there's a good chance, because it would have been a competitive primary, and she's stumbled before in that.
Do you think?
I think there was a deep bench. In Josh Shapiro and Amy Klobuchar, Senator Klobuchar, and Governor Newsom from
Gretchen
California,
Whitmer.
Gretchen Whitmer. I mean, you know, J.B. Pritzker, several governors. Having said that, I can't really fault Kamala Harris for being a bad candidate. I think that the circumstances were bad. The message wasn't great.
Yeah.
The campaign was not fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's not. She's a substantial person, and she's quite a likable person.
And she was hamstrung too by this. We talked about this a bit earlier, but it is very, very hard to run for the presidency from the vice presidency, especially, you know, after one term, because, you know, you can't say, you know, I mean, you can't really play the change card, because then you're dumping on, you know, your boss, the guy who picked you, and the incumbent, and that's inviting all kinds of internal trouble. At the same time, you know, you can't say, I'm running to be the second term of Joe Biden. So it's a really difficult.
And there's something, you're exactly right, Jerry, and there's something else that hasn't gotten talked about tonight, which is that in that position as vice president, she should have distanced from him on the domestic issues and on the economy and the like. But the world is in a very stressful place right now, with a significant war in the Middle East happening, with, you know, a war in Ukraine. And I think she tried to balance being her own person and yet not disrupting the U.S. stature that existed in the world, which is quite important right now.
Yeah.
That is a very tough thing to do when you're in the middle of two international
Is there a side
conflicts.
to this where she was too nice and she could have been more, you know, brutal in distancing herself from Biden?
I think that if she had done that at the outset, I think that would have been a bit of a change. She would have
she performed quite well in the debates.
Yeah.
While the Democratic Party sort of licks its wounds and works out what went wrong, I think in European capitals right now, and indeed in Kyiv as well, they'll be picking up their phones, ringing their embassies here and saying, remind us what this means, remind us how we deal with this. Because yes, they know what a Trump presidency looks like, but they'll still need to be reminded about how unpredictable he is. I think, you know, look at Ukraine, for example. I should think Volodymyr Zelensky right now is a nervous man.
Yeah, and we've been getting messages all night from Ukrainians saying, pray for us.
Yeah.
Again, we talked earlier about China's position, and, you know, former Prime Minister of Australia, now the ambassador here, saying that the Chinese are increasingly worried about an unpredictable Donald Trump in the White House, and what that means for them, especially when it comes to things like tariffs.
We should just tell the viewers that what you're witnessing is a watch party for Donald Trump.
For Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time. So this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well. Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin, essentially, for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. We've got questions about the city of Detroit, questions about the Muslim and Arab vote throughout the county. So it's a lot of a mishmash in Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates. Yeah, let's take a look here. And I'm curious, too, in the presidential. OK, now about half the vote statewide. And remember, this is going to kind of, they're going to add the same day votes tonight, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation here. It's a 6-point deficit for Kari Lake there with what's been counted in the Senate race. And it's a 1-point deficit, or a little bit less than a 1-point deficit for Kamala Harris. So we suspected Arizona might be the state where the Republican Senate candidate Kari Lake, who lost the gubernatorial race there 2 years ago, and an extremely controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move up, Nevada. Okay, again, now in Nevada, it's similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest in here. So what's been counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, that's, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. I'm glad you had me run through these because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too. Yeah. Yeah, New Hampshire. Now, let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle pieces. Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county. They report out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets kind of, where you're just still waiting on numbers. And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. Statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example. Pelham, New Hampshire, right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts line. This is the kind of big town that Trump lost ground in I'll show you, lost ground in 2020. He had won it by about 25, fell down to about 20 points in 2020. You see, he has got it back up to that 2016 level in Pelham. There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem, again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points, came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you're looking still there. We could take a look. How about some of these other big ones here? Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue-collar town here, pretty big-sized blue-collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back, not quite, though, to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have to be exceeding the 2016 level. He nearly won New Hampshire in 2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like Derry, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here, big, kind of blue-collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump. But you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire. Yeah, okay, now this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in, uncalled. Of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. You know, he got, remember, Pennsylvania, he flipped, Michigan, he flipped, Wisconsin, he flipped, on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You know, you talk about like Hennepin County. It's the big population dense, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul is. Again, right on the number there for Harris. So typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
I'm not going to see. Not. I'm going to see into the swirl.
Hey, good to have you both here with us tonight. Claire, let me start with you. We may hear, Donald Trump sooner than later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Oh boy, that's a really hard question. First of all, do I think he will? Will he try to reach out and be a unifier and try to acknowledge that this country is divided, incredibly divided? I don't think he will. That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic self, which is I'm a marauder, I'm a disruptor, I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? Has he, stretch it one more question further, has he made the process more coarse in general, the key to getting elected president?
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style and he speaks in his language. But I also think when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump. I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time in 2016. And I thought actually he gave a much more open speech to bringing the country together, because that was his first moment speaking as president-elect in 2016 in the wee hours over here at the Manhattan Hilton. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to hit on his campaign themes.
I mean, let's remember we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before, and we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign, and that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fix. Somebody who, as we talk about rhetoric, just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bedbug just recently, right? So let's just remember that is, I think, some of the tone. Now, we may see tonight him look to make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps extend an olive branch. Maybe. I mean, listen, we're not, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history.
To that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it, yes. He said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well, but remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still made unfounded claims of voter fraud. So win or lose, it is something that he has a pattern of doing.
I remember in days after the 2016 election, he and his staff summoned network anchors, executives for an off-the-record meeting at Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it, but to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting. It was not.
Well, and that, I think...
So you got chewed out?
You got chewed
Sounds like it. I'm like, let me leave. I wasn't there.
The lines on that one.
Yeah, so we were kind of told what time it was.
Yeah. Well, just to speak to that, I mean, again, we don't have to rehash all of it here, and we're still waiting for Pennsylvania to be called, but he is somebody who has called journalists the enemies of the people. Just at a rally recently, he talked about being surrounded by bulletproof glass, and that if somebody wanted to come after him in a attempted assassination again, they'd have to shoot through the media first, and he'd be okay with that. His campaign tried to suggest that's not what he said, but that is the kind of language that we have heard from him consistently.
And remember how he launched his campaign vowing retribution. And in recent weeks and days, we've heard him talk about his political rivals as being the enemy from within. His vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, has spent a lot of time answering for that in interviews that he has done.
Well, just to bring everybody up to date, 1:30 on the East Coast, and we are awaiting Donald Trump, who's expected to speak at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Battlegrounds remain to be called, and so there still is a narrow path, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. But the trend lines, and the reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike, is the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump victory, but this has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote in. Those states out west, Arizona and Nevada, we may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up the rear there in terms of these Midwest, East Coast time zones. So we will continue to follow this, but Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is the co-chair of the Harris campaign, came out and addressed the crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Well, it is Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, but in a few hours from now.
Yeah, and we should, it's worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks. And we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm. But we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade, but we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, what tone he might strike. And also, I mean, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. Let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then, and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. I mean, he ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? What is it the mass deportation? Is it, the tariffs, for example? I mean, he's been very clear about his policy.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into and some of those other areas, but ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
You have, 8 months to get something done before they start running for re-election? No, I mean, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interests for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember, when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three, and there was, he struggled. He got the tax cuts done. But that was really the only, he didn't repeal Obamacare, he didn't build the wall, he didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all three houses.
No shit.
So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault, as opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order, and I think he's got to do the tariffs. And he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous. So that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start speculating too much. And part of me, I want the Democrats to take the House because I think there'll be a check. On the other hand, they also will be a scapegoat.
Well, let's be clear. If the Republicans hold on to the House, they have the Senate. If they win the White House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that if Donald Trump wins another term, if that happens, and we have not called Pennsylvania or the race yet, so big ifs here, but if that happens, you could maybe see some court retirements if there is a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the court could become even more conservative. Again, potentially, I don't want to go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes out. But since you brought it up, Savannah, just to throw that in.
Well, that brings us to Tom Yamas and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
We've been talking so much about those collar counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight. I'm sorry if my highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is a Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number, 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57. But even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin, that spread right there. And I bring this up because we were talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving and we'll be able to sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is, this is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco, 62%, 61%, you know, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48 and Trump up at 50. He may possibly flip Bucks County. 75% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was Biden County in 2016 as well, right? By a slim margin.
It was Clinton County.
I'm sorry, Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this is the only collar county. Yeah, Hallie, you're right. This is the only collar county Republicans thought they had a chance in, or could at least claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the Democratic support. And tonight it looks like it's happened. We're still waiting on a quarter of the vote. But that's a strong, when you see a number like that in Bucks County, you know it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
And as we talk about the education gap here in this race, I will just point out that Bucks County does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks, you see more of sort of that blue collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not headed in the right direction.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, of course, picked up, he did better, in some of those rural places. He, is sort of from Scranton or Scranton adjacent, grew up there, but then obviously went on to have Delaware as his home state. But I mean, he did better in some of these rural places that we're talking about.
Well, what was interesting is that when Biden won it, when Obama won it, he drew out a very large African-American population and vote in the Philadelphia area. Yes, did well in the collar counties, but Biden really won it because of the collar counties, and that's what made his win in Pennsylvania so different.
Everyone's speechless here. I guess it really is 1:40 in the morning, except for they're not speechless. They're cheering there at Trump headquarters at West Palm. Yeah, I think we must be getting close to that moment with Donald Trump's motorcade. We saw it coming, so I think.
Garrett Hagen's there.
Yeah, he's there. We can listen to him and hear what the crowd is hearing.
Yeah. Savannah, I can tell you right now, the anticipation far outpaces the available information about what Donald Trump will say and when he will say it. They're broadcasting another network in here, and we're getting a lot of cheers from a crowd who is anticipating a victory speech. I can tell you on the platform behind me, you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't yet exist. Trump told reporters this morning after he voted that he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow. Any further word there, Peter?
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point, shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left, a matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday, not just to her supporters, but to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet, but certainly based on the expressions we saw, the information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them, a successful campaign. We heard a funeral type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel not far from here. Kamala Harris never arrived at this location, not dissimilar to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she would deliver remarks the next day. Ultimately, it was then when she delivered a concession. So they're keeping close eyes on Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is, you know, there are key demographics and critical counties and crucial states
Peter,
where they're just underperforming.
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one in Omaha, that's adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. Think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand him the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
Yeah, that's on my that's already on my event calendar. Yeah. I'm like devastated, like not as devastated as the Hillary thing, but I felt something wasn't gonna go right, you know, in my bone, you know. This, I'm trying to tell you, if I can get me a white man like this, you know, old Steve. Oh, I love him. Oh, he's so smart. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to tell you, Kamala better not come out there with all that fucking green. I'm telling you now. She come out there like, yeah. I'm trying all them teeth and shit. Oh my gosh. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. You know, I'm not a smiley person anyway. I'm really not. Very, you know, serious. Very serious. And he gonna lie to me, oh, we did about a whole bunch. When it's all filled in, it wasn't about a whole bunch. I can't do nothing but this is life. Oh, boy.
Far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Let's go to Wisconsin now. Tammy Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins, and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, the Republican, I just got a text from a source, Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good about tonight.
Well, we have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause right here and give a chance to other stations to join.
In the second administration, your thoughts 30,000 feet of this win?
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage, 2024 election. This is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Celebration has broken out. The crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
And we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers. And the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance of caution.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know if he's in this convention center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if in fact we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for First and Second Amendment rights, etc. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump and has become a very close ally of his. It speaks to what we've been talking about, young men. There's this picture, Mar-a-Lago, Elon Musk, Dana White, UFC guy, out there with
by the way, speaking of, first of all, Elon Musk hours ago tweeted, or X, or whatever you call it now, game, set, match. So he's already been feeling that victory. But let's talk about RFK. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has stated that Donald Trump promised to give him everything having to do with health care in the government. So we'll see if he keeps that promise.
And he is, again, a very controversial figure here, talking about children's health. He's big in these sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. You saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket, not RFK Jr.'s, but he has been brought into the Trump fold as well.
Well, Elon Musk is so fascinating because he was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials, and I interviewed Caroline Levitt today and asked her about this. She said, look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also involved. But the bottom line, it seems to have worked, at least in some of these states that we've called so far.
We just saw the actor John Voight among those gathered waiting to hear from President Trump. I think we have former President Trump, Garrett Haake, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance. And in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no guidance. So we're all in a bit of a waiting period here. for the former president, I think, to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race. Obviously, not a decision we have made. NBC News not making any projection, but I do think that will weigh on Trump's thinking now that his audience here in the room believes he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was part of the sort of core group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening. Everyone who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who in many cases have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly, hugging and smiling and dancing along to the program, ready for a victory celebration that for them has been a very long time coming.
Hey, Garrett, let me ask you. You know, we've been reporting for weeks that this is going to be a tie, and we've seen what Democrats now see. Yeah. Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that there, but for the grace of God, go I? Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems.
When I talked to people within the Trump campaign the last couple of days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky, until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple of days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw, I think, the vice president's closing message. They saw Donald Trump at a lot of his rallies kind of failing to deliver the knockout blow with his own closing message. And they did get a little nervous. But their theory of the case was always that this electorate existed and they needed to prove it to be true. And I can tell you I have gotten several text messages from Trump campaign staffers and major donors basically saying, see, we told you so. I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep potentially of the battleground states if their theory was right. They have felt minute by minute and hour by hour tonight that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right. And we won't know till all the votes are counted, but certainly it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. This network's still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania and we call that race for him, et cetera, who will be in his ear? Who will be in his inner circle? And as we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail, his son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time. And both Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be here tonight, if in fact he comes out and gives some sort of big speech. They may line up as part of the family, but they have not been a presence in the way that they were.
Well, let's also not forget that 40-year-old J.D. Vance, who served in the United States Senate for 2 years, is on the precipice of becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old. So, I mean, this is a moment.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about the who would serve in the administration, I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between. Because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean, the house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the entire thing.
I think he will, but for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department?
Or
HHS. Yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
which he himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads.
Well, I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say though is that when it comes to whether it's in the national security space, in all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I mean, I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017. And most of the people we did not know because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C. You're taking
Talking about his
from
former
Congress.
chief of staff, Reince Priebus, yeah.
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so many of the people who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks. All of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only the second president in more than 100 years, if he does in fact win, to go back to the White House and serve non-consecutive terms.
What do you think of your old boss, former Vice President Mike Pence, is thinking? He did not endorse Donald Trump, and of course, famously, did his constitutional duty on January 6th to the chance of hang Mike Pence. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint. I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American people. And so I think he'll look that if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he will make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road, not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of his next cabinet?
Well, I think a lot of times you have to realize how to communicate with him and also what your role is. I mean, I think this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington, D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation, but there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at is the military. You know, we have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they felt as though they could say no to him. They felt as though they were protecting the government. And by all accounts, this will be a very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole, it was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support, and the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, obviously Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, I mean, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game.
And potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And so, and we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark too. So listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state. And because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
we've got an important call to make here.
Moments away from calling one of the key
battlegrounds. Stand by.
battlegrounds.
Yes, NBC News can now project that
Oh,
Donald
it's
Trump will
over.
win in the state of Pennsylvania.
It's
19
over.
electoral votes.
It's over.
Here's where it stands right
What
now.
do we need?
Donald Trump out in front, difference of 188,000 votes, 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
It's over.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska. Yeah.
I'm looking there going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
To be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here. But he wins Alaska, and then we go back. And Maine. There's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers, listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind back to 2016, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning, she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow. And they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, you know, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying, have you written a concession speech at the beginning of the night? And he said, no, because we don't even want to think about that. And you have to ask that question. Did Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where, you know, the polls showed 49-49. I mean, I think
well, maybe someone wrote a concession.
I think you wouldn't be blamed for being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, you know, that this feels a lot like that. There is a distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent. But there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She wasn't even supposed to be on the top of this ticket 6 months ago, right? So there is, it was a very different vibe coming into this. She talked about, and her campaign cast her as the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of heir apparent, if you will. So there are some distinctions here.
By the way, this is the third straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does appear that he, at least, maybe it's not a polling miss, because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties, and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you have now memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but if former President Trump goes back to the White House, something else you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens in the Supreme Court, and if anything happens there, we saw how he completely reshaped that court. And if he's reelected, it looks like he's going to be, I mean, not that there's anyone sort of hanging on there at the Supreme Court, but it's something that Republicans are going to be thinking about.
Well, and here's the other point to remind people of: the Supreme Court issued a ruling that gave him immunity from all official acts. Prior to tonight, Donald Trump was facing 3 legal battles and was also convicted.
He's got a
November 26th sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of questions about how all of that will
There are 2 state cases. The sentencing case, the sentencing is in the New York State case, and then there are 2 federal cases which will functionally disappear.
Go away.
I mean, they'll go away if he took office and they were still going. He could pardon himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the January 6th convicts. We'll have to see how that works functionally. And he'll fire Jack Smith on day 1, and again, the deportation force, which he has promised to start on day 1. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds.
It's interesting.
Very clear.
Think about what Judge Merchan in New York State Court will do with the sentencing date before him, whether he just tables it or, you know, but in any event.
That could mean another Supreme Court intervention. Try to find out what.
It could. It'll be very interesting. He has an experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just, you know, recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case, you know, so he may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in line with similar situated defendants. Yes,
So you have
so it would be surprising.
Your court TV hat back on here.
I know. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is I guess, watching some speeches or videos right now, and they're waiting for the former president to come out. We don't know whether he will claim victory. Again, we have not made that call. At least one other network has, and the crowd reacted to that a bit early, but we make no statement from that other than the fact that we're our decision desk works along with its own metrics in making these decisions. So they will at some point make calls, and we'll see where the evening ends up.
Yeah, well, barring an earthquake in some of these states, such as Alaska, I think that by calling Pennsylvania, it's sort of all over, but the voting. But we will wait for the official moment of 270 votes. But I can guarantee you Donald Trump isn't. There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum. These are former opponents in the primary who were quickly dispatched and then came over to the Trump side, and perhaps they have stars in their eyes about what roles they may play in a Trump administration.
There's another piece of history that if this goes the way that it seems likely to go here, and he does hit 270 electoral votes, he would be the oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about, especially as age has become front and center in this race, as Vice President Harris looked to cast him as sort of exhausted, questioning his fitness for office in those final days of the campaign. Again, an argument that clearly did not seem to resonate for voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, those battlegrounds that appeared to be putting him over the edge.
Let's go to Garrett Hank. He is there at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains unambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here. We're getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We can have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right?
Yes.
With Donald Trump back in office here, the dynamic.
So they talk about so much. Well, yeah, it'll be under strain at times. There will be big differences of opinion, but that broadly it will be fine. But it's worth reminding people what Theresa May said about Donald Trump. Of course, she had to deal with him. She was prime minister when he was president. Dealing with Donald Trump, she said, and his administration was like dealing with no other world leader. He was an American president like no other.
Have they appointed the new ambassador yet to Washington?
Not yet, no.
David Miliband is still talked about quite a bit.
I think David Miliband was being talked about. Peter Mandelson was being talked about as well, a couple of others. But I think they were all under the assumption that Kamala Harris would win. Peter Mandelson, David Miliband would be more aligned there. I think they may be
you have to
again.
give Ambassador Karen Pierce some credit here, because she and her political team, Sinead Bobo, they really paid attention to the Republicans and the Trump team and Republicans in the Senate for a long time, and have been quite smart about the relationship. And
here we go.
Yeah, there we go. Let's
Why you got to be an observation.
And the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
You got to be
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me.
So there it is. Donald Trump is about to speak in West Palm Beach, Florida, and it will almost certainly be a victory speech. He is very close to regaining the presidency, and let's have a listen to what Donald Trump has to say.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
we didn't do it before.
We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
You don't know that yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who is the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words, sir.
Wild.
He is trouble. The KKK.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in.
But we want to come in the right way.
We have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, yeah, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia, and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, particular hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. So maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. but this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, there we are at 2:52 in the morning in Washington, 7:52 in the UK. Donald Trump claims victory in this election. He said this was a movement like no one has seen before, the greatest political movement. We're going to help our country heal. It needs help very badly. And he claimed all sorts of victories. He said they'd won Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, said they would win most of the other swing states, if not all. Also says they won the popular vote, which it does look like they have. Taken control of the Senate, he said, which it does look like they have. Predicted they would control the House as well. And he said it was all won by the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again movement, and said it was a massive victory for democracy and freedom. And what everyone now will be waiting for is firstly the projection that he is the next president of the United States, and then what the next 4 years will look like.
Under Donald Trump, and he described himself as the 45th president of the United States, and then said, and now the 47th president of the United States. He also said it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. He said this will truly be the golden age of America, and some words of unity towards the end of that speech. You can see his entire family. In 2016, his entire family, including his daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared Kushner, standing by him. They had mostly been missing from this campaign in 2024, but they have, well, they were at the RNC.
Yeah, because not a word about Kamala Harris.
No.
That is true. She hasn't conceded yet, I suppose, so, you know, she will.
Well, he has declared victory.
But it was quite striking that he didn't, you know, there was no note of graciousness towards it.
He's a man who through his career loves superlatives, but tonight there was one that I think everyone can give him. This was a remarkable comeback, a remarkable political victory. I think stunning is the word, a stunning moment, stunning comeback. There is stunned excitement across a little more than half of America, stunned anxiety for others as well, because as you say, Mark, it seems like a clean sweep, a pure Trump America. The White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court he'd already loaded in his last term, perhaps the House of Representatives as well. I think also this will be a huge test for America's institutions. The guardrails of power will be tested now, because this is still a divided country, of course, half the country ecstatic, but the question, of course, is will he deliver for them? The other half who cannot bear it, but must now bear it. There is going to be huge anxiety, and beyond, of course, for the world as well, for Ukraine, for Russia, the Middle East, for China.
Yes, exactly. As you say, it's not just implications here in the United States, but people will be looking, world leaders will be looking very closely to see how Donald Trump's foreign policy pans out, the differences between 2016 and now. I'm being told we need to go to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who joins us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And Dom, I mean, we've been watching Pennsylvania very closely all night. And of course, in the last half hour, we projected that Donald Trump had won that all-crucial battleground state of Pennsylvania. You've been at that watch party all night, and we've just seen Donald Trump declare victory.
Yeah, and we've always said, and we all the way through this campaign, I think that Pennsylvania probably would be the state that won it for whoever won it, because it's impossible, almost impossible, without a major upset to win the White House without picking up Pennsylvania on the way. And that is certainly what it looks like Donald Trump has done. And having crisscrossed the state over the last couple of weeks, the issues that voters cared about most were the economy, the immigration situation, the open border, as Donald Trump referred to it as, and also chaos overseas. And voters were able, time and again, to sort of compartmentalize what they thought about that man who we just heard speaking there. The man, all his antics on the campaign trail, his divisiveness, they said they didn't like the man, many of them, but they liked the policymaker, and they liked what he did for America in his first 4 years, and they want that to come back, and they compared it very unfavorably to the 4 years they've had under Joe Biden. And even those who supported Kamala Harris, who said they would vote for her, a lot of them just didn't like her, and they said they were doing so because she wasn't Donald Trump primarily. She didn't have that likability that I think so many victorious candidates do need to have. It was an interesting speech, wasn't it? Because it was sort of magnanimous in victory, very inclusive. He listed the many Americans who he says have helped him win: the Latin Americans, the Hispanic Americans, the young Americans, and the Arab Americans. It wasn't the kind of divisive speech that we've heard from Donald Trump in the past. And on the campaign trail at times, his rhetoric has been pretty dark. It's been vindictive and spiteful and vengeful. He has talked about being the voters' retribution when he gets into power. He is a master of false promises, false claims, empty, hollow threats. And he's not a man you can often hold to his word. So we'll have to see what kind of presidency he will end up running, and whether he will be true to that more magnanimous rhetoric we've heard tonight, if, as seems almost certain now, he does become the president. Let's just try and have a word with people here as they listen to that speech in this crucial state, in this crucial part of this crucial state. Bucks County is the county he had to win, and it looks like he may have done well enough here to win the state. I think Bucks County will have been one of the most crucial counties to win. It's a collar county around Philadelphia, and it's certainly a state a county he had to win to pick up the state. Let's talk to Jim Worthington, who was the organizer of this watch party tonight and is very close to Donald Trump, one of the biggest fundraisers for Donald Trump.
Yes.
Don't run a PAC, do you, Jim? But you do raise
individual
amounts of money,
money
from the hundreds to thousands. What did you think when you heard your man there claiming victory?
I thought it was unbelievable. Like I said earlier, it was the greatest comeback in not just politics, probably in the history of the world and anything. Imagine everything he went through to get back there and become the 47th president of the United States.
Goes through your heart as you listen to that.
Well, I felt like, everybody in this room was a part of making that to happen. And that's what's great about America. You can work hard, you get people organized and energized, and we were a big part of his victory. I mean, you maybe heard me earlier, if you win Bucks County, you win Pennsylvania, you win the presidency. 90% of the people that win Pennsylvania win the presidency. So all along, I said back in August, I said to people, you win Pennsylvania, you're the president. And
you've worked very hard for that to happen. What do you want him to do most of all now? He is looking like he's going to take the White House.
Honestly, I think a successful presidency, there's two things that I would say. Number one, for the world, it would be that we establish ourselves as a power again and get our, have respect of what we used to have under him that we lost during this last administration. I think the world is counting for him to be a strong leader, a decisive leader. We need to be strong for the world. That's number one. Number two, I think domestically, my thing that I would like to see that we really focus on not only the middle class, but the minority population and the less fortunate in inner cities. That, I believe, is when we can bring people up that are, have had generational problems with moving up, through the economic ladder. I think till we solve that problem, and that starts with things like school choice and things like that, providing better education for kids, minority kids in Philadelphia and other cities that just, they don't have the opportunity to aspire and do better. So
on the campaign trail, he said, I will be your retribution. So you're painting a quite positive outlook for a Trump second presidency. No, I mean, that sounds quite threatening, doesn't it, to a lot of people?
No, that's not what he said. He said, my success will be my revenge, not retribution. Revenge. Success will be his revenge. So in other words, he's going to come back. He's going to have 4 great years. He's going to be successful, and he's going to say, I told you so. You should have elected me in 2020, and we wouldn't have to go through all this bull crap that we're going through now where, the borders are 20 million people came over illegally. There's international conflicts all over all over the world. You've got food costs skyrocketing, gasoline prices skyrocketing. The average American just can't pay their bills. So that's
if, for instance, he does bring about mass deportations of immigrants, that's going to be pretty divisive, isn't it? That's going to lead to unrest, isn't it, in America? Do you want that?
There's not going to be any arrest. There's people who came illegally. In America, if you commit a crime, you're put in jail. It's hard to believe that people from other countries can break the law coming into the country and then just stay. And on top of it, by the Harris-Biden administration, get paid on top of it. Provided social programs, money, housing, and they were illegal. They came illegal. We have veterans that come back from war that are on the streets of New York City. They get no assistance, no help. Let's take care of our own. People that came here they could make. Here's what they can do. If you're illegal, you could probably start going back right now before we deport you. They have an option. They crossed illegally. They can leave legally, right? So I have no problem. I have no problem with him. Now when it comes to kids and things like that, that's a different issue, and I'm sure that will be the case. But if you're an adult and you came across the border illegally, it's time for you to go back.
Just finally, you're going to see him, I think, this week. What are you going to say? What are you going to say to him?
I'm going to congratulate him. I'm going to remind him that Bucks County was a big part of it, and I'll tell him that it was good to see him because the last time I saw him was at McDonald's.
Jim Worthington, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you. On the way in tonight, actually, I saw a poster with a picture of Donald Trump saying, impeached, arrested, indicted, shot, but he still keeps coming back. And I think that is a thing to think about. This is an extraordinary comeback, as we've been saying tonight, by a man that many people had written off and seems to have an irrepressible resilience. And that's something I think that has driven all these people to believe in him and it seems to have led to him going back to the White House in January for a second historic term in office, whatever you think of him.
Dom, thank you so much. We've just got some updates. Obviously, global leaders are reaching out already to Donald Trump. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has written on what was Twitter and now X. Congratulations, President Donald Trump, ready to work together as we have done for 4 years with your convictions and with mine, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity. And we also have one from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as well.
Yeah, he says that Trump's return offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the alliance with Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu saying it marks a new beginning for America.
Yeah, and we'll be talking a little bit more and getting more reaction on those foreign leaders reaching out to Donald Trump. But let's go straight to Lewis now, who can bring us up to date with some of the data and the stats that he's seen.
Yes, Elder, I think just to try and demonstrate, particularly for viewers who are just joining us, the scale of Donald Trump's victory, since Dominic was talking about it there, it might just be worth looking at Bucks County. This is an absolutely bellwether microcosm county, really, of Pennsylvania, a state that Donald Trump has, of course, now won. 86% of the vote now in Bucks County. Like I say, it's just on the border with New Jersey. It really is a really good microcosm of the state of Pennsylvania overall, a bit of rural, a bit of urban, quite a mixed community there. And you can see Donald Trump is ahead by 10,500 votes. Biden won it in 2020. Clinton won it in 2016. Obama won it in 2012. This is a picture that we are seeing again and again in county after county. Donald Trump flipping historically Democratic counties. In fact, there is basically nowhere, as far as we can see, on the map at the moment where Kamala Harris has overperformed. Any county in the United States that Kamala Harris has overperformed relative to where Joe Biden was in 2020 is a dismal performance overall. And just to give a sense of that, by the way, for Pennsylvania overall, this is the best Republican performance in the state of Pennsylvania since Ronald Reagan in 1984. Another illustration of this, let's look at Minnesota, a state that Kamala Harris is going to win. Of course, the home of Tim Walz, the vice presidential candidate. Kamala Harris is going to win it by 51.7% to Donald Trump's 46.1%. But again, there isn't even any premium for her picking Tim Walz as the candidate from Minnesota, because even here, Donald Trump is doing better than he did back in 2020. Bear in mind, this is the most reliably Democratic state of any state of the union. It's voted Democratic in every election since 1984, even in Ronald Reagan's blowout election of that year. If we look at Florida, a state we were talking about, it feels like eons ago at this point now. Look at this gap here. This is an enormous gap, 56.1% compared to Harris, 42.8% there. And you just look at what this was even in 2020. Yes, Trump won it there, 51-47, 2016, 49-47. And Obama, of course, won it in 2012, 50-49. All of these places over the long term trending away and away and away. Again, this is the best performance for any winning candidate in Florida since 1988. And again, let's just look, because we all got very excited, didn't we, a couple of days ago, by the poll that we saw in Iowa, the Des Moines Register poll, which showed that Kamala Harris was actually ahead of Donald Trump in that poll. Well, look at this. Donald Trump has actually won Iowa 56-42. This is the best performance for any candidate, Republican or Democrat, any winning candidate in this state since 1972, since Richard Nixon carried this state in the Republican landslide election of that year. So you can see when you put all of that together, just how well Donald Trump is doing. And if we look at the road to 270, while we're talking about the fact that Donald Trump has basically already won this election, it's all over bar the shouting. You can see he's already on 266. All he needs is any of the other states still to go, and he wins. And the chances are he's going to win every single one of them and going to have his best electoral college performance that he's had in any of the 3 elections he's contested. He's highly likely to win the popular vote as well. He's won the Senate, as we know, and the House is entirely possible that it goes his way. He is going to be in Washington, D.C., in the city that we're in right now, Yalda Mark. He is going to be king of all he surveys, completely dominant politically, at least for the next 2 years until the next midterm elections.
Yeah, well, Lewis, thank you very much indeed. Lewis Goodall there, setting out the scale of all this. I mean, we were told it was the election that was too close to call, and it may well have been, but there was always a possibility that one of the candidates was going to walk away in the way that Donald Trump has. And Jerry, I think I just want to ask you, are you surprised by the scale of this win for Donald Trump? Or, I mean, look, let's just make the point. It hasn't been conceded yet. He's claimed it. It hasn't been conceded, and we haven't declared it yet. But it's only a matter of data, I think. Are you surprised by the scale of it?
Well, I mean, on one level, no, because as we said right at the start of the evening, there was such a high level of uncertainty that kind of almost any outcome was possible. I always thought there was a chance of a strong Trump finish, anything from a strong Trump victory to a narrow Harris victory. So in that sense, I'm not surprised. I am surprised by the breadth and as well as the depth of the victory. Lewis pointed that very interesting statistic that, and I've seen this elsewhere too, that so far we haven't found a single, there are thousands of counties in the United States, not a single county where Kamala Harris, as Lewis said, did outperformed Joe Biden's vote in 2020, which is an astonishing, that's a statistical freak. I mean, that, even in many elections, when one party wins in certain parts of the country, they will at least, advance their votes a little bit. There doesn't seem to be one part of the country, as we've said, the victory in Congress. So the scale of this, both of the personal Trump victory, but also of the broader Republican victory, the rebuff, the defeat for the Democrats. Yeah, I think that's beyond what almost anybody was expecting, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on how big their Senate majority is, actually, because that is quite critical, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it's a clean sweep, pretty much. And we were wondering at the beginning of the night which of the demographics would end up being the one that won it for either candidate. Well, it seems to be most of the demographics have won it for Donald Trump. And he described it as a common core of common sense. That is the coalition that he has built with truly remarkable success.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that we were looking at these exit polls early on in the evening. Some talked about democracy being top of the agenda, but also predictable things like the economy, for example, and some of those people that we were hearing from who were with Dominic on immigration as well.
Everywhere I have been over the course of the past 4 years, and of course more recently, people have said the same thing: economy, 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 border. Those have been the dominant themes that have come up. And of the many people who have voted for Donald Trump and appear to have put him back in the White House, many of them will say they do not like Donald Trump, the man, but they like his policies. They are fed up with the past 4 years. They see the last 4 years as being chaotic. They remember the Trump 4 years as being less chaotic. As Trump said himself, no wars when he was president. So you're laughing, Hillary, but
well, it is. We call it Trump amnesia in many ways, because Joe Biden was elected because Donald Trump brought chaos, and that people were just tired of the chaos. And I think that, the combination of COVID happening towards the end of the Trump presidency and Joe Biden sort of moving people through a really unhappy time, and then inflation starting, obviously, because of so much government spending. Yes, the Trump economy maybe was better, but technically and by the numbers, it wasn't better. And that's the thing that people are going to be looking at.
But it was psychological as well, wasn't it, Hillary?
It wasn't COVID,
but I mean, the economy doing well now, but people aren't feeling the benefits of it. So it's a psychological thing. When they get asked, are you better under Joe Biden or 4 years ago? The sense for them is that life was better under Donald Trump. And for Hillary Clinton, I mean, she was VP to a deeply unpopular president.
Yeah. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris, yes.
Yeah. There'll be many of those comparisons going forward. I think that's right. I think the other thing you just have to acknowledge when you look at the extent of what Trump has done, and all night I was thinking, how is it that these campaigns, because the Harris people are literally shocked at the numbers that are turning out now, how is it that hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on data analysis and data collection, and not I mean, forget about all the money that was spent on advertising and get out the vote and that, but just the data operations on these campaigns alone were huge. And the amount of money spent on polling were huge. And I'm reminded again back to the UK election, where pretty much to a precinct, you know, the pollsters predicted the proper outcome, right? They predicted the exact outcome. And yet we have like 30 times the amount of polling companies here in the U.S. doing these polls, and you know, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on it, and yet every time they've been so off these last several elections, and that's really something interesting.
We'll come right back to that point, Hillary, but we just want to go to our James Matthews, who is at Mar-a-Lago, and the lights there are going off, actually. We heard about Kamala Harris and her lights going up, but let's go to James so he can bring us up to date. We heard there from Donald Trump. I mean, it's been quite an extraordinary night.
Yeah, extraordinary and yet very ordinary, Yalda, actually, when Donald Trump eventually did take to the stage. Same old notes, same old gags, same old anecdotes, and, you know, for a speech at 3 in the morning, it perhaps went on too long for many who started actually drifting away before he finished. But that does not diminish, of course, the significance and the historical nature of it all. The 47th president of the United States, who would have put their money on him being back on that stage, addressing this crowd and enjoying this rediscovered status after everything he went through first time round, and of course in the run-up to this. A joyous night clearly for his supporters. I mean, it was rock star stuff in here when he took to the stage, flanked by his family, spoke about, as you heard, a huge victory, according to him, for democracy and freedom, says that he will make the United States better than it has ever been. God spared my life for a reason, he said. That reason being to save our country and return America to greatness. He spoke about healing, said that it's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. I tell you, he has a job on his hands, Yalda, because clearly half of this country is trembling at the prospect of a Trump presidency. Remember the dark warnings that we have been given about this man, who half the country said would embrace things like Project 2025, you know, enhance the power of the executive, his power, and, you know, NATO, worldwide concerns clearly will ensue from all of this. Fears of authoritarianism from a man described as a fascist by those who worked most closely with him. How far will he go down the road towards authoritarianism, if indeed he does at all, and what will be in place to keep him in check? Questions about Elon Musk, questions about Robert Kennedy, who he hailed on stage. What role will he have? What role will Elon Musk have? What checks on power will Elon Musk have? You know, given the support he's given to Donald Trump, essentially a man who is a big factor in pushing him back in the Oval Office. What is the payback for Elon Musk for all of that? So, you know, many questions clearly for tomorrow. Tonight here, we're packing up. It's quiet. Donald Trump is long gone. Big party he had at Mar-a-Lago. Nigel Farage was there, British MP. I spoke to him earlier on. He was drawing parallels with Churchill. J.D. Vance on stage calling it the greatest ever political comeback. So lots of hyperbole knocking around in this particular location tonight. And I suppose some of it is justified when you think about how extraordinary it actually all is. The day that changed the world in many ways.
Yeah, very much so. James, thank you so much. And I guess, you know, James posing all of those questions. Donald Trump has another chance, another 4 years. The question is, what does he do with those 4 years? We're seeing a I keep wanting to say tweet, but it's no longer, I don't know what they call it on X now. But he's put out a little statement. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, he has said congratulations to real Donald Trump on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-US strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So Volodymyr Zelensky putting out that statement very early on and holding his breath, I guess, at the same time.
What else was he going to say?
Right.
So he'll be worried. I mean, Zelensky will be worried about what happens with American help for Ukraine. And another man, another man who will be slightly worried is NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte, new Secretary General, who is saying when Trump takes office, he will be welcomed by a stronger, larger, and more united alliance. And I'm sure there'll still be some concern about what he plans to do, because he's, of course, threatened to withdraw from NATO.
Well, yeah, but it's also worth saying that one of the reasons that NATO is stronger now is because Trump in his last presidency made them pay more, because he said he was fed up with being the policeman of the world, that Europe, NATO needed to do more of their own heavy lifting, and so they did. And actually, Jens Stoltenberg, the predecessor to Mark Rutte, is on the record as saying that some of Trump's nudges to NATO, other NATO members, was actually very helpful in that regard. So, yes, he's threatened to leave NATO. He's threatened to do lots of stuff that he's actually ended up not doing. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I mean, his foreign policy ethos is and always has been peace through strength, which kind of differs from what you might argue the Biden-Harris foreign policy has been, which is peace through dialogue and negotiation. So he's a man who has clearly got a very different vision for the world, but he said in his own speech just now that the first priority is America first, and he believes that he's got a lot of rebuilding to do in America, and he will do that first.
He also said he's going to keep his promises.
Just in 1 sec, we've just got Keir Starmer.
I didn't have it.
I've got it, I think, yes. It's on the screen, well, I can't read that.
Oh,
yes, congratulations, President-elect Trump, on your historic election victory. I look forward to working with you in the years ahead. As the closest of allies, we stand shoulder to shoulder in defense of our shared values of freedom, democracy and enterprise, from growth and security to innovation and tech. I know that the UK-US special relationship, there it is, will continue to prosper on both sides of the Atlantic for years to come. And all this begs a question. Kamala Harris hasn't conceded
yet. It is worth noting that she has not conceded.
This is bizarre what's happening. We've got these international...
One might say that a little... You can do it, I can show you. And here, I mean, at this point, if he just gets Alaska, which he's favored to do, he's just the one electoral vote short, and he is leading in the 2nd congressional district.
Maine is one of those states that doesn't
just like
Nebraska.
Things up. Exactly. Maine 2 is the more rural of the 2 districts. He carried it both times. This would be the 3rd straight time he did it. We expect that. It's still a lot of votes still to count in Maine, but assuming that lead holds there, that gets him to 270 without Wisconsin, without Michigan, without Nevada, without Arizona. And when you see the historic realignment that we're seeing tonight among Latino voters, it would be a stunner if somehow he didn't win Arizona. When you look at the gains he made in New Mexico even, and what they did in Texas. I mean, he increased his margin in Texas from what he did in 2020, increased his margin in Florida, decreased the Democratic margin in New Mexico. So it would be a shocker if somehow Arizona didn't continue to move in the same way.
I want to dig into that a little bit more, maybe perhaps next hour. But to Chuck's point here, I mean, the former president is poised to have, at the end of the night, perhaps later tomorrow, somewhere close to 300 electoral votes. I would assume that would be considered in most circles a mandate. If the former president has that kind of mandate, what does that mean legislatively?
Well, a couple of things come to mind. One of them, for me, is what he didn't talk about tonight, and that is skepticism about the the systems that produced this result. So does that put to bed his talking about elections can't be trusted? And that might be one important piece in sort of moving past that. On mandate, and I was struck by it when you used that word a moment ago, it does give him the political will to say, I talked about these number of things, both domestic and international, and I have the juice to get them done. And members of Congress would follow suit, I think.
Right, but the founding fathers did set up a system where he checks and balance, where he's got to get this through Congress, and Congress has set up its own rules where you're not just going to push anything through, particularly in the United States Senate, where even though they're poised to have big gains today, they could end up with 55, maybe even 56 seats. That's still 4 seats vote of what we call a supermajority. You can basically stop almost any piece of legislation if you don't have the full 60 votes. So that really takes off the table things like his mass deportation plan, things along those lines. But it's going to require Democrats to come to the table and try and find some areas where they can compromise with it.
I might argue Democrats may feel like they have to come to the table and work with, because, you know, one of the things we haven't talked about tonight is Donald Trump's improvement in blue states. I got to show you the state of Illinois. We're at 91% reporting. We know she's going to win it because we know how much. Look at this change, okay? Joe Biden won Illinois by nearly 18 points.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is going to win it probably by 5 once all is said and done. Okay, that's Illinois. Let me take you to a few other blue states here.
Virginia.
We've seen Virginia as another one where you saw where, again, and this has been, even in every blue county, she sort of underperformed. But Virginia, 10 points, it's going to be 5 points there. We can, let's see if it's a problem in every blue state. Look, here's Maryland.
Yeah.
He won it by 33 points. She's going to win it by 22 points. I mean, he picked up ground everywhere. And a lot of it has to do with this realignment of 2 major groups. One is obviously Latinos, and the second appears to be younger men.
Chuck, thank you. Let me go out to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's standing by for us. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, I don't know if you could hear our conversation, but we're talking about the kind of mandate that President Trump may have and what his agenda might be. Can you help us with that?
Right. I think it's a good conversation around not only the realignment, but I think that this is, when we're talking about a mandate here, Donald Trump ran, especially here in these final months of the campaign, I mean, his most pure, unvarnished self. He told Americans exactly what he intends to do, from mass deportations to putting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of the U.S. health agencies that even dictate the vaccines that are on the market. He went as far as to say that he'll have Elon Musk go in and make the federal government more efficient by Elon Musk's own suggestion, echoed by Donald Trump, to cut federal budget by 1/3, which, let's be very clear, that's staggering. That's $2 trillion, which U.S. discretionary annual budget is about $1.7 trillion. So you're talking about, where do you cut? Is that Social Security, Medicare, defense spending? There's a lot of serious questions about policy implications that are going to be had in these weeks and months ahead if, in fact, Donald Trump is to ascend and take the White House in 2025 here. And again, when we're talking about that mandate, American voters for the last 2 years have heard Donald Trump on the campaign trail, right, promise to go after his political enemies and use the Department of Justice as his own tool to go and investigate and bring charges against those who he has made the case unfairly targeted him. And Americans made a very explicit decision here today to the extent that they came and turned out. And I think that this is where, for those individuals that are close to Donald Trump, his allies, they have consistently said that Donald Trump is the one who is running the show of this campaign. There was no effort from any campaign managers to try to moderate him or get him to focus or stay on teleprompter. This was Donald Trump in his purest form. And now Donald Trump getting that mandate to go into the side of the White House and essentially act as the chief executive of the United States in the way that he has promised the last 2 years to do.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, stand by for us if you can, please, sir, because we want to go to your counterpart there in Washington, D.C. NBC's Michelle Sindor. She's there at the Bureau. You have been following the Kamala Harris campaign since it launched. Any idea at this point, Yamiche, based on the conversations that you've been having with folks inside that campaign, when did it take a turn for the vice president? When did they know she was in trouble?
It's a key question, Craig. I was talking to Harris officials all night, and they really began the night very confident, feeling very joyful. I heard the idea that they were cautiously optimistic, and the vice president has been saying for the last 3 days that she felt like she had the momentum in this race and that she was going to win. That's what she was telling crowds. But around 10:30, when it started becoming very clear that former President Trump was making gains, and exit polls were showing that he was overperforming in key areas, including in North Carolina and Georgia, it became clear to the Harris campaign aides that I was talking to that she was in trouble. And I started hearing words like deflated. I started hearing words like it feels like a funeral here, especially at Howard University, which was her alma mater. There were hundreds, thousands of people gathered there. They started getting very quiet. They started being very sort of blank stares, started forming on people's faces. And then over the course of the last few hours, including just in the last hours, as I've been texting people with former President Trump winning Pennsylvania, people are telling me now that they're pivoting toward looking at how to deal with Trump's policies and how to find love for people that they might disagree with. So definitely a change here.
All right. Yamiche, I'll send them for us there in Washington. Yamiche, we'll check back in with you as well in just a bit.
Our special coverage of the 2024 election continues. Stay with us. We're going to take a look at our data wall and where the state of the race stands. We have so much to dig into about how this historic night unfolded, how this election unfolded. Stay with us.
Whether you're at home or on our plaza, we're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Our coverage of the 2024 election continues. If you are just joining us, former President Donald Trump in striking distance to become the next president of these United States. In fact, here's where the road to 270 stands at this hour, 3:45 roughly Eastern here. You can see the former president. He picked up Pennsylvania a short time ago. He flipped that key blue wall state, all but sealing Vice President Harris's fate. You can also see President Trump picking up North Carolina as well, which surprised a handful of folks maybe. But again, that blue wall, we're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking about Michigan, we're talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's gone. on. Michigan still outstanding. Wisconsin also still outstanding. And we don't expect to get anything from Nevada or Arizona for some time.
And while we have not made a projection of who is the next president of the United States, it's worth saying that on that map, there is really not a path at this point for Vice President Harris to come out on top. It really is Trump's. This election obviously dramatically changes things for both parties. And with that, we want to bring in some of our political insiders to talk about it. Sarah Fagan's a Republican strategist and former White House political director for President George W. Bush. Stephen Hayes is an NBC News political analyst and editor of The Dispatch. And we have Jay Johnson, former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. Welcome to you all, and thanks for being with us. Sarah, I'll start with you as a Republican strategist. We've been chewing this over. We've been talking about what it was that President Trump did to get to where we are right now. There's been a lot of reporting that maybe he didn't always listen to his campaign chiefs, and he just sort of, we saw him off the cuff, off teleprompter a lot over the last couple of weeks, especially. What do you think he did to get all those people to turn out?
Well, I think, his off-the-cuff nature is what many of his supporters like about him. They find him authentic. They find him unscripted. They find that refreshing. But I don't think this was about what Donald Trump did. I think this is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. You look at inflation, which was so high during much of this administration, and many people are still feeling the pain of that as they dig out of credit card debt and high housing costs. So I think more than anything else, this is probably more a reflection of where the country has been the last few years. And it may not have mattered who the presidential nominee was because of the overarching economic factors, global factors facing the country.
The reality, though, is, Mr. Secretary, again, housing notwithstanding, a lot of the economic metrics, if you look at them objectively in this country, wages are up, unemployment down. Again, it doesn't seem to have translated for Democrats. But it seemed to me that Vice President Harris knew she was in trouble a few weeks ago when we heard former President Barack Obama explicitly almost pleading with black men specifically to get out and vote. And again, we're still pulling over some of the exit polling data, but it doesn't look like that happened. It doesn't look like men specifically turned out for the vice president. Why do you think her message didn't resonate as well with that particular group?
I actually think we have to reassess how we look at demographics in politics. For generations, the black vote was a block vote. The Democrat every 4 years would get 90% of the black vote.
Yeah.
And then we tended to look at other demographic groups in the same way, as if there's a so-called Latino vote. I don't believe there's a Latino vote. And it looks as though this election, Donald Trump will have received somewhere between 40, 45% of the Latino vote. I believe that as African Americans, as Latinos become further integrated into our society, they're also further integrated into everyday American thinking about the economy, about inflation, about schools, about any number of things, such that an unconventional candidate like Trump can come along and peel off certain types of voters that we would traditionally think belong to one party or another. And so I think we need to reassess entirely how we view various different voting blocks and talk to Latinos, talk to blacks, as if they're everyday Americans, as opposed to a group being concerned only about specific issues.
That's a great point.
Well, and Stephen, I see you nodding along a little bit. Do you think fundamentally what Mr. Trump was able to do was appeal to a wide swath of maybe slightly lower income or people who are struggling in this economy?
Yeah, I think that's right. And it's true that there are many economic indicators that are pointed in the right direction, but it doesn't erase the fact that your ground beef is 30% more than it was at the beginning of the Biden administration. That matters for a lot of people, and it matters more for people at the lower end of the income scale than anything else. But there's one other point I think it's really important to make here. There was a 25-day period between June 27th, when Joe Biden had his disastrous debate performance, and July 25th or whatever it was that he dropped out, 21st when he dropped out. For 3 weeks plus, you had Kamala Harris and others at the top of the Democratic Party telling the country that what they had just seen in that debate performance, they hadn't just seen. There were 3 weeks when basically they were lying to the American public. I think the American public looked at this and said, if they're not being straight with us on this, what else aren't they telling us the truth about? And I think that did irreparable damage to her candidacy because she had been at his side for the entirety of the administration.
All right, insiders, stand by. By stand by, I mean chug your coffee. We want to come back to you in just a moment. We're talking about some of the domestic implications here, but this is an election, of course, that is going to have global effects as well. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now with some international reaction to this presidential election. Keir, with two major wars right now happening overseas, Ukraine, obviously Gaza as well, the eyes of the world on the outcome of tonight's election and what changes may come. What has been the reaction so far?
So, Craig, this is sending shockwaves around the world. Shockwaves, though, of enthusiasm and concern, depending on where you are. So, diplomats not authorized to speak on the record here in the Gulf region, using words like wow and stunning when they've spoken to us this morning. It's the middle of the day here now in the UAE, when they have spoken to us through the night as they watch the results. I just want to read you, Craig, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel's comments. Congratulations on history's greatest comeback, calling it a historic return, addressing his comments on X to Donald and Melania Trump. An Iranian spokesman saying U.S. elections do not concern us and will not affect Iran's livelihood. So a very different perspective there from Iran, of course. And local television here reporting that Hamas is saying that the president, who we think will be the president, of course, Donald Trump, will now be tested. His pledge for peace in the region will be tested. And then let's just track over to Russia and Ukraine. President Zelensky of Ukraine saying congratulations before crucially adding, I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength. So trying already to advocate that Donald Trump will support Ukraine. Russia's foreign ministry spokesman, Craig, saying hallelujah. And we've been speaking to Russian officials, also not authorized to speak on the record. One telling us less predictability is incoming. Another saying there is a chance for a truce or at least some kind of change. Craig.
Our Chief International Correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us there with that international reaction. Keir, thank you.
Fascinating. It's already well into daytime over there, right? In many parts of the world. We have much more to get to. Early morning, our time here in the U.S., our special coverage of 2024 continues after this. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour.
Oh yeah, I'm taking all my frustration down on y'all ass on this live and on that goddamn wall. Yeah, I just posted. Y'all noticed that, you know, he introduced his friends and all the people that helped him, you know, win the election, and wasn't a black face on that stage standing behind. He have not one of y'all to come on that stage with him. Yeah. Yeah. I'm out. Y'all get it. It fixed our ass. Yeah, then they fixed our ass, baby, with that Trump shit. Got us again, y'all. But yes, honey. Mm-hmm. Y'all the one helping get in there. Sneaky ass immigrants and all the motherfuckers. Yeah, they got them on there now, baby. Yeah, it's some crazy shit. But he talked to very people. He talking about the court and all. What? And obviously, if they're voting, they're probably legal. So, but I'm saying, like, I'm pretty sure they got family members that are illegal immigrants. Yeah, weird as fuck. Yeah, baby, no, I ain't see a. The darkest person on that stage was that woman that J.D. Vance is married to, and she had to be up there. They would have left her ass off too. And I thought when they said Bryson or what I saw, okay, that sound like somebody might be black. Mm-mm. Big fine white guy and Barron. Barron about 7 foot tall. That's craziness. What, he about 20? 18 or 20? Like, he is tall. And his mama, and he must be got on them old shoes that they wear in the circus. Because that boy, he is very tall. His mama, Trump ain't no he's not tall as Mueller and some them guys that's about 7 foot tall, 6'6". Well, I don't think Trump's 6'6" or 6'5", 6. No, he's not that. You know, I know what that looks like. No, he's not that. And he got that big old boy. Yeah. He ain't mentioned nothing about y'all other than everybody came out to vote. And that statement was more about him than y'all. Like I said on my wall, I hope when he don't do nothing special for the black folk and all of that, that y'all have a hissy fit and ask where's the special treatment. Because I want to know too. So I got to listen to my boy. Love when he.
To get him there in Milwaukee, as you can see, that it is 107,000. We, as we could tell you, we think, you know, she has to win like 95% of remaining vote. Okay, but it's not in our. It doesn't yet meet the standards for us to call. We think we're going to have a better read on Milwaukee County, which is really what we're waiting on. And when we get a better read, we will feel better about being to characterize this race. But that right now, I think, is of all the potential official paths to get him there, this is one. But the bigger thing, the bigger thing is not the bigger thing. The presidency is the bigger thing. The other thing I'm watching tonight in these same blue wall states are the 3 Senate seats.
Yeah.
Because what is interesting is all of them, part of it is a lot of Donald Trump voters go into the polls, vote Donald Trump and leave. And there's about a missing 50,000 to 100,000 votes for all of these Republican Senate candidates in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And that's where this the surge of vote in Milwaukee for Tammy Baldwin, or Detroit for Alyssa Slotkin, or even Philadelphia for Bob Casey, there is enough vote for them to win there. And I think 2 of those 3 are going to be very, very close. And I have a feeling those 3 Senate races those may take a couple of days for us to call. They're maybe so close it could be recounts.
What's happening in Michigan, Chuck?
Well, Michigan, and I'll just show you here. Let me move over here since it's right next door. We just don't have any. Look at Wayne County. We only have 54%. It's obviously the single most important large county there to find out. I mean, there's just a ton of remaining vote. We have nearly 500,000 votes left here. So it's just way too early. There were some slowdowns. Just Michigan, this is just not going to get called tonight, this morning.
I'm looking at a note from our reporters there. The Detroit city clerk had been saying that they were going to have all this wrapped up by 11 p.m. Eastern time for Detroit, Wayne County, and it's held up.
Right. And then for whatever reason, we've had a lot of problems getting data from the various counties. It's just not. So Michigan's just going to take us a long time to get settled. I won't want to take you to Alaska, because that is.
Take us to Alaska, Chuck.
That is also a state that will make him 1 electoral vote short. We're waiting on Maine, because Maine 2. But as you can see here, he's got a lead. 70% of the vote is in. You know, it's let's see how much raw vote is there. 40,000. So you know, she would have to make up 40,000 votes. She would have to win 60+% of what's remaining. Unlikely, but we are waiting for a little bit more data there. So that would get him 1 electoral vote short. And of course, as I showed you before, Maine's 2nd congressional district is one that we do expect him to carry. That would give him the 270 as well.
Chuck, come back and join us here at the desk. Also want to bring in Ryan Nobles, Kelly O'Donnell. They'll be with us for the rest of these early morning hours as well. I mean, again, these results dramatically change the landscape for Democrats especially, and Republicans as well. What can we glean from the first Trump administration when we look at what a second administration might look like, just in terms of the folks that he surrounds himself with, the makeup of leadership in the House and the Senate as well?
One thing that I'm struck by, because now we're into the window of talking about the transition, which is one of the more bureaucratic, nerdy things, but he really,
Nerd out, Kelly.
Yes, he really had no interest in that when he won the first time, and yet again, he would need to deal with a transition with the Biden administration. It's being led on President Biden's side by his chief of staff, Jeff Zients. That is incredibly important. An incoming president hires 4,000 federal workers, has to put together a whole team, has to get all of the information, the handoff. On the campaign trail, we heard how Barack Obama had said he had prepared a pandemic guide for any future president, and that got tossed in the trash in the transition. Will he approach it differently now? He knows what the office is. He knows he will have strength in numbers on Capitol Hill. Will he approach it differently? Another thing that strikes me as different is when he came in the first time, he had a lot of the existing apparatus of the Republican National Committee. Reince Priebus became his chief of staff. He was the chairman. He had some of the people who were kind of willing to step in for the good of the country. who were not allies of Donald Trump. Many of them, of course, in the time during this campaign said
People with
they don't.
experience.
Yes, experience, knowledge, and that many of them say he should not have been voted in a second time. So who will he surround himself in those key positions? All of that will be critical.
Yeah. You guys are going to have a lot of fun, though, because there's a bunch of U.S. senators that are on some short lists. I mean, I'm already hearing Marco Rubio to state, Tom Cotton to defense. Not saying so. All of a sudden, we could
Bill
have some new
Hagerty.
senators.
Yep,
Bill Hagerty is another one, all from states with Republican governors, so they wouldn't cost themselves Senate seats. But I definitely think you will see people who are on that short list for VP, Doug Burgum as well, and Marco Rubio probably both end up in this cabinet.
And the other big difference between this incoming Trump administration versus the last one, to Kelly's point, he didn't really know anybody in the political sphere. He didn't have relationships with these people that he appointed to extremely important positions, like Secretary of State. He had never even met Rex Tillerson before they went through that vetting process. This time around, he's going to know every single person that he puts in those seats.
Rex Tillerson, who he later fired.
Exactly, who fired. And
quote marks.
Yeah, exactly. Jim Mattis, John Kelly, these are people he didn't know. He's going to know and have relationships with each one of these people that he appoints this time around. And these are all people where his first question is going to be, how loyal are you to me personally? Because this is my administration.
Such an important
I have a mandate. I won the popular vote. He thinks he's going to win the popular vote. I won more than 300 electoral votes. What are you going to do for me if you are in this position? And so the theory of this case would be that it would be far less tumultuous than the first Trump administration, because this time around he's picking his people. Whether or not that's borne out by facts and what
countless
happens
times in the first administration, we covered people putting up guardrails, telling him, no, that's not lawful, you can't do that. If he does not have people willing to say that, that will certainly change the tone and tenor. I'm also struck by, just in seeing on social media, someone like Jeb Bush, who once ran against him, congratulated him tonight, as well as leaders from around the world.
I mean, Nikki Haley. We saw Nikki Haley's op-ed a few days ago. It's going to be interesting.
And it might not just be people that don't put up guardrails for him. It may be people that encourage him to go further than what his instincts even tell him.
A more expansive view.
Well, right, the Project 2025.
I'll put something, I mean, it's funny. Democrats were the ones talking about getting rid of the filibuster. Republicans at 55, 56, I promise you a lot of conservative activists are going to pressure President Trump to say, hey, we can't get our policies through, especially if he gets the House. Right.
Because you need 60 votes for people that don't know what the filibuster is.
60
you need
votes.
60 votes in a lot of cases to pass something.
So if the Republicans have the House, if they can hold the House, I mean, talk about your irony of ironies here. This is a different Republican Senate. Mitch McConnell is just another member for 2 more years.
And that's the distinction between winning 55 seats versus 52 seats. Right. Because you've got Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins. That would
have stopped that, but they might not have
They
that.
may not have the power to do that. Right.
I want to check in with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He spent the night, and it's now the morning, at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn's also been covering the Trump campaign for months and months and months. Vaughn, maybe pick up on what we were just talking about. I know the president has said, former President Trump has said, he's talked about a lot of things that he wants to do on day one, things that he wants to do right away. Some of that's going to need congressional approval, but what could he really start doing after the transition, the first day in office?
The first day in office, let's just take tariffs. Donald Trump, right? He started a trade war in 2018, 2019, putting tariffs on a great amount of goods from Mexico, Canada, Europe, but also large tariffs on Chinese goods coming to the United States. And what happened as a result were retaliatory tariffs that were placed on U.S. goods that were produced here, like corn, soybeans, but also other manufactured goods that will go overseas. And it was those countries that placed tariffs on those goods. In some of the U.S. export markets, they closed up. And it was domestic producers that saw some of their markets, the tanks, so the price of corn, just as an example. And that's where Donald Trump, this go around, he is promising to place 20 to 30% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. And 60% tariffs on all Chinese goods. And now this gets weedsy when we're talking about tariffs here, but there's a lot of top economists who have expressed concern about what the harbinger of that would be on U.S. producers. And now the likes of Donald Trump and people like Howard Lutnick, who is helping lead Donald Trump's transition team, have made the case that this is ultimately going to increase U.S. manufacturing, steel manufacturing, automobile manufacturing here at home. And Donald Trump has campaigned exactly on this, and he doesn't need congressional approval to do this. And so there could be far-reaching economic consequences. Donald Trump suggests that in the long run they'll be good, but folks in the immediate could very well, like in 2018 and 2019, feel some of those immediate impacts. And Donald Trump doesn't need congressional approval for that.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us there. At West Palm at Trump headquarters. Vaughn, stand by. We do want to come back to you in just a few moments.
Yeah, let's talk about one other issue tonight that our NBC News exit polls are showing. A huge shift in the youth vote, in the younger vote, especially young men turning out for former President Trump, a key demographic, obviously, that he had hoped would show up. And it looks like so far, based on exit polling, they did. We want to bring in an NBC News correspondent, Savannah Sellers. Savannah's at the desk with us now. Good to see you. Welcome to the morning shift. What are we seeing? Because it's not just young men, it's also young women, right?
To
some
an extent, yes, to an extent, yes.
More so young men.
It is those young men. We did see in exit polling also that abortion still is that motivating issue for young women, but young men and the way that they came out for Trump just sort of seems to have taken that over completely. He made really significant gains with young voters in crucial blue wall states. We saw him actually, according to our NBC News exit polls, he's ahead right now in the youth vote in Michigan. It can't be overstated that that's a big deal, that he actually won that in that state. Nearly tied in Wisconsin, nearly tied in North Carolina. So you see these places where he definitely made those steps. If we want to talk about how he did that, right? I mean, just in my reporting, I actually kind of started noticing this about a week or so ago, a shift that I was seeing on college campuses where students started to tell me who were Republicans. I think there's more Trump support here than I had thought, because it's kind of starting to be on my Snapchat. It's starting to be on my TikTok. Yeah. I'm hearing people feel more comfortable saying, I'm supporting the former president. The former president also had a really targeted strategy when it came to sort of going after these voters in these untraditional spaces. Podcasts, yeah. Fraternities, yeah. Sports, these cultish personalities making those choices for those podcasts, like a Logan Paul, like a Joe Rogan. By the way, his son, Barron Trump, was essentially his unofficial podcast advisor, saying, this is what I think you should go on, Dad. Mm-hmm. I'm a first-time voter. I'm a college student. This is what I'm listening to. And he actually reached those viewers there.
I had a number of my friends talk about the betting lines, just following the betting lines.
Scotty Schwartz, who was in Arizona, he was on the campus of ASU tonight. He called me and he said, on camera, the last 3 people that I spoke to said to me, I don't care what the polls say. I didn't look at the polls. I looked at the odds.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And by the way, I know it sounds weird to us, perhaps. There's an entire generation of a voter who lives that way.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's FanDuel, every weekend, that's what they're doing. That's what they're following.
Even in high school, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I just note, my parents live in State College, Pennsylvania, Center County, Pennsylvania.
Center County, yeah.
If you bring it up, it's red for Trump. He held an event, not last weekend, but the weekend before, in that college town on the Penn State campus, which people there were like, what is he doing? This county is typically blue. It's been blue for a long time, not by a lot, but blue. But it's red today. And Chuck, I don't know. I wonder what that says about Penn State students potentially coming out.
Look, you and I both have, I think, Gen Z kids.
Yes.
And I have them in each gender.
19 and 21.
Yeah, I've got 17 and 20. And I have seen it. And, it was interesting. I got an anecdote from my voter who early on said, yeah, I've got a friend who's a Trump supporter. He tried to go vote, but he wasn't registered. And so that was sort of just one anecdote. Turned out that's just one anecdote. But a lot of these places, you have same-day voter registration.
Yeah.
Take Michigan. That's a same-day voter registration.
Yep.
So if that means a whole bunch of people showed up, the assumption was, it's so funny. Last week, particularly was House Democrats, they were really pointing to college campuses as the key to them picking up a few of these key congressional races, particularly Ann Arbor and Iowa City, because they said, hey, in 2020, the Ann Arbor kids weren't in Michigan. They were voting in their home states. Yeah. The Iowa City kids weren't in Iowa, were at the University of Iowa. They were voting from their home states. And so they thought, hey, when they're here, it's going to do it. Right. But, you know, they're not flipping that Iowa CD that they were hoping to flip, that Iowa city's in. And Michigan right now, we've still got a long way to go. But if they're breaking more like the rest of the country.
Yeah. Right. I was keeping a close eye on North Carolina over the last day because college Democrats, they had intense organization on college campuses. They lobbied the state to get more polling places on campus. They made student IDs an acceptable form of ID on many campuses. But they were also doing something interesting, and the Harris campaign was involved in this, was paying volunteers to do this. Anyone who registered to vote with them or who signed out what they were calling a commit to vote card, they were sending them directly Google Calendar invitations with their closest polling location. And they actually told me, we think we did that with a fair amount of Republicans also. Like, it was sort of a bipartisan get out the vote effort. Yeah. We saw that this is one of those states where that youth vote is nearly tied as North Carolina.
And by the way, North Carolina, you started the RTP area, Research Triangle Park, Raleigh, Mecklenburg County, showing you got a whole heck of a lot of college kids there.
But remember, they've only known Trump. I was doing a little stint at the University of Chicago last week and was meeting with these students. And first, like, you know, my first memory of an election was 2016, and I was 12. The students have, and I was like, and it was just a reminder. They don't know anything other than Trump.
And their whole lives. He was a celebrity.
True. That's right.
His show on this network, The Apprentice, came on 20 years ago.
I'll take a quick break here because even at 4:20 in the morning, we have bills to pay here. Our special coverage of the 2024
We're getting big numbers here, Craig.
Election continues. Ballots still being counted, especially in Wayne County, Michigan, Wisconsin as well. Those two states still uncalled, but former President Donald Trump on the verge of returning to the White House for a second term. A closer look at how this all played out and what happens next. We'll do that right after this.
But you know, it is so many things that contribute to the failure of Kamala becoming president. It's like now, listen. When you have people that are hired to do a certain job because they've done that job before, then I expect them to execute it better than people that have not, right? Although there was a short amount of time between Kamala taking over for the campaign from Joe Biden to the time, you know, she started campaigning. It doesn't take that long to do an assessment to see what you need to do in all of that. You know what I'm saying? Figure out what the plan is, what the message should be, how to get more of that message in every chance you get. And if it takes you speaking a little longer at the rallies. You understand what I'm saying? Then so be it. They come there to hear your message anyway, not no celebrity, no concert or whatever. That's nice, but you understand what I'm saying? And it's so annoying for people to put in all that effort for all those people to come out, and when you evaluate what happened, you see all the missed opportunity, and somebody should have just picked up on those things, right? I mean, I understand that they probably, they had her out there, a little, sassy sometimes, and you understand what I'm saying? Not very stiff or whatever. And I get it because the reports were that, they didn't know her and she this, that, whatever. Okay. But that wasn't the only report. I just don't like it. We just half doing shit. I don't like stuff like that. Get the job done. I don't have no missed opportunities. My family used to say nothing beats a failure but a try, something like that. And you got to try this stuff. I know my little
Our allies want that. Certainly.
We just checked in with Keir Simmons, who's overseas for us in the Middle East, and he was, statement after statement from world leaders, like the Russian leader saying, I can't remember the exact words, but congratulations. It's definitely being seen around the world at this hour.
Absolutely. And I think to Senator Flake's point, this was a marriage of convenience in late 2016, early 2017. They're just trying to assemble a team. Now, they've been dating for about 10 years now. They know each other pretty well. So their folks are ready to assume these positions. As you talked about earlier, Senator Rubio, Senator Haggerty, and others.
Senator Scott.
You will see. I think I could see him staying in Congress and doing some things there, but wouldn't discount it. There are people who Trump knows, Trump trusts, and has a relationship with. It might make that transition and then governing a little easier.
And these senators have relationships overseas as well with some of these heads of state, and that helps. It certainly does.
We just have about a minute left. I'm a little surprised by your tone. I would have thought you might have been concerned.
Well, there's always concern. It's a tough world out there. We have enemies, we have allies, and I hope that we can always distinguish the difference. And so, there's concern. But, I mean, there are a lot of upsides as well. I can tell you one advantage. President Trump has the ability to and the inclination to just pick up the phone sometimes. Now, sometimes you wish you'd have a note taker, and make sure that he's not promising things we can't deliver. But that instinct is good. To call world leaders and say, thanks for this, thanks for that. So,
Senator, thank you. Matt, thank you. Don't go far. Don't go far. Our live special election coverage continues. Former President Trump bursting through the blue wall, taking Pennsylvania. So what happened?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The economy was definitely one of the top issues for voters heading into the election. So we want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, covers the economy for us. Brian, what are you watching right now? Also wondering how the markets are reacting worldwide to what we're seeing.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I've been in my data den over here, but actually I want to show you some stats about some of the local economy. Some of the states here, namely Georgia and also North Carolina. So if you take a look at Georgia, take a look at the unemployment rate. Again, what you're looking at on the black boxes over there is the national figure. So the unemployment rate actually a little bit better in Georgia than the national average at 3.6% compared to 4.1%. Wage growth was a little bit lower in Georgia compared to the national. Again, 20% over the last 4 years, 18% in Georgia. By the way, in Georgia, that did not keep up with the rate of inflation, worth noting as well. But take a look at the change in home value, where homes in Georgia were going up by a lot more than the national average over the last 4-year period. This is a really interesting story when you think about that mixed picture. Again, in North Carolina, though, it's a little clearer in terms of the economy looking broadly better. Take a look at the unemployment rate, 3.8% compared to 4.1%. Wage growth, even better over that 4-year period, 23% compared to 20%. And then the change in home value, 46% over 37%. I bring this up because of Trump's strength in these two states, right? Having won these two battleground states, despite the fact that the economy in those states, in some respects, and in North Carolina, in all of these respects I'm showing you, was actually better than the national average. So the narrative that the Trump administration was able to basically put out there, despite the fact that the picture, at least on an aggregate level, looked better, was certainly something worth messaging. And one other point I want to bring up too is that the Biden investments, right? When you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, they were trying to drop a lot of money, specifically in the EV space. It didn't work out in those counties, which I tell you went heavily more towards Trump than they did for Harris in this particular election, guys.
All right, really interesting. Brian, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here in the wee hours with us. Don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Our special live coverage of the election continues right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is.
You know, they sit back and they do all these assessments and plans and all this shit. And I mean, think about it. Some of these people, not all of them, but a couple of them, have worked directly in politics, right? As lawmakers, or sometimes they retire to go work on campaigns and things, right? Help to elect others, right? So they know what it is. I just expect that.
Big story right now, Donald Trump on the verge of 270 electoral votes. Once again, the former president speaking to his supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago just a short time ago, telling the crowd they made history tonight.
We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
And the former president there sounding a bit surprised. To be clear, the NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but important to note that Kamala Harris essentially has no viable path to victory left. Let's take a look at where things stand right now in the battleground states. We will start with what was perhaps the most important battleground for both candidates, Pennsylvania. It's 19 electoral votes. Former President Trump, the projected winner there in the Keystone State with 96% of the vote there already being counted. Down to Georgia. Georgia, President Trump, the projected winner in Georgia as well, just over 50% there. From Georgia, we go to the Tar Heel State, North Carolina. Former President Trump also the projected winner in North Carolina, that battleground he's picking up. In Michigan, though, it is still too close to call in Michigan. As you can see, the former president is ahead by about 4 percentage points, though, but too close to call in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, it is also too close to call at this hour. But as you can see, once again, former President Trump with a slight lead over the vice president. Out west in Nevada, it is too close to call there. And in Arizona, it is too early to call in Arizona. But again, as we've been talking about here, Kate, the path to 270, an uphill slog, if not impossible, for Vice President Harris.
That's right. You see a lot of red on that map, but we're waiting for two key battleground states right now, from Michigan and Wisconsin, to get more data there. Arizona, New Mexico may take longer. Let's take a look at the Senate, the balance of power right now. This is the other big headline tonight, this morning. 51 Republicans now in the Senate. That gives Republicans control of the Senate. You remember Democrats had control before this evening. Now it is a Senate controlled by Republicans. And in the House, it's still early. We still have 62 uncalled races, but right now, Republicans have gained a net of 3 seats in the House. We're watching to see whether Republicans continue to hold the majority and have the speakership, or whether Democrats might take control of the House.
And a very good early morning to you on this election night. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snell. We're saying good morning to you. There's a very good chance some of you never went to sleep. So for all of you who've been up all night, thanks for staying up with us.
Good chance we didn't go to sleep
It's
either.
true. And it's not just us, of course. We've got NBC News Chief Political Analyst Chuck Todd. We've got him here with us, as well as Ryan Nobles and Kelly O'Donnell as
I
well.
might have nodded off a little here.
Yeah, did you
How did you do that? There was just
I took a little power nap.
the adrenaline, all of that. I can't do it.
I want to dig into, I mean, there have been a number of surprises tonight. One of the big surprises, the Latino vote. The Latino voters seem to have really propelled the former president over the top. Can we break that down at all at the big board? Can we dig into the Latino vote?
We can. I want to show you. I'm going to go to Texas because it's actually the cleanest place to show this. But I do want to. Our pollsters put together some analysis here. The number of states where she lost ground among Latinos by 21 points in the state of Pennsylvania, 8 points in the state of Arizona compared to 4 years ago. It was 8 points in the state of Arizona.
Didn't materialize then.
15 points in Texas, 24 points in North Carolina. It's just right down the line. Another 11 points in Florida, just across the board. But I'll take you to Texas here because South Texas, we got a county here that has voted Democratic since the 19th century that is going to go Republican for the first time. I think I have it down here. I think it's Starr County right here. This is probably the best example. It looks like it's going to hold. But again, this is Biden carried it by 5 points. Just give you, Hillary Clinton carried it by over 60 points, okay? This is how fast South Texas, this is just one county right on the border. This is Starr County. Again, the last time it's been since the 19th century that the Democrats have carried this county every single time. And I can just go here, I'll show you. Well, let me take you to other counties here so you can see. Oh, didn't mean to do that. We'll get you back down to Texas.
Chuck, can we see in that county the Latino vote? Is that possible?
Well, it's mostly, these are majority Latino counties.
Counties, right.
So just to tell you, so here's another one here. So you could see just the change in over 2 cycles. Again, Clinton carries this county by 37 points. Biden carries the county by 12. Trump carries it by 3. So this has just been a fast transformation all along the southern border. So you got to say to yourself, Latino voters in particular seem to respond to the border issue. And when you see again, this is now as Republican as South Texas has ever been. And this used to be the heart and soul. Part of the problem now that Democrats can't target Texas, they always thought, well, South Texas was going to be, you take South Texas and couple it with Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio and Austin, and they thought that was the math to make them competitive statewide. Problem is they're losing South Texas, and they're losing it, as you can see, by gigantic numbers. The swing is just gigantic down there. And again, that's Texas. We've seen it. I told you, every single swing state. We've seen it across the board, and these are some major ones. And I see we've got somebody here who knows a lot about what's going on in the state of Texas, but he probably knows Starr County really well. I mean, that's the gut punch of the night, I think, or the exclamation point if you're on one side of the aisle, the gut punch if you're on the other side of the aisle of what happened with the Latino vote in the Democratic Party.
Referencing Secretary Castro. Secretary Castro, stand by, because we do want to bring in some of our political insiders to talk about what we've been discussing here, the Hispanic vote. Abraham Enriquez, founder of Bienvenido US, staunch Trump supporter. Carlos Curbelo, former GOP congressman from Florida, also staying up very late. Apparently no one's turned on the lights there in that studio for you. We do have lights here, though, for Secretary Julian Castro, former Housing and Urban Development Secretary in the Obama administration. Secretary, I'll start with you. I heard something interesting last hour from your former colleague, Secretary Jay Johnson, former Secretary of Homeland Security. He said something that stayed with me. This idea that we continue to treat minority groups, especially in this country, as monolithic. This idea that there is a Latino voter or a black voter or a woman voter, when apparently, based on what we've seen tonight, couldn't be farther from the truth.
Yeah, I mean, what I see tonight basically is, well, first of all, something happened between 2016 and 2020, because the first significant drop-off that we saw, especially in places like South Texas, was not this year, but in 2020. And so the Democratic Party is going to have to basically do the inverse of what the Republican Party did in 2012, which is an autopsy to try and figure out what happened there. But
Yeah.
I think to a large extent, what you're starting to see is that the Latino communities are dividing or cleaving along the ways that every other community is, urban versus rural, education level, and so forth. And especially when you compare, I'm looking forward to comparing, for instance, what happened in South Texas or other rural communities,
Okay,
small
John.
town communities with Latinos versus in the big cities. I bet that you're going to find that the drop-off was especially pronounced in those smaller communities versus big urban areas, for instance.
What's puzzling maybe too is that President Trump ran on a platform of a mass deportation of immigrants. So you sort of wonder if some of those who voted for him in those southern Texas counties are maybe second, third generation. They've been here a long time.
I think that's part of it. Also, if you compare the focus of the immigration debate of the last couple of years versus the 2010, 2012, 2014 DACA and DAPA timeframe, the focus of the last couple of years was almost exclusively on people who were literally just getting here. And so I think that there was a division that was created there that was very different from when the people that were targeted many years ago by Prop 187 or, you know, SB 1070 in Arizona, or the DACA conversation was around, where people who had been here for a long time, who had roots, who were part of their neighborhoods and their communities. And that, I think, made it easier to create that division within even the Latino community.
Congressman Curbelo, let me bring you into the conversation there. Again, you are in Florida. Before we dig into more of this part of the conversation about the Latino vote and the Hispanic vote, I want to ask you a very simple question about the results tonight. Again, we haven't called the election, but I think we all can acknowledge where this thing is headed. Did Donald Trump win this race, or did Kamala Harris lose this race?
Look, I think Donald Trump won this race, and in part, it's because the Biden-Harris administration failed to unite the country, Craig. What people wanted from Joe Biden in 2020, what they were looking for at that time was to turn the page, to bring the country together, to have a healer in the White House. That is what Joe Biden promised to do. When we look at how people feel about the country, that right track, wrong track question in polling, it's obvious that he failed. And I really think that's what opened the door to the second Trump presidency. Now, when it comes to the Latino vote, look, I think we can confidently declare tonight, Craig, that this idea that demography is destiny, right? What Democrats have been saying for over a decade, that as the American population would diversify, that meant that the Democratic Party would automatically grow. That is obviously not true. It's pretty clear that Democrats were taking a lot of those voters for granted, and now a lot of those voters are turning around and supporting Republicans and Donald Trump. And then the second thing I would say is that what's really hurt Democrats with Latinos isn't so much a policy issue or any specific policies, but culture and the way that Democrats talk about this country. For a long time, Democrats have emphasized the country's flaws. The country has been described as a racist country, an oppressive country, and without question, this country is flawed. But I don't think the average Hispanic can relate to that description of America. Most Hispanic families feel very, very fortunate to be here, and they fled places that are far more flawed than our country.
Let me bring in Abraham Enriquez. Sorry to keep you waiting. You're the founder of Bienvenido US, which, as I understand it, you did a lot of work for President Trump on the ground level. You know, there were people before tonight saying that President Trump wasn't doing as much as Vice President Harris was, getting out the vote, door knocking. Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, so tonight is such a surreal moment for me because Tina had just graduated college, and I thought there was a need to engage with young Hispanics. You have to understand that the average age of Hispanics in America, 29 years old, meaning we're the youngest racial demographic in the country, as well as 2/3 of Hispanics on the voter rolls are second and third generation. What does that mean? That means we're assimilating to American culture better. Most of us speak English as our first language, and a lot of us have a college degree. So this idea that we have to be spoken to about that the only issues that we care about is immigration reform, amnesty for all, just doesn't hit with 2/3 of Hispanics on the voter rolls. So when President Trump invited me to the White House to launch Bienvenido, I had 2 years of front row seat to see the policies that benefited our community, which is why in November of 2022, we were the first organization to endorse him. And this election cycle, we put in $3 million across 5 different battleground states to ensure that we were increasing that Hispanic vote. So tonight, being able to say that we delivered 45% of the Hispanic vote for President Trump is something that it doesn't surprise me because he's made himself available to the community. Yeah, it's important to have Hispanic celebrities endorse you, I guess. But what's more important is having President Trump visit a cafecito shop in Miami or a bodega in the Bronx or a tiendita in Las Vegas. So President Trump decided to really break down the coalition and provide himself as the biggest surrogate to the Hispanic community. And well, tonight we see that that paid off.
Curious, Abraham, are you hoping for any kind of role in the new administration?
I love Texas, and I do not see myself going to D.C. I think my biggest support is staying here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I want to come back to you, Secretary, for just a moment here, because as you have probably already seen, the Monday morning quarterbacking has already started in earnest on social media. You know, had Kamala Harris picked Josh Shapiro, would it have turned out differently? Had she spent more time focused on the mail vote and the waning days of the campaign, would it have turned out differently? For you, I would imagine it probably hits a little different, because one of the things that I found striking in the last few weeks of the campaign, your former boss, Barack Obama, day in, day out, night in, night out, rally after rally, trying to pull Kamala Harris over the finish line, and he couldn't do it. No celebrity could do it. Beyonce, I mean, it was just Taylor Swift, Oprah, all of these celebrities who came out and were so vocal in their support of the vice president, they didn't move the needle. What does that tell you, if anything?
What it tells me is that it's something deeper than that. I don't think that any one thing, a different selection of a vice presidential candidate, a running mate, would have made that difference. I think that Kamala Harris was dealt a very difficult hand. Nobody else in history had to do a 100-day sprint to the finish. I think in many ways, on inflation, on other issues, that the narrative was set. And probably it would have been a lot better chance of winning if President Biden had stepped aside sooner and there had been more opportunity to actually reset a new narrative. But we'll never know. These were very unusual circumstances. She was trying to do something unprecedented. And then, Craig, I think also at a bigger picture level, 15 years ago, before Barack Obama was elected, if somebody had said, you know what, we're going to ask the United States to elect a black woman president, most people would have said, what? Yeah, that's not going to happen for 30 or 40 years. And what breaks my heart is to think at a bigger level that it's beyond any of these sort of, one-off issues that are happening right now, but it's still some of the ingrained challenges.
You can say the quiet part out loud.
No, I mean, that we face, with racism among some people and misogyny among some people. I don't think we're grappling enough with some of those larger issues right now yet either.
All right, Secretary Castro, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and a big thanks as well to our other 2 insiders as well. We still have thank you both, gentlemen. We've got lots more to get to as we continue our special coverage of the 2024 election. Democrats relied heavily on the fight for abortion rights to drive voters to the polls in a lot of places, but did it turn out as they had hoped? We're going to take a look at that part of the story next.
And especially lighten my mouth up, because my mouth is up and swelling. It kind of have like an opening. Not opening, but you know what I'm talking about. It feel like the inside, you know, be kind of stretched thin, right? So, woo! They good though. I had put no salt or nothing else on them. But I know that when you have something called boom boom and all that type of seasoning and stuff on there, it usually means it's kind of something kind of spicy. Don't come out here camera with all that laughing and smiling. Ain't got time for that. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, it's raining outside. I got to save my money because I want to eat the rest of it. What I do is I'll get like make a salad and then put these in the salad. That way I can put a dressing over the cool. Not hot. It's not really be hot there for that. Eat hot food because it's not like hot. Now it's hot because it's hot, but hot enough.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. As a result of Roe v. Wade being overturned, abortion rights initiatives, as you know, made their way onto the ballot in 10 states on this election night. For a check on the results, we're going to go over to Ryan Nobles. He's at the data wall for us. Ryan?
Yeah, Kate, I think we're going to talk about this for quite a while after this election, about how abortion played a role in this particular vote, because there were a number of motivating factors that brought people to the polls as it relates to abortion, because there were so many of these referendums that were on the ballot. I want to show you a couple of them, in particular, the two places where they failed. This is the first time that we've seen measures like this actually fail at the statewide level. In Florida, a majority of the people of Florida did vote to protect abortion rights, but this needed a supermajority in order to get there. It fell short of that at only 57%. In South Dakota, a very conservative state, probably not that big of a surprise, this measure fails 61 to 39%. But let me show you a place where it passed that may come as a bit of a surprise, and that's Montana, a very conservative state. Donald Trump won this state very easily. We're still waiting the results of the Montana Senate race right now, but it looks like John Tester is in a difficult position there, the incumbent. They still vote in favor of abortion rights. Now, look across the map, and you see all these different states where in each opportunity, voters went to the polls looking for an opportunity to codify abortion rights. It happened in Arizona. That's a state that's leaning towards President Trump right now. It happened in Nevada. Republicans are doing very, very well there. Missouri, Donald Trump won easily there. They won the Senate race there. New York, obviously a blue state. Maryland, a blue state. And Colorado, a blue state. So where are we still looking to see this? Well, there's one other state where there was a bit of an interesting dynamic, and that is in Nebraska. They actually put two measures on the ballot, and the way they decided to work this out is whichever one of these measures got the biggest raw vote total, that's what was going to be put into practice. And in this case, it was the second one, their second option here. And basically, this put into the situation I'm sorry, it's actually this one. I'm looking at the things wrong. So it actually prohibits abortion after the first trimester, which is essentially codifying an abortion ban. Now, there are exceptions in this for rape, incest, life of the mother, things along those lines after you get past the first trimester. But this is essentially codifying an abortion ban at 55 to 45%. Now, Democrats had really hoped that abortion would be a driving factor for their voters, and Kamala Harris made it kind of the central point of her campaign. But what we saw when you look at these results in many of these states, there was still people voting against the idea of abortion being banned, but not transferring that vote to Democrats, at least not in every single state, including some of the states where it mattered the most, guys.
All right, you know, you look good over there at the data wall, but you look better over here at the desk. Come on home, Ryan. Kelly O'Donnell is still staying up with us. So let's pick up where Ryan left off there, Kelly O, because what do you think happened in terms of that particular issue being a galvanizing issue for Democrats?
One thing is how Ryan laid it out, that if people are faced with a decision that is discreetly about abortion, and they have an opportunity to evaluate that and change the law in their state, they were motivated to do that. They weren't willing to confer that to leadership at a national level for Kamala Harris. Part of me wonders if so much of this is still baked in, the newness of her candidacy, how she was not as well known broadly. And to some degree, it is a mystery at this early hour because it was so dominant among so many of the voices.
So many ads.
So many. And even in a lot of the polling talking about how important the issue was.
You know, it was interesting. We did a lot of focus groups leading up to this. There was one focus group where they asked this specific question of Pennsylvania voters. And you talk about a state like Pennsylvania, which had codified abortion rights there. And then you say in these focus groups, they actually asked, are you more concerned about abortion or the economy? Well, I'm more concerned about abortion. The second question, follow-up question in the focus group was, what if I told you that in your state, abortion is protected? You don't have to worry about that. Oh, well, now I'm worried about the economy. And so not worried about it at the national level if they felt protected in their own state. Yeah, and this is why I say this is going to be one of these things we're going to have to dissect after the fact. Because if you walked into that voting booth and you thought, oh, look, I have an opportunity here, independent of anything else, to protect abortion rights in my state, now I can vote on every other issue. And in some cases, they felt
Harris
that
couldn't explain how she was going to get a national protection enacted.
Right. Meanwhile, to make your point, Mike Rogers, who's the Republican nominee for Senate, and right now is leading in Michigan, very late in the campaign. In fact, I thought it was too late to fix his problem on reproductive rights. Had his wife do a direct-to-camera, essentially saying he is not going to do anything. You know, Michigan has already codified. You're okay. And he's not going to do anything to change Michigan's law.
Larry Hogan tried that in Maryland.
He did, right. Well, not a swing state, arguably. But it was interesting that they did it so late. In fact, I was like, wow, that's awfully late. It might be too late, but it may not have been. We'll see.
Former President Trump, actually, I mean, he distanced himself from a lot of that. And then, of course, at one point a few weeks ago,
I think that's the key.
Declaring himself the father of IVF.
No, I think him muddying his message gave the permission slip to somebody who was inclined to support Trump, but also is in favor of abortion rights. I mean, look, you can't win Florida by the margin he did. 57% supported this amendment. It came up short because of the 60% threshold, but 57%. So that's quite a few Trump voters voting.
And when we talk about the influence that Donald Trump's going to have on this new government when he takes the presidency, you have to wonder, there are going to be a group of Republicans in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, who are going to want to push for a national abortion ban. Can Donald Trump prevent them from introducing that? Because I think that's going to be one of the big.
He has never said, has he, Ryan? President Trump has never said.
Ryan, what's the line?
He would veto.
But what's the number? 15 weeks? Is it 15 weeks?
Right.
Because if it's 15 weeks, is that going to be considered a ban? Or is that going to be considered to Floridians and Texans who are dealing with 6-week bans and Iowans an improvement?
Right.
Just something to think
that
about.
was the question Hallie Jackson asked Kamala Harris, if you remember.
She wouldn't touch it.
And she would not touch it because the Overton window, the Overton window on abortion has changed. That's the reality. That's one of the things we have to remember here. This isn't about a ban. It's about where it stops and ends.
Clearly, we have a lot more to discuss. We have a lot more special coverage of the 2024 election as former President Trump closes in on the White House. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I knew it was gonna be some mess. I knew it. That's why I started freaking out early on.
And welcome back to our continuing election coverage. While former President Trump made inroads with Latinos and younger voters. Vice President Harris performed well among college graduates, but that doesn't appear to have been enough to push her over the finish line. How significant was the growing education divide, and what does that mean for Democrats moving forward? We want to pick up on that part of the conversation right now. Again, we're just getting some of the exit polling data in, so I don't know if we really know too much about that at this point. Chuck, do we?
No, I think that's something that we got to continue to unpack.
It's over the next few days. Okay.
And, yeah, I think so.
But is it, I mean, based on what you've shown us so far throughout the night, she underperformed with just about every other group. There's probably no reason to...
There's no reason to think. I mean, look, yes, you know, the Democratic coalition, she put about 93% of it together.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we are drawing these broad conclusions. This still was a 2-point race in Georgia, 2.5-point race in North Carolina. It's going to be about a 1.5-point race in Pennsylvania, a 1-point race. I mean, we are going to sit here and look. It's going to be the biggest margin Trump has had.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, it's compared to 16. It is not. So it is going to be one of those things where I'm already sensing the Democrats are reacting to this the way they reacted to their 88 defeat. I know I'm going way back, but that was sort of the end of the union-led liberal wing of the Democratic Party, was that 88 defeat by Dukakis, because they really thought they were going to win that election. That was when they were up 17 points, according to some polling, literally 90 days before Election Day, and then they got blown out.
Lost all but one state.
Wasn't it the ad in the
lots of
commercial in the tank?
There was plenty of symbolisms there. I think there were a lot, but here you have. It was a real knockdown, drag-out fight inside the Democratic Party between sort of the traditional labor, liberal wing of the party and this governor from Arkansas, who is leading the moderates, called the DLC at the time. I think we're going to see something similar where the progressives and sort of the non-progressive, whatever you want to call them these days, that's going to be the first fight.
The battle for the soul of the new Democratic Party.
The new Democratic Party, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Chuck, don't go anywhere. Believe it or not, we've got much, much more. Our live special coverage of the election 2024 continues right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Five a.m. on the East Coast, 2 a.m. on the West Coast, on what can only be described as an historic election night, as Donald J. Trump is on the verge of returning to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The former president speaking to his supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago earlier this morning. Here is part of what he said.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Mr. Trump has declared victory. The NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Mr. Trump, but realistically, Kamala Harris has no viable path to 270 Electoral College votes. In fact, let's take a look at where things stand right now. We'll start in those battleground states that we have been talking about ad nauseum. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the projected winner there, former President Trump. From Pennsylvania to Georgia, in Georgia, former President Trump, the projected winner there, picking up Georgia's 16 electoral votes as well. 99% of the vote is in there in Georgia, by the way. North Carolina, Donald Trump also the projected winner there in North Carolina. From North Carolina, we go to Michigan. In Michigan, it is still too close to call the difference, as you can see there. 102,000 votes. We are still waiting for a lot of those votes in Wayne County. If you're counting votes in Wayne County, pick it up. Wisconsin, too close to call in Wisconsin. President Trump, as you can see there, with the slight edge over Vice President Harris from Wisconsin. We go out west to Nevada. Didn't expect to be able to call Nevada at this point anyway. Too close to call there. Difference of about 57,000 votes. And in Arizona, it is still too early to call, but as you can see, former President Trump still poised there in Arizona to perhaps pick up the 11 electoral votes there. There's the map, Kate.
Yeah, there it is. A lot of red on that map. And we'll go to Chuck to explain that there are really no paths here for Vice President Harris anymore. But before we do that, can I just pull up the Senate balance of power to remind folks, or if someone's just tuning in, Republicans have taken control of the upper chamber, the Senate, with a 51-seat majority to 41 for Democrats, with some outstanding races still yet to come. And then in the House, we're still waiting for 62 races, and it may take days for some of these to be called. But at this moment, Republicans have a net gain of 3. Remember, Republicans have been controlling the House, so it's a question of whether they keep that control or Democrats take over control.
And a good morning to you. Craig Melvin here alongside Kate Snow. And again, the big story right now, just after 5 a.m. on the East Coast, Donald Trump's perhaps improbable, but certainly historic political comeback. Also joined by Kelly O'Donnell, joined by Ryan Nobles as well. Chuck Todd over at his trusty big board. Chuck, what are you looking at here at 5 a.m.?
Well, we got 7 uncalled states here, Maine and New Hampshire. Kamala Harris is leading in both of those. Then you have Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. Donald Trump is leading in all of those. He really just needs one of the 4 of the battlegrounds, or Alaska plus the 1 congressional district in Maine. Maine is the other state that splits its congressional district. I will tell you, the state that we expect to see something pretty soon is in here. We've been waiting for some vote in Milwaukee. We're still waiting for it, but it's our understanding that it is being inserted into the system here. So we want to see, is there enough vote in Milwaukee that she could actually make up what she would need in order to catch Donald Trump? Can she find 111,000 votes essentially here? We think essentially she's got to win all but 5,000 votes remaining if our numbers are accurate. But again, this is a stronghold of hers, Milwaukee County. So we will wait and see what those numbers look like. But, you know, I hate to say we're on the verge of, because you never know when it comes to counting votes and this. But this one, it is hard to see. It would take a counting miracle for Kamala Harris to catch Donald Trump here, and it's just probably just a matter of time here in Wisconsin. And that's probably the state of the 7 that is the most ripe for moving off our board.
And do you see Mr. Trump exceeding his 2016 304?
Oh, he's going to exceed his 2016. I mean, he is well on his way to winning the popular vote, and there's a reason for this. I mean, I think we've been spending a lot of times in the battlegrounds, but his improvement all over the country. Let me just take you to New Jersey. You got 89% in. Harris is only going to win New Jersey by 5 points. Just to remind you, Joe Biden won it by 16 points. I already showed you Illinois
and Virginia,
an early hour. In all of these blue states, what I would call blue states that, when I first started this, were actually swing states. Believe it or not, my first election, New Jersey, Illinois, those were swing states. Virginia was a deep red state, wasn't a swing state back then. But in all of these sort of what we used to think of as dark blue states look like blue tonight. And you have to say there's the 2 demographic groups that you keep asking why is that is. One is clearly Hispanics, particularly Hispanic men, and the other is younger voters in general, but mostly younger men. This was not the dominant demographic that Democrats were counting on. Young voters arguably powered Democrats in the last 4 presidential elections, not this time.
Yeah, if this was a battle of the sexes, it would seem as if men won tonight.
Well, in terms of their vote.
Yeah.
Can I change the subject a little bit and go to Kelly and Ryan on the question of what changes? We've talked about what policies will change, what the cabinet might look like for President Trump. What changes culturally in this country with an election? Again, we haven't called it yet, but if President Trump becomes the next president again, what kind of culture changes do we see, Ryan or Kelly? Because you think about the way he ran this campaign, a lot of ads on transgender issues.
And he linked those ads to male-dominated audience.
That's right.
And so if you look at some of the movement to have greater understanding on those issues, to have policies that protect those individuals, that seems to be vulnerable based on his apparent success here. And then just looking at the national conversation, there will be more of an America First approach. There will be more of almost an us and them tone, which was a big undercurrent in what he would talk about. And the term woke or, any of those
I think
things.
wokeism may have died tonight.
Woke might be dormant for a bit.
Yeah.
DEI?
Yeah,
Is that
DEI,
another thing?
that's another big one.
Defund the police.
Yes,
Right.
those sorts of things.
If you're going to encapsulate it, it would be the end of woke. I mean, I think that's the message that Donald Trump and his supporters, I'm sure, are sending across the board. And it's something that's manifested itself in these podcasts. It's manifested itself on the internet. I mean, X or Twitter has become kind of a haven for all of this. And
It's not lost on me that one of the few successful losing candidates tonight was not a Democrat, but somebody who was progressive, but spoke like how people talk. And that's Dan Osborne, the losing independent Senate candidate. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter, but he was basically, hey, I'm a mechanic. And he didn't buy, and yes, he would curse, and yes, he would. I mean, no different than Trump. John Fetterman.
This was a campaign of cursing.
It was a campaign of cursing. I mean, this is not your grandmother's campaign anymore, okay? I mean,
Even in the ads.
And my grandmother actually still might be listening. She can't see as well anymore, but she does listen to our coverage. And that is, there are some Democrats that sort of saw this sooner, Fetterman being one. I think Fetterman could end up being an interesting sort of North Star for the party. Right. He's a guy who's figured out how to win. He was basically a working class Democrat that has stayed a Democrat. Well, essentially all of his brethren where he grew up are clearly have moved towards Trump. So I think Fetterman could end up playing a pretty big role in whatever the party's gonna, wherever they're going to next, because Fetterman seems to get it a little bit more than, look where he was in Israel too. So he's not been a predictable politician.
Two things. First of all, if your grandmother is watching or listening, hello, Grandma.
Yeah.
Secondly, to Kate's point, how much of a conundrum would this present for Democrats? I mean, here's a party that has always had to appeal to this big tent. You've got blacks, you've got gays, you had Hispanics. You've got such a broad coalition that every 2 years you've got to figure out how to appeal to all those folks. How do you now do that?
I think don't try to be a xylophone. I'm going to use that's an old Chris Matthews thing. He said, where you feel like you have to play a note for this group and a note for this group and a note for this group. Ultimately, why was Barack Obama successful at building that big coalition? Because he didn't have separate notes, right? He was trying to find more unifying messages. And I'll tell you, I thought Carlos Corbello earlier made an interesting point about, you asked him, did Donald Trump win this election?
Yeah.
And he said something that I thought was really smart. He said, no, you got to remember, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris failed to unite the country. And that was the mandate that they were sent. And I don't think that is the mandate that they thought they were sent, or certainly that the Biden administration did. As Abigail Spanberger, who was a congresswoman who's leaving, said, the country didn't elect another FDR. Was basically throwing shade back at a former chief of staff to President Biden who said, we're just like FDR. And it's like, that is not what the country wanted. The country wanted to turn the temperature down and bring us together.
And Harris tried that, though. She talked about having a Republican in her cabinet. She talked about common sense proposals. Moving forward.
Right.
And she had a lot of the progressive part of her party kind of sitting quietly
But did she do
issues.
enough, right?
Well,
Did she do
that's-
enough to push back on her own positions? It's really tough to be branded I'm really having a lot of flashbacks to 2004. John Kerry's loss, he's the last Democrat to lose the popular vote. And Kamala Harris. They both had a couple of brands that they couldn't shake.
The flip-flop.
Well, no, it's simply being where you're from. Massachusetts liberal.
Right.
We've not elected a Massachusetts liberal president, and after a couple of attempts, or San Francisco Democrat.
Right.
It may not be fair, but it's a label that sticks in a way that doesn't come across as mainstream to a lot of Americans.
And when I think we talk about the end of woke, what does that mean? I think what Donald Trump is at least attempting to prove with this win here tonight is that you can make a pitch to a broad swath of Americans that find themselves maybe in the same economic conditions, that live in the same style of area of the country, meaning more rural versus urban. And it doesn't matter if they're black, if they're white, if they're Latino, if they're gay. But if you tell them you're not doing as well as you should be doing, regardless of what you look like, and I can fix that, and it's not within the prism of how they look at themselves in the mirror, that seemed to be a message that resonated, and that may be one of the areas that Democrats have to work on.
Get overseas.
Yeah, let's turn to NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's going to join us with the international reaction to the results of the U.S. presidential election. And Keir, it's daytime. What time is it where you are right now, Keir? You've been up for hours.
Yeah, it's 2:15 in the afternoon here in the UAE. So yeah.
Give us a sense for what's the morning headlines and into the day. What has it been?
Well, look, this changes things globally, right? And there are those around the world who are anxious about that, and there are those that are excited about that. So we've been talking to Gulf diplomats, Saudi, Emiratis here, Qatar, who aren't authorized to speak on the record, have been saying things like, wow, stunning, saying that they have been glued to the televisions, fascinated. Listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, quick to congratulate Donald Trump, saying this is a huge victory, and then signing off his message in true friendship. What a split screen with President Erdogan of Turkey, who has been highly critical, to say the least, of Israel, saying, I congratulate my friend, President Trump. So both trying to say, this is my friend who's been elected. An entirely different tone, for example, as you would expect from the Iranians, an Iranian spokesman saying, US elections do not concern us and will not affect Iranians' livelihoods. Well, we'll see about that. A similar kind of dismissive tone from Hamas. And then we're hearing too from the Russians, a Russian foreign ministry spokesman saying simply, hallelujah.
Okay. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us there in the afternoon.
We're going to get out of
here.
here.
Brian Chung now, business data. Brian Chung, business and data reporter. Brian, let's see, it's 5:15 looks like. So we're about 4 hours away from the markets opening here. Any indications so far how the markets are responding?
Yeah, well, I mean, luckily we also have futures markets. You can see the implied pricing for when that open does happen at 9:30. It's really rocketing higher. I mean, every few minutes that I take a look, it seems like it goes even higher when you take a look at the Dow Jones. These are the point increases. I can tell you that the Dow Jones up about 1,100, 1,200 points would be about 2.8%, almost 3%. That's pretty notable. And when we look at some foreign markets as well, you're looking at green across the board. Whether you look at the Nikkei, the Japanese markets going higher, although that was before a lot of the key battleground states were called. Look, I was messaging with a tech analyst that is still up at this hour for some reason. He was telling me that the results of Trump potentially winning this would be, quote, a dream for a tech bull. And the reason why is because if you have at the FTC, for example, Lena Khan, who's been very aggressive against consolidation, not just the tech space, but broadly among big corporate America, well, then that would be largely bullish for stocks. And I think that's one thinking that's happening and coalescing in Wall Street already.
Okay, but he wants to introduce a massive tariff regime that would be upending trade around the world. So, I mean, this could be catastrophic to the world economy if it's implemented.
Yeah, and look, economists that I have talked to have said that that would likely be inflationary. If you slap a 60% tariff on all Chinese goods, and not only that, a 20% blanket tariff on anything coming in from any other country, well, what would that do? If you're an American company that has to pay those tariffs to import your goods, you likely pass that cost.
Right, so what I'm curious is why are the markets not pricing that fear in?
Well, I think big tech is the big thing, right? I mean, big tech and Facebook, you're not importing anything physically coming in from other countries. So for those companies, they like the idea of potentially not having an FTC that's going to be as harsh on consolidation. Although Trump has been very hard on the likes of Facebook and Meta, right?
A corporate tax break, perhaps? I mean, that's got to be.
And I think that's a big piece as well. I want to call attention just really quickly to two specific stocks. After Trump mentioned Elon Musk in his speech, we saw Tesla in post-market trading on at least the Robinhood platform up by about, I think right now, 15%. And then Trump's own stock, Trump Media Group, right, DJT.
That's like that polling EKG.
It's up 33%. That implies another $1 billion in net worth for the president,
which
just
is,
off
which
of that
is fascinating, since at one point yesterday they'd actually paused trading
because it was so volatile.
Right,
that's right.
Brian, thank you. Don't go far. Our special coverage of this 2024 election is going to continue. Ballots, by the way, still being counted, especially in Wayne County, but also being counted. I am. Pick it up there, Wayne County. Pick it up. But they're being counted in Wisconsin and some other states as well. President Trump on the verge of returning to the White House. We'll talk a little bit more about what that could mean and perhaps what it won't mean right after this.
I'm gonna eat myself, so I feel it coming on. I don't eat myself. Do I get so full? It feel like my chest is gonna explode. What is it I be dealing with? I don't deal with stuff like that. What I'm saying, like, it depends on the mood. I do this little eating. The way nothing is safe. Whole cake. And I'll be about to explode. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? I knew it. My freak out wasn't premature. I knew exactly what was going on. Bullshit. Listen, the Information Bureau, I don't know what to say about them. Okay, one, Eva, I haven't looked at okay. Just so.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News
You know
Network.
what I'm saying? It just leaves me. I need somebody to fucking talk to.
Welcome back to our special 2024
You
election
sound
coverage.
like that with my
Election
friends
days,
and stuff.
NBC News exit polling found that a record low percentage of voters identified as Democrats in what could be an ominous sign for that party. The share of voters identifying with the Democratic Party hit the lowest mark this century. Chuck, that is a political realignment.
Well, it is, and it's we know where it's coming from. It's coming from Hispanics. I mean, that is the big loss. You had a larger group of people identifying as independent, which we ought to remind people is kind of a rational thing. If 70+% of the country thinks we're heading in the wrong direction, another 70% thinks democracy feels threatened. In fact, we've seen party identification with both parties actually dip down a little bit collectively, and more people identifying non-party. And this is where those young voters come in. Gen Z in particular, those younger voters are not registering DNR. They're registering in greater numbers. In some states, it's no party. In some states, they call it independent. But either way, you're not associating with two major parties. And it is going to make this group that much more important in general elections. But here's what it could end up doing is does it end up sort of putting Democrats, if only the most progressive stay in the party and they run the primaries, you do risk nominating candidates who can't then appeal, because Democrats are going to have to win a bigger chunk of independents when you have a lower party identification.
My son would ask if then you're headed toward a three-party system.
Yeah, third parties in this country, they're successable when they reform the other two parties. Ross Perot successfully got both major parties to correct themselves. And arguably that's what Teddy Roosevelt did. We have not, it is hard to see some sort of centrist movement. There's just not enough people there because a lot of these independent voters, it's independent. It's not centrist. And that's another thing that I think both parties make a mistake about. They think the best way to win independence is some sort of moderation. What it really is some of these independents are literally, some of them are further to the left, further to the right, but they're distrustful of the two institutions that are the Ds and the Rs, and that's what this is about. So I do think Democrats need to spend a lot more time learning why these folks choose to be independent and unaffiliated with either party. It's not just because they're centrists.
All right, Chuck, don't go far. We want to bring in two of our insiders here to get their take on all of this, perhaps chew on some of what Mr. Todd just said there. Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch. Thanks for sticking around. And also Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor for the Tim Scott presidential campaign. Now, one of the things that again, we'll be unpacking this today, tomorrow, for the next few weeks. We spent a lot of time over the last few days talking about the sheer number of early voters that we had in this country. Some 80 million people had cast their ballots before today. What do you take from that, Stephen, that there were so many people who voted early?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of people wanted to get in early before they had to, before the things got more complicated. If you look at the way that the race broke down, you had all of these very exciting and potentially big shifts coming in the way that the candidates were addressing their campaigns. I mean, I think Kamala Harris, when you look at the messaging that she had going into these last couple of weeks, there wasn't anything really identifiable, I think, for the people that were looking for her to sort of reshape, redefine what she was and why she was running. They didn't see that. So I think you had people going to the polls early in an effort to sort of get in front of that.
She laid it all out there, though, didn't she? I mean, she had policy proposals, much more coherent policy. I mean, she sort of explained policy proposals in a way that Donald Trump didn't necessarily do on the stump. But you think it just wasn't enough?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she took these hard positions. I mean, we saw the video of her, you know, on this criminal justice referendum just over the past couple of days where she said, I don't really want to answer that question. She sought to, I think, kind of camouflage her views on what was happening in Israel. She distanced herself to a certain extent from some of the Biden administration policies on the economy, but not enough.
Matt, there was an ad. And I saw it like most ads. I saw it over and over and over. And there was an ad that featured an interview that she had done on The Breakfast Club, a wildly popular radio show with Charlamagne the God and his sidekick, DJ Envy. And they used her own words and their words, where she, you know the ad.
I knew exactly what you're talking about.
It seemed to me that might, of all of the ads we've seen this cycle, that may have been the most effective.
What were the words?
They painted her as someone who believed in, and again, I don't want to misquote the ad, but they talked about how she would, if elected, have federal tax dollars go toward people having surgeries to change their sex.
It was the tagline was Kamala's for they them, President Trump is for us. In an era where very few ads break through anymore, that one broke through, and it aired on Sundays during football. I watched all the time. And you saw it was geared towards men, specifically African-American men. You're absolutely right. They had the Breakfast Club, but then the last shot was President Trump with African-American leaders. And that broke through in a real way. And we talk about, again, you know, our party's had a lot of trouble with women voters. How Democrats respond and appeal to men's be very, very interesting.
What's interesting to note about that ad also is they spent 5 to 1 more money behind that ad the Trump campaign did than they did on ads on the economy, which was supposed to be the number one issue.
Because they knew that
it was breaking through.
Darn effective.
Democrats, and they were
nervous
And yet it's
about
not really, or maybe it is. Is it a huge policy proposal in real life?
It's cultural. It speaks to, wait a minute, what are the priorities here? And you talked a little bit about kind of what did Kamala do to reach out to disaffect the Republicans from a policy basis and take away the cabinet stuff. There was no real issue that you could say, well, you know, she bucked her party on this, and she's willing to, you know, give a little bit on whether it's crime or something like that. As you said, she wouldn't talk about what she voted on a referendum in the state of California, which would increase limits for shoplifting and things. Fairly common sense. There was none of that. And I think that is something that was a little bit telling.
And another thing that made that ad effective, they used her own words.
The 2019-2020 Kamala Harris positions were tough to overcome.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Matt.
Our live special election coverage continues. Former President Trump bursting through that blue wall so far, taking Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on Wisconsin and Michigan. So what happened there? We're going to take a deep dive into how that call changed the state of the race.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2024 election. The NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been covering the Trump campaign for actually years now. Joins us once again from West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, good morning to you. What's that?
Are his eyes open?
Yeah, his eyes are open, barely though. Vaughn, thanks for staying awake. How are folks there inside the campaign feeling right now? I would imagine quite the sense of jubilation, if not euphoria.
Right. It looks like the eyes are going to have to be open likely for a few more years here based on how the data is coming in. And for the Trump campaign, this was an operation that was confident about the grassroots organization that they had built up. Let's be very frank. The RNC and the Trump campaign, I was told by a key battleground source that was working with them that they had only put about half the resources towards the ground operation and turnout than they did in the 2020 campaign. And yet they believed that there was a grassroots organization of volunteers, but also a surge of support among voters of color from Arizona, Nevada, up to Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia. And the data right now, it is showing exactly what they believed would happen, that they would also be able to juice their turnout of MAGA faithful who didn't even vote for Donald Trump in 2020, but were new voters in 2024. And that's exactly what happened. And I was talking with the source just left a few moments ago from that convention center in West Palm, where Donald Trump, the former president, delivered those remarks. And that source telling me that they plan on having another Trump rally, quote, soon. So for the next 2 months, if Donald Trump does in fact win this presidential race here, there's going to be a transition effort operating out of West Palm Beach here in which Donald Trump is going to be looking toward building a cabinet and an administration, one that he wants to ensure is loyal to him, full of individuals who he is vetted and knows on a personal level, unlike what he did back in January of 2017. And so these next 2 months will be an intense period of time, and to the extent that Donald Trump builds out this cabinet. Guys?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us there in the West Palm. It was a good night for the Trump campaign. You would have,
certainly was.
Would have thought they could have kept the lights on for Vaughn, though.
Taking a nap.
Don't go anywhere. Our special live.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
Good morning. It is 5:30 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. It is 2:30 a.m. if you're up late with us on the West Coast. Donald Trump is on the verge of returning to the White House at this hour. The former president speaking to supporters earlier this morning, claiming victory, surrounded by family, telling supporters that they made history. The NBC Decision Desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but realistically, we can say that Kamala Harris, the vice president, has no viable path to 270 in terms of Electoral College votes at this point. Let's take a look at where things stand in those battleground states. We're going to start with Pennsylvania, which really was key to the statement I made a moment ago that Kamala Harris does not have a path anymore. It was when we called Pennsylvania that became true. 97% in, the projected winner, Donald Trump. Georgia, also in the column of Donald Trump, with 50% of the vote versus her 48 with 99% of the vote in. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, Mr. Trump wins there as well with 97% of the vote in. Now, to those we have not called yet, Michigan, the race there, too close to call. And now we have a projection to make in Wisconsin.
Oh, Lord. Yes, we can.
NBC News projecting that Wisconsin was won by Donald Trump, and therefore, as you see on your screen, we are now projecting that the next president of the United States is Donald Trump.
He will reclaim the White House. The 45th president of the United States will become the 47th president of the United States, being elected for non-consecutive terms, a feat that has not been achieved since Grover Cleveland did it back in 1892. And there's the map. 276 electoral votes. You can see how he did it there. The blue wall has been shattered once again. Wisconsin putting him over. Chuck Todd is standing by the big board. We're going to take a look at precisely how he was able to do it in Wisconsin. But Chuck, president-elect.
Donald J. Trump. And more importantly, he's going to win the popular vote. It's not done yet. It's, you know, there's still more, but it's very likely. This is not like 2016 or 2020. He's going to be only the second Republican to win the popular vote this century. And by the way, we are now going to have 3 straight one-term presidents. The last time this country elected 3 straight one-term presidents was when a guy named Grover Cleveland won non-consecutive terms. It was in the aftermath of the Civil War, of post-Reconstruction, and frankly, I do think an era that rhymes with the era we're living in now. We were fighting about who's an American. It was a very divisive time. We had 6 straight presidential elections then, decided by 5 points or less. We are now on our 6th out of the last 7 in this country decided by 5 points or less. But let's take a look here, because in many ways, how he won Wisconsin is how he won Pennsylvania, is how he won there. So let me just show you. Here's Harris in Milwaukee County. This is what she was counting on here, just so you can see here. She just didn't get the same amount of vote out here. Just, you know, and look, we're talking a state only decided by 30,000 votes, but she lost a little bit of ground there. Then you look at Dane County. She lost just a little bit of ground there to him. And it was just a little bit everywhere. And then you go and take a look at a place like Brown County, and Trump gained a little bit in all of his red counties. And you go along the lake here, and he gained a little bit. In fact, what were the Harris folks counting on in the northern tier? That in these rural counties, older white women would come over to their side. But his improvement among Hispanics, among younger voters, particularly men, clearly created the combination here, because it is similar across the board. The college towns were not as Democratic. The urban areas, turnout wasn't as much. And even in the suburbs, the turnout for Democrats was good, not great. And they needed great, especially if they were going to continue to lose the amount of Hispanic voters that they ended up losing tonight.
The 45th president of the United States, now the 47th president-elect of the United States. Kelly O'Donnell's with us. Ryan Noble's with us as well. We need to underscore this right now, right?
Yes.
Because this is the moment that NBC News has, our decision desk has projected that he is, in fact, the winner. We've been talking about it for hours.
99% confidence rating. We don't call it until we hit there.
Exactly, we project.
It's an extraordinary political achievement.
Especially, Kelly, when you consider where he was just 6 months ago. Here's a man, first of all, when he's sworn in January, he'll be the oldest ever at 78.
And remember when that was a thing, this election season.
Right, survives 2 assassination attempts. Oh, by the way, he's a convicted felon. And here he has risen from the ashes yet again.
The moment in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he was bloodied and rose and raised his fist and said, fight, 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 might be the metaphor of this entire political experience for him. He has come back in a way that, remember, he had a busy, busy primary because his own party didn't think they were going to stick with him. The damage done by January 6th has fallen by the wayside. He found a message. When he was running for re-election against Joe Biden, it was keep America great. He went back to make America great again, reclaimed a bit of that. He infused the party with his family. His daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, became a co-chair of the party and very involved. His sons, very prominent in his race and in sort of the identity of the political brand. It's an extraordinary thing that he's going back to the White House, and we will be trying to understand it and trying to understand how much he will match up to the candidate that he has been and the things he's talked about. Who will he get rid of? Who will he try to extract some political penalty against? And tonight he had some tones of wanting to be a president for all. Will he live up to that?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty striking in his remarks that he never mentioned Kamala Harris's name, never mentioned Joe Biden's name, didn't even talk about Democrats. It was really just a purely celebratory mood, made a number, reiterated many of the promises that he made on the campaign trail. That might be a signal that he's going to try and reach out to the other side of the aisle, because under any circumstance, and this is a convincing win, it's fair to say, but it's, as Chuck pointed out, still very close. And half the country is waking up this morning to what they view as the worst possible news, that Donald Trump is going to be in the White House again. And so he has tended, his political career has been, for the most part, very combative, not really caring that much about people that don't love him. And he has an opportunity now. This is his last opportunity in the White House. He's only going to be there for 4 years. He's already got to start thinking about his legacy. And part of that might be trying to reach across the aisle, trying to find that common ground and create an agenda for all Americans.
Chuck, your numbers, by the way, we just put Chuck's numbers on the screen there. Those popular vote numbers. There's about a 5 million vote margin.
Yeah, and it'll close probably in half. Not George W. Bush. It was Ronald Reagan.
Let me get to Von Hilliard again in Mar-a-Lago in Florida at Trump, well, what was Trump Party headquarters a little bit earlier this evening. Von, you've been, are you outside now? You're outside now. Von, you've been on this campaign for months.
I'm outside.
You've covered Trump for years, first administration as well. Talk about what this projection means for the president-elect.
I think that what we are about to see is a very unique personality serve in the capacity of President of the United States, even more so than in his first administration. Chuck and Kelly covered that administration so closely. I covered it on the periphery, traveling around the country, talking to voters throughout his administration. And time and again, I heard supporters that were hoping, even during the trade wars, right? It was the farmers that saw the prices of their corn and soybeans drop. They weren't even able to break even, yet they hoped that Donald Trump was going to be able to strike trade deals that would benefit them in the long run. There was a lot of hope and aspirations of voters in the United States that they have in Donald Trump. New voters, voters of color, young voters who have grown up with Donald Trump is effectively the godfather of this Republican Party. And when I say he's a unique personality, it's because of the individuals who we should expect to see him surround himself with in this administration. Here at his rally in West Palm Beach tonight, there wasn't Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or, of course, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, or Doug Ducey, the former governor of Arizona, or Mike Pence, his former vice president. It was the likes of Tucker Carlson and Speaker Mike Johnson and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk. Donald Trump ran in a way in which he felt uncompelled to go and reach out to the old establishment wing of the conservative party. And in 2022, I think that this is the moment when we go back in history of what led to this moment. It was Donald Trump, when politically it was viewed as his stock being lowest. He went around and got involved in Republican primaries, specifically House races. There were 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach him in the aftermath of the January 6th attack. He effectively was able to purge 8 of those 10 individuals, including Liz Cheney. She lost her race in Wyoming by 50 percentage points. Donald Trump was able to remake the Republican Party in his image, which going into the presidential primaries, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, they jumped into that race. But when I was going around talking to voters time and again, even in South Carolina, there were folks that were telling me, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, they shouldn't get in the race. This is Donald Trump's moment to take back the party and to take back the country that they felt was stolen from him. Donald Trump went on a crusade to convince Americans that he was a sympathetic figure, that the election of 2020 was stolen from him, and that the charges against him and the 4 criminal indictments, they were politically targeted. Over the course of these last 3 years, we now know here tonight, with Donald Trump becoming president of the United States, along with issues like immigration and the economy, of course, but he was effectively able to convince the majority of the American electorate that voted this month that he should be going back to the White House despite everything, all of the attacks, the charges against him, and that this was his moment. And now, upon going to the White House, he has a Republican Party in the U.S. Senate and in the U.S. House that will be devoutly loyal to him. And for any members of the military, any Democrats even, that look to go and seek to have some sort of ability to work with him in Washington, D.C., it's going to be incumbent upon them to understand that Donald Trump is of the belief that he only needs loyalty, that he does not need to go and strike any negotiations, because so far politically over the course of 9 years, it led him back into the White House and a mandate effectively from the voters who selected him to get back there tonight.
Vaughn, I know you've spent some time really thinking about this, reporting how we got to tonight and this historic day. Let's take a look at your report.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
A political resurrection unlike any other in American history.
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
Tonight, Donald Trump winning back the White House, an unlikely comeback after losing the 2020 election, and a violent attack on the Capitol by his supporters, attempting to overturn the election results. Those supporters encouraged by President Trump's false claims of 2020 election fraud.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
Top Republicans initially condemning him for his role provoking the attackers.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters.
But soon reversing course and embracing Trump once again, recognizing his power with Republican voters. In the 2022 midterms, Trump worked to get his allies elected and his enemies ousted.
The people of Wyoming are going to tell her, Liz, you're fired. Get out of here.
Many candidates who echoed Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen lost to Democrats. But just 1 week later, Trump announced his bid for re-election.
This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign altogether.
In the months that followed, he was indicted on federal charges in Florida and D.C., and state charges in New York and Georgia. The Republican presidential hopefuls like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saw an opening.
We can't have, as Republicans, him as the nominee.
But Trump trounced the primary field in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and then South Carolina, handily winning the party's nomination.
And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity. And it's going to happen very quickly. What happened?
In the campaign's final tumultuous months, Trump survived an assassination attempt.
The assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
And a change in his opponent, which he falsely called a coup.
This was an overthrow of a president.
He ran his campaign on his terms and often on falsehoods. He hit the trail with his own unique coalition of allies. And tens of thousands of faithful supporters packing arenas and venues from California to Wisconsin to Madison Square Garden. Non-consecutive White House wins, a feat only one president, Grover Cleveland, has accomplished before. Now, Donald Trump will be president number 45 and 47.
8 years ago, Donald Trump, he interviewed potential cabinet and administration officials at his Trump Tower penthouse in Midtown Manhattan. He's now a Florida resident, and we can expect the transition process and that interview process to take place here in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. I am also told, just like 8 years ago, when he went on what his campaign called a thank you tour as president-elect, in which he went around the country to address American voters that helped elect him, I'm told to expect a rally of similar sorts to take place, quote, soon here in the days and the weeks ahead. Guys.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for that reporting. I'm Kate Snow. Craig Melvin has actually left the table, just so no one's confused here. He has to go prepare for the Today Show. But I want to turn to Danny Savalos, who's joined us at the table, our legal analyst. This is something we haven't really talked about yet tonight, but now that we have President-elect Trump, what happens to all these legal battles that he's been fighting, particularly the ones that were supposed to be sentencing was supposed to be coming up soon?
On a night where we're all very careful not to make predictions, I'm about to make a bunch with a lot of confidence, and they have to do with Trump's legal cases. Here are things that I think we can say with a lot of confidence. He has 4 outstanding criminal cases. 2 are federal, 2 are state cases. The federal cases are going to go away. They're going to go away in a number of different ways. He can appoint an attorney general who will simply do his bidding and dismiss the cases. He can instruct the Justice Department to not even bother with the appeal of the already dismissed federal case. Those cases are, for all intents and purposes, gone. That leaves the state court cases. We have New York, and we have a sentencing, not only a sentencing coming up in a couple of weeks, but Justice Merchan is also deciding a motion to dismiss. This is all happening in the next couple of weeks.
Remind people which case that is.
This is the case that he was, the only case that he was tried and convicted on here in the state of New York several months ago, and he's awaiting sentencing on that case.
This was around Stormy Daniels.
Exactly. It had to do with hush money payments and reimbursements to Michael Cohen related to an alleged affair with Stormy Daniels. So that case, in all likelihood, that sentencing might get adjourned now. But even if it weren't, even if it were to go forward on November 26th, in all likelihood, it's not a case that he's going to get prison time on. Now, reasonable minds can disagree. I'm approaching this as a criminal defense attorney. This is barely a felony in New York. Yes, it's 34 counts, but you have all the factors that lead towards somebody getting a non-incarceration sentence. You have somebody over 70 years old, like a house arrest, maybe straight probation. You have someone over 75 years old, no guns, no drugs, no violence. These are things that New York courts see and sentence on every day. So in the spectrum of criminals who might be able to get a probation only or house arrest sentence, Donald Trump is in a high likelihood. That's even if that case goes forward this month for sentencing. It might not. The real question is, will prosecutors agree to an adjournment, given that Donald Trump just won the election? That's kind of an X factor. Then you have Georgia, and Georgia is, I'm going to use a legal term, a disaster. That legal case is in a vortex. By the way, it hasn't been stayed. It's technically moving along, and we've heard nothing about it in the last several months. It is
because of a bunch of things that happened with the prosecutor.
Exactly
to
right.
Get down in the rabbit hole.
Fair to say, again, I'm going to go out on a limb. The prosecutor in the Georgia case, the elected prosecutor, made some bad decisions along the way. And so because of those decisions, the case is now mired in appeal, and she may get disqualified. If it does, if that case is orphaned, then they have to find a new prosecutor to take it on. But let's say, for example, the case will still be pending when Donald Trump is inaugurated. Let's assume that it is. It will likely, all the state cases, to the extent they're still pending, will be stayed. And that's because of the Constitution's supremacy clause. In all likelihood, those cases will be put on pause. And 4 years from now, who knows what the political situation will be in Fulton County, Georgia. If that DA will still be even the DA, or if that case will have been tossed because the DA has been disqualified. So the state court cases, New York doesn't pose a tremendous threat to Donald Trump, even though it's why he's a felon. He's not likely to get sentenced to any serious prison time. Again, reasonable minds can and do disagree with me on this point. I don't think it's likely. And Georgia, I just don't think it's together. By the way, let's say miraculously they brought it to.
Greetings, soul sister number one.
You and your timing.
I'm sorry, you can keep playing it.
No. I'm talking about.
Oh,
I only have about 17 minutes left up here.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I thought that this was going to be a longer than a one-day affair, and I didn't want my sleep to be completely screwed up. So my plan yesterday was like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep. I'll get some sleep for a few hours. I'll wake up mid-morning. But my friend called me when I was trying to go to bed, and I wanted to return his phone call. So I did that. We were on the phone for like 3 hours, and I knew it wasn't looking good. But I thought, I don't know, I guess I thought like the last election, there'd be a ton of mail-ins, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, it all went wrong. You know what? I don't even want to go to get off the live. I might start a number. That's crazy.
I feel like you still waiting for the numbers to change, and it's a wrap, sis. Like, I think.
No. I'm not waiting. No, I was over because I've been through this before. When I was freaking out, I already knew what it was went early on. I already knew what time of day it was. No, I really have really good people in my life, and they, if I get on the phone and break down with them, whatever, go there, they're not going to understand. So, but if I do it here, I fit in perfectly. so Why?
I
You
mean,
know?
yesterday I found out my 20-year-old niece is a Trump supporter. Okay, a
Oh my
daughter of an
God.
immigrant. Like I couldn't take it. I had to disengage from her text messages. She asked me to explain some stuff, and before I could even get out anything, she had then sent me like 10, 15 text messages, and they were long, like paragraphs, like you be right. And I was thinking to myself, how the hell is she typing this damn fast? And
Oh no,
I
you
just
did
told
slide that in, you dirty
I
heifer. I
listen.
caught that.
She must have had them on copy to paste. Unless she was doing word addiction, dictating, because I have no idea. But that was disturbing, and my whole family is disturbed at her. But she thinks you. There's just let me tell. She's five. She's about 5 years away from joining a cult. People always think when you say somebody joined a cult, they're stupid. They're not stupid. What they are, it's like they're chasing fool's gold. They think that they're enlightened by bucking what is obvious. Like they think they know something that I don't know. I don't think I know something that anybody who doesn't know. I just know that 1 + 1 = 2, and I make sense of what is really happening, the reality, what seems sensible. Like that. That's it. Like I don't know things that other people don't know, but they believe that. And I'm waiting to see the breakdown of the numbers by race, by gender, and by age group. I'm very, very curious. I think it's saddening that America has put itself in this position again. But I hope it goes better than the threats that have been made. And I wish the country luck. And meanwhile, I'm over here, so I'm chilling. So when
Girl.
North Korea come over there to invade y'all, I'm gonna be over here safe with Europe and all its allies. America is the one that's not gonna have no allies.
Right.
And
I
that's
am
sad.
in shock. I
Mhm.
mean, not really in shock. Um, I expected as much. But then again, I was like, well,
I did not expect this much, but I told someone here who knows that they're very supportive of my disdain for Trump. Like they see him as a vile human being that he is. They've been so saddened for me the whole time because they just can't they don't understand how this can even be. Um and they're looking from afar. So but I told them that I thought she was going to pull through, that I was hopeful and optimistic about the fact that they said that in the early voting that women were outvoting men by 10 points, and I thought that said something. But I did tell them that I was prepared. Like I thought she was going to pull through, but I would not be surprised, because like with the whole Hillary thing, that caught me off guard, and I was heartbroken. And I do feel sadness. I feel a lot of sadness for a lot of different things. I mean, for Kamala, for her being black, for her being a woman, for the fact that maybe America was going to be moving in a direction where people don't start campaigning for 2 years ahead of the election. Maybe it can be done in a short time, and then that way you don't have to depend on people like me being all the way informed, and then you got people talking about, well, Donald Trump says he doesn't support Project 25. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, maybe it'd be easier and simpler if it was a streamlined process. But yeah, and then he talking about putting brainworm in charge of the FD. Y'all gonna catch something. Y'all do understand that, right? That man is an idiot, and he's talking about he gonna put him and let him go wild with health. That way, y'all all gonna have gonorrhea. So that's all I got. That's really all I got.
he's a complete. I can't let you go that easy. I know there's some people gonna wake up and gonna jump in on this because this is crazy. So I'm gonna put the link in the
I told my friend yesterday,
chat.
my friend from Texas,
And
that
I
well,
mean,
I
it's
been told
literally
him.
people coming. I'm looking at. No, it's literally people. Huh?
Well, good morning, people. Cock-a-doodle
What's
doo.
that?
It's another puzzling day in America.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear you. You're not responding. But yeah, but I knew that's why I started tripping early when it, and I know that some of those other, normally, okay, most of the reporting that comes in first is usually going to go to the Republicans, right? Because they, usually Republican
Yeah.
strongholds, right? So I get that, right? But I just knew. Some just told me, it's gonna be different because, or it's gonna be a repeat of the Hillary shit that I suffered through.
What?
And some just told me that, and when she kept staying at that low number like that, and he kept going, I said, it's gonna be some shit. Let me stop my nervous eating.
It's just the support of of decency. Like decency's all out the window. This man was giving a microphone a blowjob like 2 days ago.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, we're not even masquerading as people with purpose or values. It's just balls to the wall. Fuck it. Like anything goes.
Yeah.
And
Anything
and
goes.
he and he's gonna feel empowered by the fact that he did anything and said the shit he said made me think he wasn't trying to win. But he said that and he still won. So he's gonna be empowered to be even more crazy.
Exactly. Shit like that. The people don't understand. Stuff like that empowers people. They don't understand the connection because it doesn't make sense. Because it seems like to me or anybody else with sense that things like that wouldn't empower someone. He's gonna feel empowered.
Well, when North Korea decided they want to start slowly invading the states, maybe starting at Maine or some shit, then maybe these people will finally understand why saying all this money to Ukraine, all this money to Israel, they don't give that money. That money is not charity. That is in America's security interest.
Right.
But trying to explain that to people who don't even understand security interests,
right.
Hey.
No. Trying to explain it to people who think that the president can just do special things for black people. Just can go in there and let me write this bill up.
The Supreme Court specifically said you cannot do that. You cannot do things just to benefit one race of people. Don't check me. Don't check Angie. Talk to the Supreme Court. Write them some letters.
Exactly. Or better yet, go repeat your American history class that you should have paid attention to in the 6th or 7th or 8th grade, whatever you had.
You're asking for way too much.
It tells you how legislation works.
He tried to appeal Obamacare 60 times with no plan to replace it. Nothing, no plan. He still doesn't have a plan. He's just mad that Obama is credited with the creation of it. 40 million Americans have Obamacare. He does not care about y'all. Like, seriously, he does not care. He would do away with something that benefits your health and put friggin' brainworm in charge of I don't know exactly what department, but he said he's gonna go wild with health. So and women's health, and listen, I'm telling you, y'all gonna all have chlamydia, y'all gonna have all kind of shit.
Right.
I'm
and
not
you're gonna walk around with dead babies in you for months.
Dying of sepsis, but I ain't gonna have it. Don't worry, I'm not gonna have it. Cause I'm over here and I'm safe, and they take good care of me over here. But yeah, I mean, it is saddening that people don't understand the threats, and maybe he won't make do on the threats. But it's the fact of having an unserious president. You should have a president that when things like COVID happen, you can look to them for direction and leadership and a plan. Not some idiot who comes out and says, "Oh, and I was just talking to him about it like he had a brilliant idea. Y'all should drink some disinfectant." I go, what?
Yeah, like, but it says on the jug not to. Like, what?
But see, when they put brainworm Kennedy in charge of it, that might come off all the bottles. You don't know.
Yeah. Okay. If listen, I don't know how long well, I ain't gonna say that because they'll be talking about it.
Hey, I had some personal thoughts, and I had to shake them demons off of me because I'm trying to be a different type of a woman, and so some of my thoughts, I just shook them off.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes your thoughts can get dark sometimes.
In the effort of growth, I just shook them right off. Shook that devil off of me because he wanted me to tell the truth about how I felt, but I shook it off.
I've been being real nice on my board, and I've been being nice because I really want to really say some things, but it might be,
You gotta shake that off. You gotta give up that narcotic, Angie. You gotta live in peace and bliss. You gotta shake it off.
No, ma'am. I listen here. I wanted to go and take one of these ibuprofen 800 and drink this wine cooler. That wine cooler I had in for months.
Ma'am, you
And
too
see
old to
what
be drinking a
happens.
wine cooler. The only way you need to be drinking a wine cooler is if you pour it in a glass with some ice and some vodka. That's it. That's the only
No,
acceptable way.
baby, that wine cooler had me. That's that same wine cooler I had. I had brought two of them, and that one I had, girl, had me drunk as a skunk, and people was laughing at me with the
Oh
little
my
alcohol.
God.
They talking about. I was like, look out! I said, this stuff is strong, and the
Oh my
people were
God.
laughing. Cause I,
That's like
took a picture of
5%.
the label.
I
They
would have
was
told
like, are
them.
you serious?
I would have told them next time don't bring you. Like next time, just don't invite her. Don't invite her.
What? No,
Leave
I'm
her.
trying to tell you
Leave her
that
at
wine
home.
cooler. That wine cooler had me drunk.
Yeah, because you don't drink. That's why you need to drink to exercise your drinking tolerance.
Hey, listen.
It's like
So I know,
exercise.
so I can
You
build it
gotta build
up.
up your strength.
Girl, nah, baby. Me, alcohol, and a go live button. No, ma'am. They would really be cussing my ass out. Because I've been
Well,
unloaded.
all I know is when I see them numbers, listen, if it's one too many of you Negroes, my friend, he sent me a video from Houston of like these trucks going down the road with like Trump flags and MAGA shit. And I was like, look at this redneck procession. And he goes, yeah, but that's the meat you trying to run to. I said, no, I'm not running to them. I said, I'm running from you. I gotta read it. I told him,
Tell him, you know
unreliable.
somebody that's running to that meat. Me.
You might
I'm
be running
gone.
too. I told him I am running from these unreliable, undependable, big dick niggas. I'm running away from y'all. That's what I'm doing. Shit. Can't depend on y'all for a goddamn thing. I'm running away from y'all. I'm not running to white men. I'm running from y'all.
Take your ass up there to vote right. Can't even vote right.
Can't depend on y'all for a goddamn thing.
That's a damn thing. And it ain't cost you nothing but for you to just go up there and I mean, hell, they had a polling station every goddamn well. It wasn't even moving your gas tank. It ain't even
They ain't no
warm the
good.
car up good enough.
They are not
And you
good,
couldn't do
okay?
that.
They are not good, all right?
It's not. But no, but let me tell you who. But listen, I fought you because I'm going to fight you twice. Yes, because it was your people 2 times. It was the
Yeah,
black
they do be
folks
cutting up.
and it was the Latinos.
Yeah, they do be cutting up. They be cutting a goddamn fool.
Them Latinos helped put that
They
man
be all
in
on the
there.
TV, barely speaking English, talking about how great Trump is and how he not a racist. I just be like, you
I
motherfucker.
didn't even know that I didn't even know that he had a Latino support like that. And this dude came on and said like they had like a coalition and they went to the White House and they put all this money in the into the into the Latinos to get the vote out. I was like, what? When that happened? And I'm like, this man sitting up here steady talking about sending y'all relatives that can't vote back and all this, and y'all voted for him. Okay, did y'all understand what he was saying?
We are living in a real life waiting to exhale, okay? We are.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, honey. But I can't even go to sleep.
My sleep ain't been right. I should have never even woke up. I could have just got the news this damn morning.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is.
It's
crazy.
unfortunate.
He done been on when he was on. When he wore the little vest? Was he on a garbage truck? Did he do the garbage truck or something?
Yeah. Did you see that picture? Like he was orange and then it was just a white ring around his mouth. He's so ugly, God.
Girl, he's just so.
Oh, he's so gross to look like. Oh, but see, he's a wide back bitch too. So wide back bitches don't never act right. So.
Yeah, and they walk when they humped over. Yeah.
Big whale back hoes. They never act right.
Oh,
so.
God, no, you kidding.
That's what they are.
But this is what I needed. I needed some, so I'm gonna start another live. I needed someone. Cause listen, y'all, I'm getting ready to insult you. That's all. I got to get it out. I don't understand what happened, but somebody's gonna get it.
Well, like I told you, if you do cuss out people's mamas, they will probably vote you into the White House. So,
Okay,
I mean, it depends on
okay,
what your aspirations are.
yeah, that's crazy. I mean, this is completely nuts. And when I tell you, oh my gosh, I
It
can't
is
wait to talk to my
insane.
friend, because he gonna be like, Angie, what happened? I'm like, I don't know.
And you know, I think Mo touched on this, how dangerous Elon Musk is, how he has billions and billions of government contracts. Like this
Yeah,
is not okay.
nope, nope, not
Uh,
okay at all, honey.
You know, Doug, Kamala's husband, he was a prestigious attorney, and he immediately resigned so that there would be no conflicts of interest. That's what you're supposed to
Right,
do.
exactly,
But I
exactly.
mean, but I guess in the same sense, people with money invest in whichever campaign they want to, and they have interest as well. So I guess all is fair in love and war. I don't know.
Right, right. I
But
don't
because I
know.
learned that Elon's not well either. Like what?
Oh, he kind of off.
Yeah, that's why he
Oh,
act like that. He does drugs. He has mental health breaks. He said that who did he blame for his child being trans? Um, I can't remember who he blamed, but it was everybody. But it didn't have nothing. It was everybody but him. I don't know if it was the general. I can't remember if it was the general public, social media, woke kid. I can't remember exactly. You have to probably Google it right quick. But he blamed somebody on his kid being trans, somebody or something. So he's not well. He has like mental health breaks, but because he, you know, has done so many successful business ventures, he's viewed as a genius. But he's really crazy.
yeah. Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, fine.
he's
Nah, you know what? I'm gonna let everybody go to sleep. I won't start the
you
live.
you
I'll just not
you should
do
go
it.
to sleep. I
I
mean, don't
should
let
have.
the. I mean, all you need to know is that the patients have overrun the asylum. They are now running the situation, and that's just what it is. And well, you
Yeah,
know what I'm most bothered by? This man was supposed to be on his way to jail.
yeah.
That's what upsets me. He was supposed to be on his way
And
to
listen,
jail.
he ain't got to worry about that.
I
He ain't got
just
to worry
know he
about
just
that.
being there tackying up the White House,
He's
farting and
weird.
stuff. I just know he do.
Yeah, you know he. Oh my God. Listen, I was just. Oh, I I was so mad because how they let his big nasty ass get in there the damn McDonald's, ain't wash his hand, giving out all the people shit.
Well,
Oh,
you know
you
that
stingy with the
that
fries.
McDonald's wasn't
Yeah,
even
like the lady's
open.
supposed to put,
It
huh?
wasn't open.
That McDonald's was open.
No, it
People going through the
wasn't. It was
drive-through.
not open for business. They might have had somebody pull up, but it wasn't even open for business when he went in there. He was just in there playing fry
No, no,
cook.
no, no. It was a bunch of people went through the drive-through. You ain't see it?
Probably, I'm saying it probably was a coordinated effort, but they said that the monopoly, the monopoly, god damn it, the McDonald's was not open.
Why weren't they open? What you mean? It
They
was.
weren't open for business. It wasn't open to the public. It's not like he was really working in the McDonald's. He went in there, took some pictures, and that's what it was.
No, I believe you. You must be meaning that the lobby part wasn't open, but it was people going through the drive-through.
Right, but I'm saying I think that the people going through the drive-through were probably like selected specifically so we can get these pictures. Drive-through,
Oh,
let him hand you fries. It wasn't open. People weren't driving up, and it was hello, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order?
oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they did start.